Sign the big Aussie flag over the top of things here. I've been joined by a different co-commentator today. Paul Vernell got so sunburnt yesterday, he's staying out of the sun. Great to have you on board.
Thank you. It's Bruce Asprey.
Bruce, thank you. Thank you very much. And Bruce, you're obviously not taking any part today. We'll touch on that. Let's have a quick look at this awesome grid in the K&S Environmental MG and invited British race cars. Robin Bailey on pole, Simon Elliott right alongside. Was an absolute beautiful looking car. That's just such a nice build, isn't it?
Yeah, first time out, and it is just a magnificent looking car.
So they sit there on the grid. Then it's Keith Ondiachi, the number 40, the Stag. Can't wait to see that go. Andrew Howell, 5 seconds has been given, and we are about to go racing in day 2 of the 30th anniversary here at Sandown in the MGs, and away we go. Simon Elliott cracked it sideways off the line, but I tell you what, Robin Bailey just pointed it at turn 1 and drove off the line with it.
Yeah, great start by Robin, and his experience has really shown out there.
It really has. Have a look up the inside here, the number 40 with the 90 coming in behind there. That's Ondiachi. Going to go side by side with Andrew Howell. Gee, he's ringing the neck of that little thing, isn't he? That number 90, being that far up the field.
He's certainly punching above his weight. When you look at him up against those V8s, he's doing a great job.
Have a look at the Stag. This thing always looks magnificent at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and you'd have to say it's one of the hard cars to keep on track, the Stag, and we get a good look at the back of Mike Roddy's Jaguar. Of course, Mike started off the back of the grid for yesterday's race. He's now working his way through the field, so progressive grid. And that big V12 just carving its way through there. The really cool part of this MG and invited British car racing is the midgets and how they just get all over the back of the bigger cars and actually more often than not end up beating them out of the corner, don't they?
Yeah, they do. It's probably not the greatest circuit for them. Certainly Winton, they're getting amongst it, but here at the home of horsepower, probably a little bit harder with these two big straights.
Hendricks Whiteman there coming out of Dandenong Road.
Now we're going to give a bit of a yell out here for Alistair Ondiachi, who about 10 minutes ago we were push starting his car because we, like all Triumphs, a 5 cent piece decided to stop working, but great to see he got out there. So and he's got his niece Alana in front of him there, so he'll be looking forward to getting past her, I'm sure.
Certainly the Ondiachi's synonymous with this form of racing. Lock up there into turn number 1 there. That's Michael Trathen in the midget there. Yeah. Here's a beautiful looking car, the one just going through the screen there.
There goes Al there, so it's great to see. And Gordon in his Spitfire, that's a great car. Before I had a bit of an engine failure, he was giving me a bit of a hurry up yesterday in qualifying, so that's another car that really bats above its weight there. Talking
to 78 there of Gordon Bunyan, mixing it up here and getting a challenge up the inside with the 666 of David Anderson, the MGB Roadster. Of course, the other thing about this weekend is we're celebrating 60 years of the MGB as well. So along with the Jaguar S-Type, and so it's a momentous occasion. You know, everyone knows an MGB, don't they?
Yeah, I think everyone at some stage in their life would wish they'd own one, and perhaps some of these guys are obviously out there toiling away, which is fantastic.
So there's the 666, David Anderson. I remember fondly the 666 Lamborghini Diablo that we raced here in Nations Cup with Paul Stokel at the wheel, and that was for a reason, being 666 was the devil's number and it was the Diablo, so it rang a tune, but obviously David Anderson likes the number as well.
Yeah, I've had some experience with Paul Stokel through the Lotus years, which is obviously a fantastic steerer of ours.
He's certainly won a couple of Targa championships in his Lotus in recent years.
Yep.
One of those guys that looks at a championship and then goes and wins it.
Yeah, he's an immense talent. And there's Barry Pritchard, who's certainly having a good weekend in his TR6.
It's the number 4 coming through here as well.
Whoop. A bit close
Gary
to the wall
Bulmer.
there.
And there's the TR6 we're talking about. As Gary Bulmer starts to go on driver's left up the back straight here of Sandown International Motor Raceway. There's Keith in the number 40. And we have a look at this car. I do love that it's still got a registration plate on it and it can be driven to and from the circuit.
Yeah, I don't know how you go going to work in peak traffic in that one, but good to see. How's the sound of that? The V8's thrown through there.
Up the straight here, here's Robin Bailey leading the way at the moment. It is Simon Elliott, the second car on the grid, on the track fastest in this race at a 1:19.35, and looking very, very strong there. Robin Bailey, but look at the Simon just about lifting the left-hand front wheel off the road, accelerating out through turn 3.
It's looking a bit smoky there. I thought it was some wheel lock up earlier, but perhaps it's something a little bit more sinister. Hopefully not. It's such a beautifully presented car.
Yeah, it looks like there's a bit of a haze coming out of the back of that car, doesn't it? It's not what we wanted to see from the 55 of Simon Elliott. Just a magnificent build. For those here at the track, and we encourage everyone to come here and see it live in 3D. It's the best way to go racing. Get all of the dimensions, but I tell you what, if you can't get to the track, the Blendline TV coverage is a way to go. And of course, for those at the track or competing here today, you can always watch this on YouTube, on the Blendline TV YouTube. So if you think you're seeing yourself on the track and you want to have a good look at yourself from afar or from the streaming, jump onto YouTube, type in Blendline TV and look for the event, and there you will be, right there. So for all of those racing, not just the K&S Environmental, MG and Invited British cars, that's right across the weekend.
And if you do come down to the circuit, I'll give the MSCA a little bit of a plug here. We've got a marquee down near the food stalls, and you can come and talk to us about our Come and Try Day, which is on the 3rd of December. So if you've always felt you wanted to have a crack at getting on track, that's an ideal opportunity for you. So come and have a chat to our guys down there, if that's okay. Not
a problem. MSCA providing services for motorsport. Michael Roddy in the Jag is still pushing his way through the field, currently in P2. Has taken that there, and we're just seeing Simon Elliott disappearing down through the timesheets. So that's a shame. Not too sure what's happened there, but here comes Hal in the 90.
And Keith Ondarchi's trying to give him a bit of a hurry up, but as we said earlier, he's certainly batting above his weight there.
So Hal has gone through into P3 in the number 90. That's a MG ZR Judd. And I guess if you've got Judd after it, you know you've spent some money on a decent engine. So that's why this car is powering along. They're going to go side by side across the top of the hill. The Stag holds on. It's got the inside running, but the 90 goes right round the outside and does a brilliant job there. Some great driving there by Andrew Howe and Keith Ondarchi. Looking fantastic out of there. Have a look at the size of the rear tyres on that Stag. You've got to get all that horsepower down somehow.
Yep, we've got a slow-moving vehicle flag out there, so hopefully that's... Oh, no, it's Alistair. It's a bit of a shame.
Absolutely.
He's not had a good morning, I must admit. Starter motor problems to start with, and now another issue, so... That's the life of running Triumphs and MG and Invited British.
I was going to say, yeah, that's the joy of it all, isn't it? As we see Mike Roddy just turning into turn 1 there. P2 on the road, chasing Robin Bailey. I don't think it's going to be too much of a threat with 3 laps remaining, because it's a 27-second gap to Robin to Mike Roddy, but we can just enjoy the JRA, Tom Walkinshaw Racing built Jaguar as it screams that V12 past our flag points, our camera points.
Yeah, it's an impressive vehicle. And hopefully we might get to see that dice again with, here they come with Keith, and whether he can have another crack across the top.
There's a lot of people that have arrived at the track to see this Jaguar today. As it disappears off, Keith getting that straight line speed, but it is going to be Andrew Howe, dips it in now. You'd have to say after a lap, he's got himself into a very nice position over the energy assist, car number 40. Keith at the wheel there. He cracks it sideways, gets a tank slapper going, and loops the 40. Trying ever so hard to try and make that spot back up there, and he has gone around, thank goodness, stayed out of the gravel trap.
Kept it off the wall too, which is always good to see.
Yeah, that's exactly right. They're keeping it off the wall. There's another great battle going on here, and this is back down through the field, and this is the Triumph TR7 V8.
Shirley St. Cox, I believe.
The blue flag waving now. Robin Bailey coming through some of the back markers, and it's it is really big gap all the way up the straight there. There's another one of the TRs as well. If you're here looking for your favourite Triumph, white one coming across the top of the hill. I think that's Trevor Lindsay. The 90.
That's Shirley.
No, that's Shirley. Sorry, yep, that's Shirley, and here's that MGB that we are here celebrating. Not that particular one, but all of the MGBs that have ever existed. 60 years since we first saw them, and they certainly endeared themselves worldwide to sports car enthusiasts. And you'd have to say that Mazda took all the cues for the MX-5 from the MGB, wouldn't you?
Yes, they should have been paying royalties, I reckon.
I think you might be right. I think the first thing they did was put one of them on a rotisserie and went, what did they do so right in the 60s? Great vehicle. We've got lots of them here today. And here's one, I guess, that's been improved and excelled. And Robin Bailey, they certainly didn't come with a bonnet bulge quite like that from the factory.
No, I don't think that's not ex-factory.
Here we go, turn 9. And this is
unfortunately
Keith looping it. Big tank slapper there, tried to solve it with horsepower, and unfortunately the number 40 went around, and yellow flags down there at Dandenong Road.
But we will say, at least once he knew he'd lost it, he was on the break. That was good to see.
Under brakes now, this is our race leader, a very healthy margin, 26 seconds. The interesting thing was that Simon Elliott in the 55 has still got the fastest lap, although no longer circulating, but Mike Roddy has dipped down into the 23s. Robin Bailey did a 23 dead on lap number 3. You'd have to say he's just stroking it to the line. He'll take the win for race number 2 for the K&S Environmental MG and invited British cars. And there's the 666. That's not good. David Anderson, you can see it looks like he's had a go at trying to catch it.
Yeah, he's come out of turn 1 there, I reckon, and we were told at the driver's briefing that there was some witches' hats into 3, just so you don't get caught in the mud, but he's got caught in the mud. He
certainly has, and that's going to cause a bit of a lengthy recovery, because it's really difficult to get them out of what is essentially a bog down there at the moment with all the rain that we've had here. Let's have a look at the field as they come across the line. Mike Roddy eventually home in the number 10 in position number 2, so that's a good start to the day. Came out of position number 12 and made up 10 spaces, so big improvements there for Mike in the Jag. And then we've got Andrew Howell, Andrew getting through in that particular car we're looking at there. Then that's Trathen, Gary Bulmer.
Barry Pritchard was number 6. He's the first Triumph across the line. He'll be letting Keith know about that, I'm sure, once they get their helmets off back there in the marquee. There he is, and here comes the Stag, smoke pouring out from underneath it. And unfortunately, that will not finish on the lead lap, but has gone, at least made it across the line. Actually, it does finish on the lead lap. Yes, he does. 8 laps completed there for Keith in the number 40. Gets the job done there nicely. I guess he would be ruining the fact that he tried to solve a half spin with a whole lot of throttle. Yep.
But we live and learn, don't we?
Was that smoke coming out there? Was that from his helmet, do you think? Or
oh, no, Keith will still have a smile on his face. He'll just be angry with himself that he's made that bloop down there at Dandenong Road as Robin Bailey already exits the track. So we go from Ondaatje to Wells to Siama. Zwartman home there in 10th. So he started out of 11th.
Yep. Phil
Impressed.
Chester.
Yep, Phil Chester in. Great to see the number 1 on the side of his car being the reigning champ. Then it's Wood, Alistair Ondaatje, Illingworth, White, Bunyan, and Shirley Cox-John. So fantastic opening race there for Sunday morning. And of course we'll see the MGs. Oh, look at that. That is, here we go. Lucky we've got the 4-wheel drive, because they're going to need all of the 4-wheel drive to drag himself out of there.
And a fishing line, I think.
Yes, you're right. A very long snatch and strap, at least. Very long snatch and strap. All right, thank you. Thank you, Bruce, very much. We've got coming up next the Tyre Power HQs, and we'll be back with more in just a couple of moments.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Here in HQ land, joined by Mark McDonald. He's got quite a legacy of racing in the HQs, the Tyre Power HQs, and he's here this weekend. You're not in competition, but you are heavily involved in this car.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah. I do the car prep, own the car. My brother Glenn, he drives the car and has done for the last, 30 years. Yep. In 92, I think we started the campaign.
So going back through 30 years of memories, what are some of the highlights that stand out for you in competition in HQs?
Well, foremost, the camaraderie of the people involved in the category, that's awesome. And especially at the minute, everyone that's involved in it is up there with the best group that we've had, I suggest. We've won CAMS titles, state titles, lots of races. We won the Chaos Cup at Phillip Island 3 years in a row. Lots of ups, lots of many downs. So we're actually looking forward to having a good weekend this weekend.
And also your association with Carl McHenry, one of the greats of the sport as well. He was a good friend of yours.
Absolutely, yeah. He joined the category about the same time as we did. And over the years we built up a very good friendship on and off the track. Shared information and secrets and stories and beer drinking, all the usual stuff. But a bit saddened and shocked the day we heard that he wasn't very well. And he put up with his issue for a long time without a lot of people knowing, I think. And then when the day came when he left us, that left a pretty big hole in everybody. So it's great that we can all get together and commemorate that. He was a life member of the HQ Association for his effort. And probably a big reason why we're here at this historic meeting is because of his efforts to get us on board. He certainly played a big part in us supporting the historics at Winton as well as here. His father, Kev, he did a lot of the race prep, engine building, things like that. I think he's going to be here this weekend to be a part of the celebration, if you like. For us to have 41 HQs on the grid, Carl will be up there beaming. He'd love that.
Absolutely sensational. And Carl was a good friend to the whole HQ community and the wider Australian motorsport community as well. So we say big thank you to Mark for joining us down here in the paddock to have a chat.
No worries, mate. Just wish everyone good luck and safe racing. May the best man win.
Thank you very much. Yeah, sage words there about Carl McHenry, who with the memorial race here this weekend. I'm Darren Smith, joined alongside with me. He's one of the stalwarts from the very beginning of HQ racing, and a lot like Carl, a great bloke. Can be a little bit rough around the edges and hard to handle at times, a little bit of a prima donna, but David Amor, welcome.
Thank you very, very much, and it's absolutely a fantastic day. Carl McHenry, a fantastic mate, a fantastic fighter for HQs and done a hell of a lot. And Kevin and his wife is here today also. So 41 HQs. This is for you up there, Carl. Keep an eye on it, mate, because we had a rip-roaring race yesterday. We got race 2 today. And the boys from New South Wales is up the front. 2 Victorians right behind them. We've got a Tasmanian there, the number 1 car. He won the Nationals up in Darwin some 4 months ago. So, mate, we've got sort of 20 cars and drivers trying to fit into the first 5 positions. So it's awesome. We've got some great racing going to happen, and it's already happened yesterday.
Certainly was. Race 1 yesterday was mega, and I've got to say, being a staunch Victorian, as you are as well, I'm not going to be backwards and coming forwards and urging the Victorian HQ guys to push on. Something we really need to touch on, first of all, Dave, is Andrew McGilton. Didn't make it up the back straight on lap 2 yesterday. Are we going to see Andrew out today?
Yeah, we certainly are. I went and spoke to a couple of the crew members there. There he is there in the camera. Gear linkage issues.
Okay.
Gear linkage issues. They fell off, mate. No gears.
Yep.
So straight away, mate.
Tricky old M20 gearbox gear linkages, eh?
Yeah, well, it is, that's for sure. These HQ Holdens, affordable excitement. The idea is they're a 3-speed, all right? You can still have column if you want it, Darren. The old H pattern, I don't think many young people would understand what a H pattern means to today, but most of them now have got them on the floor, the Specco shifter or a few different types of shifters that we can use. 6-cylinder Holden, single carby, around about the 140 horsepower, and disc brakes, drums on the rear, roll cage in it, pull the seat out, let's go racing.
They are all the specifications of the car, and it sort of goes out the window when they're all lined up against them and everyone's got something pretty similar, doesn't it? It's sort of irrelevant what those specifications are. We see some amazing racing, and we're about to see it all again. So yesterday we saw Brett Osborne win over John Baxter to Rod Rajas, and then Philip Ashland. Great to have Philip here. It's always good to have the national champion in the field. Tasmanian, he's done a bit of mainland work this year, hasn't he? And trying to continue on with the good steady brought down from Darwin. Yeah,
it certainly is. He's got mum and dad here as well with him, so they've been backwards and forwards, you know, just over the dearest highway you could say anywhere in the world, I reckon, on the Spirit. But yeah, they're back here, and they're here for one reason, and that reason is to catch up with all their mates. Let's go racing, and let's see the bragging rights, mate, by race 3 this afternoon.
So we, I guess the Victorians, we're watching for Rod Rajas. He'll be on the second row of the grid, and then Andrew McLeod, Perry Beckers, Steve Banks in there as well, and then Bruce Heinrich, the South Australian, the first of the South Australian. A truly national category going on this weekend.
Yeah, it certainly has. We've got one car from Northern Territory, Peter Anderson, which is absolutely fantastic. The only state that's not representing this weekend is WA. I'm sure they raced last weekend and they're racing in 2 weeks' time, so it makes it a bit hard. But you've got to realise 14 of these cars have raced in the last 8 days. So I've done extremely well. We've got 9 cars from Queensland, a heap of cars from South Australia. And like you said, Joel's dad's there, Bruce Heinrich. He's a veteran. He's almost a has-been. So good to see him in the 21 car. Be interested to see how he goes. And also Johnny Wise has taken the cue out of the rack after 4 years.
Good to see John Wise back at the track. It's always a good day when John takes to the track. This is the grid. This is how they'll line up. It's Brett Osborne right next to John Baxter. Rod Rajas in P3 in the number 33. Phil Ashland, number 1. In position number 4 to Andrew McDonald, Perry Beckers, Steve Banks, Bruce Heinrich, John Wise out returning to the game out of position number 9. Ray Jardine, a guy that works pretty hard behind the scenes with the HQRA. And then we go to Ryan Woods, Kenny Wright in the number 13 out of 12. Darryl Couch from South Australia in the 24 out of 13. Glenn McDonald next. Then it's David Allen from NT.
New South Wales.
New South Wales. Then we go to Jake Madden out of Queensland. Scott Godding in from South Australia. James Flett from New South Wales. Another South Australian, Darren Jenkins. We go to Graham Crawford. Scott Andreski, Kyle Godding, Joseph Andresk, Ben Simpson, Tony Maloney, Graham Francis, Pete Coleman. Then out of 30 will be Ben Richards, Wayne Healy in the 222, Andrew Lawton out of 32, Kirk Potter, Michael Ling, Peter Anderson, Michael Strawn, Andrew Laudsley and Andrew Magilton in the number 14. We've got the onboard camera with Andrew, and he is down in turn 1 at the moment. Now, thank you to Shannon's for the on-board cameras here this weekend. Really enjoying what the pictures are coming out of the Shannon's on board there. Now, David, is Andrew Magilton going to get the bit between the teeth and try and charge through this field?
He certainly will, and let's hope that we can get that on-board camera with us for a fair bit of this race. This will be absolutely fantastic. Andrew is normally in the top 5, okay, ladies and gentlemen, so he's coming from rear of field. Rear of field, that makes 37 cars that he has to pass. He won't get them all in this race, but I'll be saying that Andrew should get into the top 15 by the end of race 2. He's got a lot of cars to pass. HQ holds a very wide car. So, and really the biggest difference is the spacer, which I keep on saying, which is between the steering wheel and the back of the seat, the driver. The two New South Wales, the twins, so you have a look at there, beautifully presented by Osborne Transport. And then we've got a Victorian, a Tasmanian, another Victorian. This is racing with mates, state by state, door handle, bumper to bumper. We've got 8 laps, mate. This has got to be fierce, ferocious, but fair.
I reckon cast your eyes down to turn 1 and we'll see who emerges out of there, although yesterday exceptionally well behaved. In fact, I will say after years of great racing, the HQs are all looking very clean and tidy, and they're very well looked after these days. Some great racing. There's nothing wrong with door handle to door handle racing. It's when it gets door handle torn off to door handle torn off, it gets a little bit excessive, but certainly HQs have turned on for many decades, some great racing. Thanks to Tyre Power here this weekend, also ProQuip and Bitchamil, the other category sponsors that we've got here this weekend. Back of the field, just making their way around through the Dunlop corners there. But here we go for Tyre Power, not too far away from a race start.
The track is warm, the cars are warm, the cars have built up a bit of speed, just waiting on. There's a car coming in from the pits there, so we've got someone that's got a problem.
How long can these guys idle here, David?
Probably for about another 8 more seconds. We're just waiting for the 5-second board to come up. Yes, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Get up there. Let's have a look. Red light off.
And away we go, side by side. They keep streaming out of the last corner. The two main protagonists come over. So the 86 just moves over. Brett Osborne takes that. Here comes Andrew Magilton. Have a look at this. He's just driving up the outside, just about in the grandstand, giving everyone a great look at the Middies Electrical HQ.
Certainly, as you see, Ashley Neal's in front of Rod Rogers, so he's gone from 4th up to 3rd. This is the start of the first lap, you might as well say. Looking here, turns 1, 2, 3, 4. Got Johnny Wise in the number 5 car. Beautiful looking HQs, ladies and gentlemen. Go up near the grandstand, the horse racing. Have a bit of a look at these cars. They're absolutely spot on. Glenn MacDonald, Anderson, also Crawford there in the Andrew Williams car as they all come through. There is Magilton. Magilton is up 9 spots, ladies and gentlemen. Magilton's up 9. Righto, let's keep it. Hang on to it. Here we go. 5.1 up the back chute.
He's looking for a run up the middle of the track here. That's probably the wise spot. It's going to funnel in, and they just get very willing on it here. Can't quite pick at it who's just in front of him here, but that is very willing. HQ Racing gets out of it wisely, tips into the left-hander. He's got someone right beside him in the black car there as well. There's the 45 pushing on very, very hard. That's Jake Madden out of Queensland.
Certainly is. Right in front of him is Darryl Crouch from South Australia. And he's one of the Tyre Power guys, actually. He's actually got a store, just like Kevin Stootman from Sale. So Tyre Power, absolutely fantastic. And we've also got him here sponsoring the HQ Holds, the Carl McHenry this weekend.
The 68 of Graham Crawford in the Andrew Williams car. He's got 3 names emblazoned down the side window of that car. Pick your driver, pick your favourite, and throw him in the driver's seat. Good to see Andy's car out there going around really well, and Graham Crawford starting out on position number 20 and just trying to hang on to that position, I'd say, right now.
There's Heinrich there. Heinrich has come up 4 positions. The 21 car Heinrich there, the blue car, the South Australian. Heinrich's been racing HQs since the mid-90s, you can say. A legend. He's won a lot of national championships, and he's also won the HQ 4-hour. Don't forget, the HQ 4-hour is at Winton, the first weekend of December. We have 1 car, 2 drivers and a crew. There'll be 25 plus cars there, so if you want to be involved, tap the shoulder of a HQ guy. Here comes Magilton. Magilton is up into about 14th position, 15th position, sorry. Here he goes up the back chute, 5,400 revs, up over the top. You might dab the pedal, the brake pedal, and that's about it. See Magilton there's right behind Graham Francis. Graham Francis from Ballarat, one of the very, very veterans there in the 85 car. And we've also got Scott Andreski in front of him, Ray Jardine. Magilton has had an absolute ripper of a ride, ladies and gentlemen. He's thrown egg all over my face. He's already got it up to 14th position already. Absolutely fantastic.
Right, it's a great drive, isn't it? Now, just around the tyres, you've touched on the tyre power and the Kenda tyre. What is the allocation of tyres per round for the HQs?
Well, most drivers will have 4 brand new tyres for this weekend. They've got a couple of spares. The wets we don't need, Darren, which is absolutely fantastic. Kenda tyres, we all run the same camshaft. We all keep it very neat and tidy. It's full of all excitement. We've got Pettis suspension, we've got the Kenda tyres, and we're doing it extremely, extremely well. So we've got Baxter in front of Osborne, and then we've got Ashland, Heinrich, the TV's gone. We're trying to get that back. And on Perry Beckers, McLeod, Wise up into 8th, Steve Banks 9th, doing extremely well. Kenny Wright from the rear of the field up into 10th. Ryan Woods, McDonald, Crouch, Dave Allen from New South Wales, and Scott Andrestick rounding out the top 15.
So it is John Baxter leading the way in the number 51 over Osborne in the 86. I don't know how the team orders work here. They've got the Osborne emblazoned down the side of 3 of the cars, but at some point does someone have to give that up to one of the other guys, as Crouch now gets into the lead. Baxter and Osborne have gone back a spot. Phil Ashland in the number 1. Got a bit of a timing glitch going on here.
Yep.
Sorry, and a vision glitch at the moment, but certainly cars continuing on. They've got 2 laps done, and they're still very, very well bunched up together. And we start to get a bit of a look as they come through turn 3. Through turn 12 onto the straight. Baxter, Osborne, Phil Ashland in the number 1. Rod Rogers doing the Vicks proud, pushing on in the number 33. He's in position 4. Bruce Heinrich, how's that one? He's pushing on well as well. Bruce Heinrich coming out of position number 8, found his way into the 5. Perry Beckers in the number 90. He started out of 6th. He's remained in 6th. And then Andrew McDonald, he's driving very well.
Yep, he certainly is. And John Wise, Steve Banks, Kenny Wright. So, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we've got no TV here at the moment. We're just going off the timing board. But it's some good, hard, fierce driving. So we've got 2 New South Wales guys in front. We've got a Tasmanian, then a Victorian, a South Australian, a Victorian Banks. Kenny Wright's rounding out the top 10, and a Victorian. So absolutely fantastic. Ryan Woods, he's just raced at every racetrack since the Nationals up in Darwin. He was in Tasmania only 4 weeks ago, racing over there as well. So he's certainly done a lot of Ks. The fastest car out there, Brett Osborne, with a 1:35.7. Baxter in front with a 1:35.85. So we're just
fastest lap to Osborne too. There, a 1:35.70. That's a good run at it. The other one, interesting, Johnny Wise, who started out at 9, is now into 8th. So returning to the category here this weekend after a couple of years of hiatus. And there was quite a few of us that had a forced hiatus for a while there, didn't we, Dave?
Certainly, yep, that's for sure. Rogers, the Flying Dutchman in the 33 car, has got past the national champion Phil Ashland, so they've swapped positions back. So we've got Baxter, Osborne, Rogers, Phil Ashland. The TV screen comes back, and then we lose it again. Then we've got Heinrich, McLeod, Beckers, Wise, Banks, Woods, Wright, Glenn McDonald in the 87 car. We've got Madden up in Queensland with David Allen, Scott Andresti. We've got Darren Jenkins as we go through the field.
Half race distance now completed. Baxter, who started out of position number 2, now into the race lead. And you got to say, at 0.3 seconds, that's the biggest lead that we've had in this race so far. It's been a side-by-side affair. Rajas returning nicely, staying in there, 1.3 behind the leader, 1 second off P2.
That is for sure. Rocket Rod, a 1:35.6 is the fastest car out there at this moment on the previous lap. Sector times are starting to show us how quick these cars are through turns 1, 2, 3, 4, then up the back chute, over the top. You hold it flat out over the top, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you what, and it's a ride of a lifetime.
What does it feel like, Dave?
I don't know, mate. I've been unable to hold it flat over the top.
Well,
no, mate, it's fantastic. It really, really is.
I saw Kevin Bartlett downstairs, and I remember the story in the 70s that KB was the first one to hold it flat in a 5,000 through turn 1 at Phillip Island. Can you imagine that back then? There was potholes like on the Hume these days.
Yeah, I tell you what, when you're young, you're a little bit silly, and you can definitely hold it flat out.
Certainly.
Drive it like you stole it, and that's what the idea is and all the rest. Once again, Brett Osborne returns serve, the fastest car out there, a 1:35.2. It's absolutely hauling.
It really is. This is good stuff, and should be really proud of what they've brought to the track here today, the HQ Racing Association of Victoria and all of their friends from interstate, a massive field. And it's a great weekend and a great event, 30 years of historic Sandown being celebrated with some great Aussie-built cars. Literally hundreds of thousands of them made their way onto the roads around the country all those years ago.
Yeah, well, mate, with the HQ Holdens, I don't know whether you realise or not, Darren, they're selling for $80,000, $100,000 now. There's a lot of people putting a lot of time and effort and bringing these cars back on there. Talking to Vic Rhodes only a couple of months ago, they won't give me the addresses, but there's over 31,000 HQs registered in Australia now.
How many?
It's gone up. Over 31,000 HQs are registered in Australia. So they were the perfect door, the perfect car. Door handles on the inside. They must have known where we got to go racing. We got a chrome bumper front and rear. And I tell you what, on the Thunderdome, they were exciting, just like they are here at Sandown this weekend. So don't forget, the 4-hour coming up. This is going to be absolutely awesome, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 39 HQs out there going through the field. We've got a bit of comms issues and problems. We're sorry. We're trying to give you what we can. I'm getting sunburned here, Darren. It's quite warm, isn't
it is a beautiful day. You're making your way out to the track. Certainly bring the sunscreen. I almost grabbed the umbrella out of the back of the car today because I thought, well, got to keep the sun off me somehow. It's a bit of a shock to the Victorians at the moment, isn't it, having all this lovely weather? But I got to say, as much as the live streaming, the broadcast is fantastic, there's nothing quite like being at the track live and in 3D, is there, mate?
Well, that's exactly right, mate. And I'm going to stand up and look through the window because I'm getting excited. We're almost down to 2 laps remaining, ladies and gentlemen. 2 laps remaining. We're just trying to lift up the curtain so we can have a bit of a look. Darren can get a bit of sunshine. He won't take all of it. He would take a fair bit of it, I can tell you.
I'll cast a shadow on you, mate, that's for sure. You'll step out from it, though.
Yep, I'm sure I will. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, on the front straight. I can see him coming, just like you. Have a look. The 2 New South Wales guys. Rod Rogers is right up behind Brett Osborne. 1 lap to go. The last lap forward, Darren. This is going to be exciting. Andrew McLeod. We've got the Bruce Heinrich. Woods doing extremely well. Beckers, Wise, Banks. Geez, Kenny Wright's done extremely well. He's certainly come up through there.
McDonald gets through in the Ready Rooster car, going nicely indeed there. Baxter still leading the way. It's been between the 51 and the 86 out front, but the positions have juggled and changed all the way through the field. Glenn McDonald in the 87, doing a nice job there. Started out of 14th, sitting in 12th, made up a couple of spots. The problem is if he's made up a couple, someone's gone back a couple. Healy in the 222.
Righto, Darren, it's all about me now on the HQs. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, up the back chute. Have a look at this. Rod Rogers up into 2nd position. Brett Osborne may have an issue. He's back to third. Rocket Rod, here he goes, up the back chute. He'll go around the outside, over the top, 185,000 K. Up over the top, side by side. Woohoo! Have a look at that. Oh, mate, it's a 5-cent piece between side door to side door of that car. Johnny Baxter's just got it in front. Rocket Rod, can he do anything? Underneath the Penrite Bridge as they all come screaming through. Up over the top, keep an eye on all those ones. But here we go. First, Rod Rajas down the inside. Can he do anything? No, Johnny Baxter smashes the nose off the front of the HQs. That's a commentary term only. Have a look. Here they come onto the front straight. Rocket Rod, we've got Baxter. Baxter first. Rocket Rod in second. Oh, here they go. Oh, checkered flag. Rod Rajas done extremely well. The Tasmanian, Ashland, McLeod, Heinrich, Woods, Beckers, Wise, doing extremely well. Kenny Wright right on the bumper bar there of Banks as we go right through the field. We've got to talk it up right the way. McDonald, Allen, Madden, Scott Andreski, South Australian captain there, Jenkins, Rajardine, Godding, the Harvey's car there, the Godfather, Joe Andreski, as they scream through. We started with 39, we had 38 finished by the looks of it. The Petters car, beautiful looking car, that one. And also Legality had problems yesterday. Looks like he's fixed his car. Mick Magilton, Andrew Magilton. I don't know what happened to him. I'm not sure. Tony Maloney, the number 99 car. We've also got Mark Porter there in the 33 car from Queensland. Graham Francis, the 85 car. As they come through, here comes the Northern Territory, number 88, Anderson. He'll be happy. He'll be excited. The car's still straight and he still goes over the start-finish line. Still got a couple of more stragglers. But ladies and gentlemen, that is race 2. We've got race 3 happening later on this afternoon, Darren. And hopefully we can get that TV working. Thanks to Blendline, absolutely fantastic. Watch it, see it, smell it. You can almost touch it.
David Amor, that was fantastic, mate. For a guy that was stuck out in the middle of nowhere with his whole body shaking a couple of months ago, you have not lost your song, mate. That is absolutely fantastic. 2:10 p.m. this afternoon. Stay in touch with us for a little bit more, David Amor. How good was that? Baxter gets through, Rajas into 2, Osborne, and then our national champion home in position number 4. We've got plenty still to come your way. Formula 5000 will be on next as David Amor goes for a rub down and a nice cool drink between now and 2:10. Formula 5000s will be on track in just a few moments.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Okay, and very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Ron Simmons and Bob Morrow bringing you the next event, which is the Formula 5000 event, brought to you by Dana Precision. Your contact is Porter Deadley down there on page, what are we, about page 10 or something of your program there. So look, there's a bit of a delay, a recovery going on somewhere from that previous race, which was the HQ cars. So we'll just bring up to a little bit of speed about Formula 5000. I introduce Bob Morrow to the commentary box. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning, Ron. Yes, well, these are the fastest historic racing cars on the planet. Originally, obviously, I suppose, from America. They were a little bit like Formula Fords in that the Americans were sick of blowing up very expensive racing engines. So they decided, well, why don't we just drop a homegrown 5-litre V8 in the thing? And that was born in the late 60s. Went worldwide. It became our and New Zealand's Formula and South Africa's Formula 1 car. It was big in Europe, and in fact, as we'll go through the list of cars, a lot of the cars were made in England. Lola, March, all of the big manufacturers, not all of them, Brabham never made one, but most of them did. And then we've got McRae's, which were built by Graham McRae in New Zealand, who himself was a fantastic driver, won the Tasman at least once. And he built a car, and we've got Peter Brennan driving one of them today, sitting on fourth row of the grid. Fourth position of the grid, not rows, second row. So every one of these cars has a history. If we've got time, we'll probably go through it, but Frank Harris's car, actually, you would be sitting beside Zazarin on the front row of the grid, is an ex-Teddy Paulette car, who was a Formula 1 driver, and we saw quite a few Formula 1 drivers, Alan Jones, various others hop into the seat of a Formula 5000 every now and then. So the cars have a 2-lap warm-up, Ron.
Thanks, Bobby. Yes, 2 laps to get things warmed up as they pull up behind the Cool Drive course car. And again, a big thank you to the Blanchard family for coming on board to allow us to use their, I think it's their sort of car they use at shopping centres and things like that around the place. But it's always great to see the Blanchard family getting behind motorsport, as they have done for many, many years. A few technical problems here, Bob, as we've had our big screen go, and now looking at a little screen about the size of a laptop, but we can see it all now, which is good stuff. And young Daniel's been working flat out behind us here with plugging things in and wires going every which way. What you don't see goes on behind the scenes. But anyway, the car's doing their couple of warm-up laps. They're just heading around that turn 4, that is. There's the medical car, which the team there, and of course the fire and rescue service guys are doing a fantastic job this weekend. Fortunately, I don't think we've actually had to use them in anything too serious this weekend.
No, thank goodness.
As they come up there, as you can see them there, they're just going past what was the old international circuit where the cars used to turn left there and go inland and go round about where that white ute is there and head out towards Danny Road Quarter, which is quite an interesting circuit when it was running.
Yes, that was when Malcolm Fraser gave $1 million to, I presume, the Light Car Club, or it might have been the VRC, to extend the track so that it would make it an international track. And we had 2 world champion sports car races here.
Pretty exciting they were too, Bob.
They were, and one of the exciting bits was, of course, watching the Porsches. Hamilton, who the Australian distributor had the Porsches up the road, and they drove them down the highway to Kent. But here they come rolling up to the start. Coming up to the starter, he drops the flag, and they are away. Looks like Zazarin has out-dragged Harris. And if you've got a program you're wondering who 33 is, it's Harris. He's in the program as 21, but that's him, car number 33.
Yes, Harris, of course, ran away with it a little bit yesterday, but it was certainly the Harris-Russell-Brendan race that was on yesterday, or Brennan, back there with David Crabtree. But great racing yesterday. Zathers did leave the rest of it behind, but Darcy Russell and Frank Harris had a great dice.
Bill Hemming is round the back there. Bill, who used to actually own Elfin at one stage. Yesterday he didn't have third gear. It looks like today he hasn't got third gear.
Well, I was down the pits there before, and they were busily working away on that. I see the old Kenny Zinner was working on the gearbox.
Oh,
Kenny Zinner's been around for many, many years.
He's the gearbox wizard.
He is, certainly well into his mid-80s, and he's still working away down there, but he may have or may not have sorted the problem out. But third gear in a Formula 5000 is what you really need around Sandown.
Yeah. And Dean Cam has come up to from his 5th position on the grid into 4th, and he's chasing Russell down at the moment. They're doing, we'll see what their flying lap is. Yesterday Zazarin did a 12.5 on the last lap. I think Harris was getting a bit close to him, so he put his foot into it.
David Crabtree coming around turn 4. David, of course, an old stalwart of all sorts of motorsport, everything from speedway to touring car racing and open wheeler cars. He's had some nice little open wheelers over the years, and he has this nice little Formula 5000 car, which is a March 73A.
Yes, a similar car driven by Splat. Unusual. March didn't make many Formula 5000, so we've got 2 of them on the track today, both the same model. And Russell is harrying Harris, as he did yesterday, and nearly pulled off 2nd place, and he looks like he's looking for it again. Again, he does nip back, get a bit of a slipstream. He sort of didn't do that yesterday, and he's out of it now, but I don't think he's going to be able to outbrake him at the end of the straight. Harris, in the meantime, has got Zazarin right on his side. Zazarin has done a 14.5. Harris a 14.8, but Russell has done a 13.8. So Russell has definitely got his foot right into it. Those 3 running away from Cam, back and forth.
And Darcy Russell, of course, is only a sometime racer. He doesn't race all the time, so he's getting his hand back into the action.
And he bought that car in 1989.
Did he really?
So he's had it 33 years.
He's a bit of a wheeler and dealer in all sorts of motor cars and bits and pieces, is our Darcy. A very likeable character.
Well, here he goes. He looks like got up the inside and he's past Harris. So as you were talking about Darcy Russell, he takes over 2nd position. Now, can he catch Zazarin? 2 laps down, 5 to go. 3 laps down, 4 to go. As Harris comes back and gets under Darcy Russell. Great dice here for second position. Outbreaks Russell. Russell goes up onto the outside. Can he get round?
Oh,
no,
he
he
got
can't.
past it again.
He got past. So Russell back into second. These cars have passed twice on this 1 lap. So let's see what Harris can do up the back straight. He's getting in there behind for a slipstream. This is the fastest part of the track, even though it's uphill. Now he pulls out a little. He eschews the slipstream, gets back in again, then decides he'll go down the inside. No, Russell is holding him off all the way down in the Dandenong Road corner.
Great dice for these cars, and we've got a couple of Lolas in amongst these cars, and like Darcy Russell is actually in a Lola, and it's quite common knowledge that you actually could end up with what they call the Lola limp if you happen to have a bit of a bang with one of these cars.
Well, you're always welcome in the pits, and if you come in the pits and you have a look at one of them with the nose cone off, you'll see why, because your feet are sticking out in front of the front wheels.
And one of our driver liaison men, of course, is Kevin Bartlett, big Kevin Rev Bartlett. He's here, and he has got the Lola limp,
Yes.
I'm going to tell you.
Well, whether he's got third or not, Hemming is having a great dice with Splat. They're both doing 21.5s, nothing in it between them. So they're having a ball, whether they're worried about coming last or not. They're still having a ball. Zazarin gets down into the 12s. He's done a 12.5. He's opened up his lead by 2 seconds.
Oh, maybe a piece of tyre or something that's gone off the car there. I'm not sure what that was.
Something flew through the air. So Splat pulling away from Hemming now, and he's actually done a 20.4. So
there's Bill Hemming back there in 8th place. Chaz Talbot, unfortunately, a non-starter this morning. He had a few issues with his car yesterday when he was running up near the pointy end, but I'm not sure exactly what did happen with his car, Bob.
well, Harris is being attacked by Cam now. Dean Cam is right up behind Harris with 5 laps down, 2 to go.
And this is Harris is having a bit of an issue there.
Yes, just drove off the track. Very unusual. That Cam immediately seizes that opportunity and moves up into 3rd position.
3 laps remaining. I was just checking to see we weren't looking at the checker flag because they seemed to ease up as though they were slowing down for that. But no, the 2 cars are still competing there, but he's dropped back for some reason. So he's got 74, which is the Dean Cam car in front of him.
And Darcy Russell has now got the fastest lap of a 12.55. Mind you, he's only got fastest by 0.04 of a second, but he's got fastest.
That'll do it.
Yep.
Okay, looking at a replay here.
Something
It's,
flying up.
Splat,
Oh, it's the back of Bill Hemming's car.
Could be Splat's car or
I'm thinking
Bill
it was
Hemming's.
Bill's.
So the field spread out now with Zazaris doing a 1:11 now. He just said, I'll go a little bit quicker than I was before.
Yes.
So that's good stuff.
Yeah, and he's done 11 and 11.9. So, yes, he's decided to stop mucking around. 2 laps to go. Let's put our foot in it.
And through the miracle of all things being plugged in the correct way, we've now come back with our big screen, Bobby.
Oh, isn't it big?
We won't have to squint anymore. Okay, so Zazaris, as you say, still out in the lead. Russell, Cam there, Dean Cameron, and then Harris. And then Brennan. Brennan was a bit quicker yesterday. We weren't sure. He must have a slight issue. I saw the guys working on his car furiously a bit earlier on. And that was Harris then getting past 74, which is the Dean Cam car. So, and that is somebody slowing up on the last lap.
That's Bill Hemming.
Bill Hemming, unfortunately. Something may have actually important fell off his car before. We wouldn't see what it was, but in fact, I think they're probably trying to not drive over. It's on the road here somewhere. Amazing amount of twisting and turning the cars do.
Under braking, yes.
Braking areas, it's amazing.
As they're probably doing 200 kilometres an hour, maybe more. Down there, probably 250. So they get a little bit squirmy when they slam the brakes on. Great picture there of Dean Cam.
So Harris has actually picked up that third place again. He got ahead of Cam, and here's our lead car 24, Paul Zathras.
Zazarin has had that car since 2010. So he's well experienced in it. He's raced it overseas. And New Zealand, which of course is overseas, but I believe he has gone to America with it. So he's a very accomplished Formula 5000 driver.
Beautiful wheels to sell too.
Yes.
Australian classic wheel.
So there's the checkered flag.
Checkered flag. And Russell comes in for a good earned second place there.
Yes.
He really did get the thing cranking along, but way behind, or not way behind, 1:11.9 for Zazaris at 1:12.5.
Well, here comes Harris for third, but we're missing Cam. There's
Here
Cam a long way back. So,
and then that will be Brennan. And then David Crabtree, he'll be happy with that. Anytime he finishes, he's very happy.
Not as happy as he was at Winton when he won a race in the wet, not in his 5,000, but in his...
Bill Hemming just rolling over the line for some reason.
Yes. All right, that's it. Zazarin, Russell, Harris, Cam, Brennan, Crabtree, Splatt and Hemming. That brings up the complete list of Formula 5000s, and we'll see them later on this afternoon.
Thanks, Bob, and thanks to Adana Precision for bringing us that particular event. That was the Formula 5000, always an exciting event. And we're over on, that was page 36 of your program. And we'll look over to the page for the next event. This program, of course, put together by a VHRR member in Grant Campbell. He does a beautiful job in putting these programs together. It's almost a bit like buying a motor magazine. Nice stories and lovely photographs and things in it. So we'll be looking for Darren Knight to come on board very shortly for the Just Cars event, the Historic Touring Cars Group 1. So we'll take a break for just a moment.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
And welcome back. I'm joined alongside by Fraser Ross, who's very kindly this weekend turned up to Sandown in what is perhaps one of the most lavish-looking cars. Albeit it's not a historic racing car; it's a current, fully fledged GT3 thoroughbred. But Fraser, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
No, thank you. It's great to be here. Great to be here at Sandown Historics, the VHRR. Obviously the passion with the historic cars is very live and well, and great to be here. Big crowd, big entry after a few years off, so it's great.
As you said, it's been a couple of years to get to this point, so the vibe in the paddock is absolutely sensational, but your family has intrinsically linked with historic racing as well.
Yeah, of course. My dad's racing this weekend in the XD Group C car. I spent a number of years here racing the Group N car, raced the Shelby, so our passion for historic cars is always there, and we love racing. So when I'm not racing this, I'm here with Dad, or I try to drive his cars in historic. So nice to see him running the car. Nice to be here with the Audi with Shannons, obviously. So it's great.
Guess you could say you're a motoring enthusiast, but there's a couple of exciting opportunities on the horizon. We won't get too specific about that, but could you elaborate just a little bit, give us a bit of a sneak peek about the future?
Yeah, of course. So obviously we've come off the bend with the Shannon's Audi on debut there. We're second, which was good. Nice to beat with the Wing Cup there. Next week I jet over to France for some testing in Magny-Cours for a week. In an LMP3, come back in the Shannon's Audi on the streets of Adelaide for the final round of GT World Challenge Australia.
Fantastic. We say a big thank you to Fraser for joining us this afternoon, and you've heard it here first on Blendline TV.
Okay, thanks, guys. And we're bringing Darren Knight to the commentary box for the first time this morning. Good morning, Darren.
Good morning, Ron. Good morning, everyone. And good morning to everyone streaming on Blendline TV. Great to hear from Fraser Ross and the Shannon's Audi. Fraser mentioned that he has done some historic touring car racing here before in Dad's Mustang that's now moved on to another owner, and he certainly was one of the real front runners too when he was running that 68 Mustang here, Ronnie. But coming up very shortly we'll have the smaller cars, Division 1 we'll call it. So there's two groups of historic touring cars this weekend. The grid is so huge, so here we're seeing all of the smaller capacity cars, and a big win to David Brown yesterday morning in that very quick Datsun 1600, Ron.
Oh, fantastic event. I mean, here he was. Usually I have seen him before being up the front, but yesterday he was well and truly out the front, doing very, very well and doing justice to the Just Cars event. Just Cars magazine, of course, bringing this event. So find your next classic, unique or modified car today with Just Cars.
Great to have Just Cars on board. Category sponsor for historic touring cars in Victoria, and always plenty to drool over on the pages of Just Cars magazine every month. And it's great to have them on board. Can anyone reel in that Datsun, Ron? Robert Van Stockham did his best in the BMW, overcame those very quick Holdens yesterday, Claude Ciccatelli and Phil Shepherd, but Brown certainly strutted the field in that number 73 Datsun.
Yes, extremely quick. I mean, they were a fairly quick little car in their day, but I didn't think they were quite that quick, but never mind, that's the way they go, and he's doing it very well. From Brown Davis roll bar people, I've had one or two roll bars built by David over the years.
Have you had to use any in anger for what they're designed
Fortunately
for?
not.
Excellent. Good
Fortunately
to hear.
not. No, I managed to keep it on the right side up.
Unfortunately, we'll be missing this morning Jerry Leinster in the Cortina. Had a fuel fire under the bonnet of that black Mark 1 yesterday, which saw the race start under yellow flag safety car conditions, first couple of laps, while they removed that Cortina. So he won't be out there, unfortunately. Either will John Battersby in his Cooper S from New South Wales. He had a clutch problem, and also Rod Evans in his Cortina had a piston problem in a brand new motor. So not a great weekend for Rodney. David Forbes also had a bit of a DNF2 in the beautiful XM Falcon hardtop. Gearbox problems at that little gearbox behind that six-cylinder Ford, not exactly designed for racing, as David found out, unfortunately.
I had a look at that car yesterday, and believe me, it's in concourse condition. Absolutely beautiful. Would win any concourse, I'm sure, if he went to the local car show.
Certainly is a car that has many years resided in WA with the hands of Rob Semple, and also raced in Tasmania with John Rowley. So a very long competition history, and it certainly a beautiful looking car. So we'll see if he comes out for this second race.
I saw Laurie Nelson down in the pits as well, and I remember racing Laurie here at the Sandown in his Falcon with not too many suspension tweaks to it. I can tell you what, he should have taken his quells before he started the race, because it was all over the shop. Very quick in a straight line, but the little Mini, of course, ran him up on all the bends. But great stuff. Good to see Laurie here. All right, cars getting out there. They're making their way around for a little warm-up lap. Beautiful little Alpha there, car 25.
Vince Parisi, who we usually see behind that wheel, that extremely unique Simca Vedette. So he's back behind the wheel of that silver Alpha that he hasn't run for quite some time.
Okay, I wasn't aware that he had that car as well. That's good to see. Nice to have a choice.
Phil Barrow on screen, that very quick FJ Holden. What a great performance we saw from Phil yesterday. Finished in the top 10 in one of the oldest cars in the field. Actually, it is the oldest car, with Eddie Dobbs FE Holden not far behind, but Phil, what a performance, 10th in that FJ.
Yes, we must remind people too that if you want to buy a car that's a running car and it looks a pretty good car on the track, that's Eddie Dobbs in the FE Holden, the ex-Graham Blanchard car, and it's quite reasonably priced too. So go out to the back of the pits there in the touring car pit area and have a talk to Eddie Dobbs.
The Dobbs machine actually has period racing history, the only car in the category here this weekend with actual racing history back in the day.
Exactly.
These cars, they're old cars, but they're built to a set of modern, if you like, rules. Although Appendix J first got it going again in the early 80s. So a lot of these, most 99% of these cars don't have competition history back in the day, but the Dobbs FE Holden definitely has with Graham Blanchard.
Graham Blanchard. And of course, drum brakes, 3 on the tree as we used to call it for the gear shift. But beautifully presented by Eddie, as always.
Unfortunately, looks like we're missing Phil Shepherd in the silver EH from Tasmania. He was due to start out of grid 4. He's not lined up, so Claude Ciccatelli all by himself there on the second run of the grid. Very quick number 82 burgundy coloured EH Holden, but it'll be David Brown starting out of pole alongside Rob Van Stockram, the BMW. Then it's Ciccatelli. Then it's the Lotus Cortina of Peter Van Summeren, number 7. He'll start alongside that yellow Cooper S of Paul Battersby. Getting ready for a start now. Race 2, Group 1 of Historic Touring Cars, brought to you by Just Cars Magazine. Good start from Van Stockram. Not a great one for Brown. Ciccatelli right on his tail, but what a start from Van Stockram. Hooked up well. Now Brown is into his stride. As we see the 333 of Stephen Jeffs get away well too in that grey EH Holden.
Making him earn the first corner. This is for sure. Round they go, almost side by side. The rest of the field making their way through. The little minis tucking in there between the Cortinas and the EH Holdens.
Ian Pringle, the number 28 Cooper S, trying to hold out that number 7 Lotus Cortina of Peter Van Summeren. Richard Hill right up there too in the number 12 Cooper S. He's having a look up the inside of Van Summeren as well.
Oh, the mini right up on 2 wheels.
Well, that's the only way they drive those things.
What a move! Not quite that far up on 2 wheels.
What a move from Hill. Up the inside of Van Summeren as they head out onto the back straight for the first time. The first of 8 laps for Group 1 of Historic Touring Cars.
Car 33 with a false start.
That is Peter George in the Lotus Cortina. He'll be slapped with a 5-second penalty added to his race time. As the minis stream through the S's. Hill looking up the inside of the 271 machine of Battersby. Richard Hill, we saw him start from the rear of the grid yesterday after a yellow flag infringement during qualifying, and he fought his way up to 12th, and now really starting to put the pressure on Battersby with Ian Pringle in the number 28 Cooper S also coming under fire.
Great dice for 3 in a row there down the main straight as they head off down towards well, they call it turn 1, but it's been known to me for many years as Shell Corner. As Brown gets round the corner first, then Stockram, and then that will be Ciccatelli. And now we've got the little minis coming through with Hill, Battersby.
Just caught a glimpse there, Ron, of Peter Van Summeren coming into the pits in the number 7 Lotus Cortina. So disappointing there after that very strong run into 5th yesterday.
Absolutely. Minis still dicing up around into turn 4, up on the curves they go.
Hill on that lap has rounded up both Pringle and Battersby.
And here's Eddie Dobbs right in the middle of all these Cortinas and the other FJ Holden of Barrow, having a great dice here. The old 6-cylinder motor really screaming itself off as they come up the back straight. Great gaggle of cars there. EH Holdens, and there's another mini up on that's that Battersby that got himself up on 2 wheels as well. So a fair bit of grip out there on the circuit today.
Les Wormsley in the number 99 Cortina goes up the inside of Phil Barrow. Phil Barrow trying to fight back, but Wormsley has that position and moves up into 11th, knocking on the door of the top 10. The former Charger pilot for many, many years got back into Cortina a couple of years ago and really reveling in the little light and nimble number 99 Ford. as he starts to line up now the FE Holden of Eddie Dobbs, who's having a cracking run at the moment. Let's hope it continues.
And look at Barrow in behind Wolseley. He's having a great dice with the old FJ Holden. FJ, you would have thought maybe with the big motor he's pulling out, he's getting into the braking area, but he'd be testing the old drum brakes as he comes up in behind Eddie Dobbs. Wolseley maybe just in front of Barrow. Yes, he is. Oh, Barrow on the outside.
Lifting your wheel if you don't mind.
It's getting pretty desperate out there. I'll tell you what, those drum brakes have been working so hard, they're never quite sure which way you're going to go when you put the brakes on.
Little 13-inch steel wheels under the guards of the FJs, gets sideways out of the old Peters corner.
And the old Storm, of course, Teddy Brewster still amongst that group as well. Ted's back in 15th, but he's in the NB category.
Not too far behind the red BMW of Justin Brown. Walmsley again has his mirror full of the FJ Holden of Phil Barrow, with the number 67 Lotus Cortina, 63 Lotus Cortina of Michael George, not far behind Barrow as well.
Eddie Dobbs having a good run, being in the top 10 in the old FE, so proof's in the pudding. If you want to go out there and buy the car, it's got the score on the board.
Certainly has no shock here to see David Brown post the fastest lap of the race so far, a 1:30.8, as he continues to lead from Rob Van Stockram and Claude Ciccatelli in the EH Holden in third. Brown on screen now in the BMW, trying to get onto the tail of Mike George in the Lotus Cortina number 63.
Good line of stern shot there as they come to go around into turn one. Walmsley goes through, Barrow, and then car 63, very nice of George. And then 25, that's the lovely looking little BMW of Brown, Justin Brown.
Back on screen, Van Stockram in the silver BMW number 23, holding down second place in front of Ciccatelli in that very rapid EH Holden number 82. But he is rapidly being caught by Richard Hill in the number 12 Cooper S. Barely slowing down the hill there, Ron.
The hill, the Pringle and Battersby race of many so having before is just a bit drawn out now. They're not up in each other's boot, but they were making a good effort of it before. As you say, I think Hill's about to pick up the EH Holden. Up on 2 wheels he goes again.
Saving on rear tyre wear with almost cocking its leg like a dog. The the Mini, as they do.
Yes, if you tighten up the back end with a big sway bar on a Mini, that's what it's going to do every time. I suppose we held the record at one stage for the wheel up in the air going round turn one, which was the old shell corner in my sports sedan. He was about a foot off the air, but I didn't know about it. It was a great photo. So, yes, I think Hill just made him, yes, I thought he did. He made a bit of a mess of that. Turned it in a bit too late.
A little bit of Ryobi edging going on there for Richard Hill, and that he's lost a little bit of track position distance now to that car in front of Ciccatelli as he tries to get onto the podium. So Ciccatelli still holding down that third as Justin Brown, the red BMW, now starting to really put the pressure on Mike George in the Lotus Cortina number 63.
Nice little car to drive the Lotus Cortinas. So, look out, it's getting very close to the camera, isn't it, on the wall coming out of turn 4. Makes you sort of almost pull yourself back. That's a fantastic shot. Thanks to Blendline TV for really putting on a great show. They've got cameras in all the right spots this weekend.
So Walmsley 99, Dobbs in 27. Now Barrow challenging George. Thought about having a look down there on the run down to Dandenong Road. Brown right behind the FJ of Barrow. That little grey motor certainly working overtime as he tries to reel in that Lotus.
Yes, he's doing a good job when you consider the age difference, the handling difference, the weight and everything else that's involved. And 63, of course, doing it pretty well with George and then Barrow. Barrow, of course, driving what was his father's car from memory.
Very long history of racing early model Holdens. The Barrow family, as we switch back to this battle between Ian Pringle in the number 28 Cooper S and Paul Battersby in the yellow machine at number 271. That's the battle for 5th place at the moment as Battersby gets right up on the curb coming onto that back straight.
Yes, Battersby really throwing it up onto the ripple strips. And you do really feel those ripple strips when you go up on them. There's a rattling sort of a noise comes on from under the car. But these, you've got the typical Mini idea of actually having the bonnet slightly ajar at the top on the catch. You've got the bonnet straps, of course, so the bonnet won't fly up. But it just gets that little bit of air into the...
That's a cunning plan, an old mini plan, is it, Ron?
Absolutely. Have it up on the second catch.
We used to see those famous shots of the Gagan Mustang with the rear edge of the bonnet propped up to let a bit of air out. Then Cam said, no, you've got to put that back down.
Yeah, it's a bit of an old trick, really. But anyway, he's doing it well. Oh, he's really throwing it around there. This is Battersby on Pringle, trying to tag in on the strips team. What have we got? 2 laps to go. So, been a good race. Still Brown out in front, posting a 1:30.8, and then Stockram with a 1:31.2. So not that far behind. It's a great dice, these two little minis of Battersby and Pringle.
Ian Pringle, a regular visitor to Victorian tracks from across the border in South Australia. We see him at all the circuits here for the big historic meetings, so great to have plenty of interstaters here this weekend. Battersby himself from New South Wales. Really is a draw, this historic circuit. We don't know how much longer we'll be racing here for, unfortunately, but all these interstaters definitely taking a great opportunity to run here.
Good on the interstaters, because they've had to come a long way, quite a few of them. Here we've got
Stephen Jeffs in the EH Holden from Queensland, unfortunately pointing in the wrong direction. And also Phil Barrow.
Oh, they've found it coming together, I'd say.
Hopefully not.
Look a bit pointing the wrong way.
Yeah, Phil Barrow there just getting out of the car now at the end of the front straight. Stephen Jeffs is rejoining the race. Not sure what's happened there. Hopefully we'll pick up a replay there. So Barrow out of the race, was running very strongly up there on the door of the top 10.
Doesn't appear to be any damage, whether he just spun in sympathy with Barrow, we're not sure.
Last lap for David Brown in the Datsun, our race leader. Rob Van Stockram still holding down second place in front of Claude Ciccatelli in the number 82 EH Holden, with Richard Hill having a bit of a lonely run now in 4th and number 12 Cooper S. He was on the tail of Ciccatelli before that errant run through the S's onto the grass. Gathered it back up and now trying to get back up into the tail of Ciccatelli as he's about to put a lap on Vince Parisi's Alpha.
Brown getting the signal to go past as they come up the long back straight. And in the old days, this was called Lukey Heights, of course. And then it became a cigarette name, which we're not allowed to mention.
Yes, blue striping. Anyway, we won't go into that. Another fastest lap for David Brown on that lap 7, a 1:29.85. So not mucking around, David. Hasn't put the cue on the rack. He's still out there pushing that little Datsun as fast as he can. The number 73 machine. Big lead now over Van Stockram in the BMW as he heads towards the checkered flag. And David Brown will make it 2 from 2 for the weekend for the Just Cars Historic Touring Cars, Group 1.
2 from 2.
Marvellous.
There we go.
Van Stockram takes the flag in second, not far in front of Claude Ciccatelli in that EH Holden. He'll be wrapped once again with that performance, Claude, all the way from Queensland. Another podium for him. Here's the battle right to the flag between Mike George, the number 63 Lotus, and Justin Brown in the BMW. That will go right down to the last corner.
Oh dear.
Bill Trengrove having an issue in his EH Holden with a bit of steam coming out from underneath the car as he heads towards the flag. Richard Hill took 4th. So Trengrove will get a finish, but hopefully that's not
looks a bit more like something else other than
steam or oil. Hopefully it's steam and it's just an water link or something. It does not look good at all for Trengrove. And looks like Brown got past the George Lotus. He did, so good move there from Justin Brown, the little red BMW, right in the last corner, as I predicted.
Eddie giving a nice wave too as he went over the line. Eddie Dobbs picking up 13th place. He was in the top 10 originally, but then a bit of passing going on around the place. But a great race again, Darren. The smaller capacity touring cars in Group 1 put on a good race for us there.
Just recapping the top 10, David Brown the winner from Rob Van Stockram in the BMW, Claude Ciccatelli in the EH Holden, in front of Richard Hill in 4th. Then it was Ian Pringle, Paul Battersby, Pete George in the number 33 Lotus Cortina. Bill Trengrove limped across the line in 8th in the EH Holden. Hopefully it's nothing too serious as he brings the car to a stop at the end of the front straight. Les Walmsley was 9th in the Pushrod Cortina, number 99, and Justin Brown nipped into the top 10 on the very last lap in the BMW.
Okay, good call there, Darren. Thanks very much for the Just Cars event. Which started at 10:30. So we're right on time with our racing this weekend.
And we'll have some more historic touring car action at 11:30 this morning. That'll be Group 2,
Group
the big
2.
bangers, the V8. So make sure you are online for that with Blendline TV. And coming up very shortly, we'll have the next race for Group S production sports cars, Ron.
Yes, that'll be coming up very, very shortly. So again, thanks to Just Cars, and thank you to Darren. We'll catch up with you a little bit later.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
We're here in the Formula Ford paddock. This is Andy Nethercutt. He is the driver of this beautiful Van Diemen RF87. And we've seen him in a handful of cars in the recent history as well. So he comes from Iwi Hales, from the Bellarine Peninsula or Ocean Grove area, a wonderful part of the world. Andy, thank you for joining us.
No problem at all. Great to be here.
So tell us about your current RF87. Is there a history around this car before it came into your hands?
Yes, it's got a huge history, but man, I've got a folder of stuff from the guy that bought it and had restored it up in Sydney, Scott Nichols, and he's basically restored it beautifully, and I'm reaping the benefits.
So also, those familiar with Andy might have seen him spin spanners and also offer engineering services to the ball and racing developments, more specifically in modern Spectrums. How does a modern Spectrum compare to a relatively historic Formula Ford like this?
They're so good. They don't have carbies that play up. They don't have points, all that sort of stuff. Fuel injection, everything's done by computer, so there's no problem with missing or carrying on. They have modules that can be easily replaced. Quite easy to find a fault and fix it. Whereas this, we've just replaced 3 fuel pumps, 2 carburetors, and we've still got a bit of a problem. Anyway, we're still working on it. We will get there in the end.
And how about those mighty Geelong Cats? You're a Cat supporter?
Mate, the Cats, they're awesome. Just loved watching the grand final this year. It was sensational. Even though I was away, I was able to watch it on my phone. And then I've watched it about 3 times since. Fantastic.
Sensational. And keep an eye out for Norwood Car Care as well, a handy mechanic down a bit at Bellarine Peninsula, as we said earlier. So we say big thank you to Andy for joining us.
Good day, Thank you. Thank you.
And we'll be back to the commentary box now. We are here in Formula Ford land. This is Phil Marinon. Viewers at home might be familiar with his name. He is the category administrator for the Formula Ford Association in Australia. Does a lot of work behind the scenes in ensuring that Australia's next generation of up-and-coming racing superstars can have a platform to compete in. Phil, could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, it's working really well since we've taken over some 10 or more years ago. We've now got a category manager in Icky Harrington, and they do a great job at the track organising the event and the competitors while the racing's happening. And we've also got a very good DSO in Stephen White. Our existing scrutineer is Scott Black, also does a fantastic job. And not to forget Tony Shebry, who does our media work for those weekends.
Absolutely. We're those familiar with Tony Shebecki at home. He's the voice of the MCG as well. But in your hands right there is the first draft of the 50 years of Formula Ford book. Now, this has been quite a few years in development, Phil, but it's not far off, as I understand.
Correct. It was an idea that I had with the committee, and that was in 2019. I was very fortunate to have Margaret Hardy write all the written stuff that's in the book, and she put that together reasonably quickly from a lot of information she was holding. And since then I've just been sort of collecting and collating photos and just filling up the book so that it's something of interest that covers the entire 50 years. All things being equal, we'll have it for a release sometime early next year.
And we look forward to seeing that book. It includes a foreword from Mark Webber, who was, of course, one of the Australian graduates from Formula Ford from the early to mid-90s. So we will keep a keen eye out on that book on all good book shelves, hopefully sometime early next year. Big thank you to Phil Marinon for joining us.
Thanks, Callum. Appreciate your time.
Welcome back trackside here at Sandown International Motor Raceway, the home of horsepowers. It's where the big bangers have made their home for many, many years here, and the 30th running of the VHRR Historic Sandown is going absolutely brilliantly. Thank you very much. We're getting some fantastic interaction, not only nationally around Australia, but also internationally. There's some great volunteers giving us a wave over there, wearing their official outfits and getting a bit of a respite while we've got a bit of a delay trackside. And a very big thank you to all of our volunteer officials, whether they be trackside, race control, paddock marshals, the administration of the event. There's Roger Turnside, the most experienced flag marshal, and that hat of his is about 4,000 years old. I think it's carbon dated by the Melbourne Museum, and he has a great time. There's all of our fellow media crew, the photographers, number 581 524 497, and of course there's Phil right on the end there with his dreadlocks. He has seen plenty of action right throughout this year. Ron, how good is it to be back racing? You know, Melbourne we've had a pretty tough old time of it with COVID lockdowns and things like that. We missed out on 2020. 2021 just landed. But have a look at this weather, have a look at this event. Isn't it just fantastic?
It's actually come really good. I mean, I was really worried about last week. I mean, we had torrential rain where I live up at Hillsville. That's all flooded out up there. Fortunately, we can get in and out okay, but some other poor people are stuck in the very deep water around the Yarra Valley. But we're so lucky to have snatched a couple of nice, reasonably warm sort of days. Nice to even just get into a light shirt instead of having a big heavy jumper on or a wind sheet or something. So yeah, we're absolutely blessed to have this weather today, and the racing has been pretty good up to date. So as we look at the track clearing going on, the officials down there putting a bit of I think it's kitty litter or something similar to that, brushing it onto the track where the E.H. Holden decided that they probably had a piston or something and wanted to jump out the side.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that it was coming out the exhaust pipe. Clearly not. It was coming out a seal somewhere on the old grey motor, that's for sure. Here's our schedule. We've got the historic Formula Fords race number 2 for 8 laps coming your way. The National Sports Sedans, the Precision International Sports Sedans, and of course the Victorian Championship in the QP Lube Sports Sedans. We can announce that the National Championship has been won by Jordan Caruso, and talking with John Gourlay, who owns the Audi that Jordan is driving, and that's actually the blue car just coming down pit lane as we speak, going to the marshalling area. Under less than ideal conditions, their main protagonist, Stephen Tomasi, wasn't able to make it back to the track after having engine issues. So we really do send out our best wishes to the Tomasi team. It would have been awesome to be able to bring this down to the wire, but it looks at this point in time that Jordan Caruso will be the 2022 Sports Sedans champion in the Precision International Championship. So they'll be on track at 11:30 historic touring for their second race, for Group 2 for their second race for this weekend. The Group S will be on at 10 to 12 there, and the Porsches and the Corvettes were absolutely brilliant yesterday afternoon under the clear blue skies, which we've got raining our outlook here today. And then we go into the post-1968 sports and racing P, Q and R race number 2, 61 to 69 in the M&O race number 2 for 8 laps, providing some ripping racing yesterday. And then, of course, the sports and racing for pre-1960 and Formula V, and they really do turn it on there. Regularity run at 1:10, and then we've got the parade this afternoon. Of course, we've got all of the Shannon's Insurance onboard cameras amongst our broadcast for Blendline TV. And a big reminder for everyone at the track, if you've really enjoyed your time at the track, check out Blendline TV on YouTube and join in the tens of thousands of people that have already started to join that community. So it is fantastic to see that you can access it right throughout the year. And even better that we have got this fantastic 30th anniversary of Historic Sandown put on by the VHRR, the Victorian Historic Racing Register. We've got a field of Formula Fords that will be making their way around. I believe that Bob Morrow will be making his way in here with you, Ron. In fact, that's not Formula Fords, that's Sports Sedans.
Sports Sedans. So something's gone a bit haywire there, which we're unaware about. Not sure.
Okay, so yeah, Formula Fords will be coming out from the marshalling area is the word we're just getting, but Sports Sedans is the next category after that on track.
Fair enough, okay.
Great shots the pit lane though, isn't there? Look at that difference of, that's the beauty of Sports Sedans. Everyone's got a different way of doing it, haven't they?
Yeah. I'm very, very impressed by the little Mazda 3. I've never seen a Mazda 3 going quite that quickly around my shopping centre.
Yeah, but, Ford Coyote power plant on board with that one.
Fantastic. Might just make a big shout out to some of my colleagues that have been contacting me through phone and other services. My mate Keith Spark up there in Burleigh Heads in Queensland, he's enjoying the motor racing. Keith's an old mini stalwart from way back when he was living down here in Melbourne, and in Queensland he's done a bit of racing. But my wife, even Margaret, she's come onto the technology of watching it at home on the laptop, so she's enjoying the racing as well. So the blend line certainly getting out all over the world. Somebody was telling me that a friend phoned in from Spain, and they're enjoying it from Spain. So it's certainly a wide media to be watched worldwide. Okay, Formula Ford's coming out. Formula Ford's, of course, a terrific category. The classic Formula Ford Driver to Europe Memorial Trophy, this one is. And it's the Driver to Europe feature race. And brought to us, of course, by Cool Drive. Cool Drive, the Blanchard family. Of course, Tim Blanchard, a very quick competitor in Formula Ford. And I have a feeling he's gone to the UK for the Hayes event over there, which, along with the Davison people and a number of other Australians over in the UK running into Formula Ford events over there. So
probably the most famous Formula Ford race, isn't it? The Walter Hayes Trophy.
Oh, I think so, yeah.
Over in the UK. So great to see them there. And Richard Davison, of course, took out the state championship this year in the Kent engine class for Formula Ford. So they're at the top of their game. In fact, it's hardly been a year where the Davisons aren't at the top of their game. There's always someone winning races amongst that clan. We've got a massive field. Let's have a look at this grid sheet. It'll be Jonathan Miles. He'll be starting off position number 1. Right next to him, fellow Victorian Andrew Reid. Andrew McGuinness, who's got double duties. He's driving that magnificent Brabham later on today as well. So he's in the number 2 there. Then it's Cameron Walters. We go to Dean Koutsamides out of New South Wales. So a plethora of New South Welshmen coming with us here. Of course, Cameron Walters from New South Wales as well. Andrew Nethercote, he's in there in the 88. Great to see him in the Van Diemen. John Gregg, Ian Edgar, Will Faulkner. Then it's Declan Fu, Nigel Book, Andrew Barron, Grant Walker in the number 77. The number 74, the Victorian there. Andrew McGrath from New South Wales in position number 12. Out of 14, Andrew McGrath as well. McGrath out of 14. Eric Bellamy, Guy Miller, Ben Rawson, Luke Warwick and Lyndon Arnell down the back of the field. There's our volunteer officials in their high vis, and that just happens to be Reece Carlton Carlos, a veteran of many Australian Grand Prix in pit lane and enjoying his return to motorsport after bringing up his family and setting up the grid beautifully, ready to get racing in this Formula Ford race. And we are getting ourselves well and truly set to go racing. The revs have definitely risen. There's the green flag with the crew down the back there. Big thanks to our volunteer officials. The oil flag, as it's colloquially known, or deteriorating racing service is its actual name. The the yellow and red stripes, and we get away nicely. That oil downer goes up in the air as the whole field drives over it. They won't want to drag too much of that into their inlets, into the carburation of these cars. The venerable Kent Engine Formula Ford outfits, and it is the 51 of Jonathan Miles gets a good run down, as always in Formula Ford. Side by side into turn number 2, the number 15 supported by linear bearings. Andrew Reid loses a spot into turn 1, and it's Andrew McGuinness who's getting plenty of laps, as I said before, driving the Brabham also here this weekend, so he'll be absolutely well tuned to the conditions.
Yes, good clean start there. And Miles, of course, is always the character to try and beat in these events. He's always up the pointy end. Reid, and then McGuinness, of course, is the other guy that's very, very fast in Formula Ford. He's been around all sorts of other cars, as you said before, but Andrew McGuinness. Then we've got Walters, Andy Nethercote, Craig, Edgar, Faulkner. Will Faulkner back there. The also drives other sorts of cars, of course. The Faulkner aviation business down there in Moorabbin. Very, very lovely place to go to if you ever got a chance. So still got the oil flag hanging out there. That E.H. Oldham really did leave the oil all over the track, as we see the cement dust coming up. I assume it's still cement dust they use these days. As they come out onto the main straight, come past us on the grandstand side, there's still Miles, and I think we've got Reid there. We might just have to wait till they go over the line. No, it's McGuinness, Reid, Walters, then Nethercote, Craig, Canamidis, Faulkner, Edgar, and the rest of the field going through. As they come up into turn 1, and Miles with McGuinness really pushing hard here. He'll be trying to get up on the back end of Miles in the slipstream. Reid looking for a way through there in car 15. That's the white Formula Ford. Up into turn 2 and 3 they go, round into turn 4. And Miles certainly just stretching out that little bit of a lead now as the rest of the cars come through turn 4 to go up into the back straight.
Ron, we were talking about just the weather around here. Coming on through the oil downer there, the dust looked like it was a misty old morning, didn't it, the way it was coming up in the air? And we're going to keep a good eye on the lap times because the cars are having to adjust their actual ideal racing line to stay off that, and we watch it as they come down into Dandenong Road. Clean bit of track here. It was coming out of Dandenong Road corner turn that they started to run through that dust, and they started to adjust their line, and the ideal line was covered in oil, and if we see it again, they're all going sort of tight into that right-hander.
A standing lap of 1:29.6 from Miles and a 1:30.5 from McGuinness, so they're really pushing hard even in this very, very early laps. McGuinness with Reid right in his tailpipe as they go up towards turn 1, so it's going to be a real dice to get that position as they go into turn 1, and Miles and McGuinness and Reid. There's McGuinness just holding off Reid as they go into turn 1. The rest of the field sorting themselves out as they come through. It's car 66 going through there as well, doing it very well. That's Craig. That'll be Johnny Craig. And he's mixed up with the Davison crew as well. So he goes through into 6th place. And a good dicer. We've got young Declan Fu there. He's in the Penrite car. Declan's having a drive of 2 cars today of the Penrite stable. This is the Formula 4 I should say, and the Lola sports car as well. So he's got a full weekend of motor racing. Lucky man.
Nice way to do it, isn't it? If you're going to come to the track, bring all of your toys out of the shed. Ian Edgar we just saw there in the Lola T642A, and that car looks good. Great to see Ian at the track and giving it a good hot go. Started out of 8th position at the moment. He's gone back 1 spot. That's because the Faulkner car has moved up 1 spot here. The 342, a big challenge down the inside there. The Declan Fu driving very nicely indeed. A nice clean manoeuvre down there into Dandenong Road corner.
It's very hard to pick those 2 cars. The Fu and Barron are very, very similar looking cars, similar colour schemes as well. Makes it a bit awkward. And Fu picking up a place there too on car number 91, I think that was. He just got past there. So here's the other group coming up into turn 2 and 3.
This is our battle pack in the front now. Jonathan Miles, Andrew McGuinness, and then it is Reed weighing in there. Andrew Reed in position number 3 of the Linear Bearings outfit. But changed out the front now. McGuinness has gone through front, into the lead, doing very nicely. Now, interestingly enough, I touched on earlier that the cars are having to adjust their racing line to stay as much as they can out of that dust. And they're going to go side by side, 3 wide. This is Formula Ford racing as we know it. They sort themselves out, tip it into the left-hander, and drive it down there. Andrew McGuinness eyes for this corner here, back down through the gearbox, 2nd gear out of Dandenong Road for the Formula Ford.
I'm glad Reed stepped out of that because it was going to look a bit nasty if he touched wheels at that speed up there, and particularly the cars are very light on top of the hill there. But that was good racing by the boys, all very clean. So this is going to be a good drag down here to turn 1. I think McGuinness has probably just got the legs as they go down. This is the only trouble. If you have the lead car, you're dragging the other ones along and slows you out. As Miles, though, makes another move. Then Reed gets out there. This will be a 3-way dice up into turn 1. Reed might have it on the inside. No, he gets on the inside there of Miles. And it's Miles in front now. Now, sorry, that's Reed going back and Miles. Which is pretty hard to tell. They're all changing from one spot to the next as they come through to turn 4.
Andrew McGuinness led onto the straight and came out at position 3 at turn 1.
That was a great bit of dicing.
Classic Formula Ford, line astern with each other, slipstreaming. We see it exactly the same happen in Formula V. Andrew McGuinness appears to have lost touch. The 66 is off down
Johnny Craig
at turn 4.
Johnny Craig just got off the line there. Here's these other 3 cars having a great dice. There's McGuinness, I think 50, no, it's 2 is in the lead on our screen, but it's 51, of course, is Miles. Now he's leading now, so swapping and changing every lap. They come down into the wriggly little bits here, and McGuinness, Miles, Reed having a great dice. There's another big dice going on here. This is car 21, which is leading Hawken, Edgar, Barron, and Walker.
This is the battle for... It's a battle for getting into the top 10, where you're seeing on screen now here. It's like the World Championship for turn 10. There's the Greg off, and we have got a fair whack of toe out there as well. So that's going to be interesting. Here's the 21, Ian Edgar, and he has got them rowing up behind him. Barron, Walker, Fu, and Warwick, all wanting to challenge with 3 laps remaining for this Formula Ford race. And we're seeing absolute classic Formula Ford slipstream type racing. Ex-Formula Ford are in the back of the commentary booth here. Brett Dickey loving what he's seeing. Did a fair bit of this himself. And down into turn 2 we go. Ian Edgar has got them piling up. It's the 416 of Barron, then the 74 of Greg, and it's Warwick. And coming out of turn 4 up onto the ripple strip. Try and keep it off the ripple strip with the Formula Ford. You don't want to bottom out there and tear the backside out of your car.
Fu doing really well. He's only a young guy, not very old, so He'll be in one of the junior categories of the VHRR, I'm pretty sure. So anyone under 21 is a junior member in the VHRR. So he's doing a great job, and Penrite will be pretty happy with his drive. And as I said, the other car very, very similar to Fu is Warwick, and I think Lynn Arnell also in there amongst this group. And 416 is Barron. So these guys are having a wonderful dice in the middle of the field. As you said, just like Formula Ford racing should be like. But blown up Formula Vs, really, aren't they, when they race like this?
Gee, I tell you what, they're getting very feisty with it here. The triple number cars there, a lot of big numbers in this field. Great field too, of just on 20 cars in Formula Ford starting for this race. The 77, which is Nigel Hook from New South Wales, dipping into turn 1 as Ian Edgar again is orchestrating this group that is 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, as we have got our race leaders back now. McGuinness has got himself back into P2, and they're coming up onto the back of one of the slower cars, and that car keeps out of the way. Great driving there by that slower car there. Didn't quite pick up who it was.
The wave blue flag, which was good to see.
Our leader coming onto the straight, this is Jonathan Miles, won the race yesterday. Did a best lap time of a 1:20. We haven't seen the guys getting down into that. In fact, they're 2 seconds shy of those times. And I'm going to say it's because of that oil down that they have got on the track there. They're having to adjust their ultimate racing line. And that would have been very interesting if it was the Formula Fords. They fan out across the track. Have a look at McGuinness. He wants to get the 51 into turn 1 there, but Miles has got just enough gap over him, and McGuinness goes out over the back of the ripple strip, and that's going to cost him a spot.
That's got Reed came up into that spot as well. So Reed now second, Miles out in the lead, and of course McGuinness back in third place. So these guys are really at the do-or-die effort. I'm not sure if they've been told that we're not racing for sheep stations here, but anyway, that's having a great race.
Didn't you get that memo, Ron? There is a sheep station.
I must have missed that one.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's a great dice, these three out the front. There's a great dice going back in the middle of the field, of course, as it's 15 Reed just sort of making his way very widely around the top of the Lukey Heights corner there. As they come round Dandy Road corner now, and Reed getting it up on the ripple strips as they come down into the wriggly bits before we come out onto the main straight.
The RF89, 1, 2 and 3, they certainly changed the world of Formula Fording. The RF86 with the onboard suspension, and the RF89 was the absolute end of the evolution of that car. And we have a race winner again. Jonathan Miles takes 2 from 2. Andrew Reed and Andrew McGuinness come into position number 2. Here's a replay. Turn 2, and there's a spinner, and that is the number 18.
He was down the back of the field. He's not on
that is Lyndon Arnold.
Oh yes, Lyndon Arnold.
Lyndon Arnold, and here comes the fight for the minors at the moment. It's the number 7 of Cameron Walters gets home for 4th. Andy Nethercutt in the number 88 gets home in position number 5. Great to have a Nethercutt back at the track in his RF86 Van Diemen, very, very famous chassis, the RF80 series of Formula Fords. They really did change how the future of Formula Ford racing looked, bringing all the onboard suspension and making it work very well indeed. Dean Koutsamidis, and then we've got after Dean is Will Faulkner, then Greg Hook, who recovered all back up, got home in 9th place. Warwick and Ian Edgar lost 1 spot in that battle. He was conducting the orchestra behind him, which ended up being Fu, Barron, Walker, McGrath and Arnold, who we saw spin in the black car. The number 49, Bellamy, just getting to the line there. So great race there for the Formula Fords, brought to us, I think, by Cool Drive here this weekend.
Cool Drive Blanchard family bringing us that particular event. Thank you very much. And a big thank you to the Blanchard family also for the use of their display vehicle for the course car for the weekend. Fantastic for them to come on board. So good call there, Darren. Thank you very much. And we'll stand by until we come up with the next event.
Sports Sedans.
Sports Sedans. Okay.
We'll take a quick break here at the track and on Blendline TV, and we'll be back with the big bangers of Australian motorsport, the Gods of Thunder, Precision International and QP Lubes. Sports Sedans on track next.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Great shots coming out of the driver's position. This is your point of view if you are Michael Robinson in the number 32 Bell Real Estate Pole Tech. Holden Monaro coming from the rear of the grid after, well, close enough to the rear of the grid after a big spin that he had in the first race yesterday, coming out of turn 2. And Robbo is here. Right alongside me, Darren Smith, is Brett Dickey. Brett, welcome back. It was a really good race yesterday. Temperatures are up. How are the guys feeling? Hydrating pretty heavily, I would suggest, this morning.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy to sit this one out, Darren, to be honest. Thank you for having me back. And
you're a liar.
I'm
calling you out.
Yeah, all right,
liar.
But yeah, definitely bit of UV going on down there, and the boys all got fans going on, cool suits, and lucky there's a few creature comforts out there, and a few of the guys are, as you can see in this footage, Michael Robinson's got his helmet air there pumping away. So definitely temperatures are getting up there, so these guys will be trying to get this underway as quick as possible so they can get some fresh air.
Just putting a small underline and highlight on that blue and red and black car, the Audi A4 John Gourlay's car with Jordan Caruso. He has won the Precision International National Sports Sedan Championship. We've got two classes, or two categories running as part of Sports Sedans today. It is the National Series of Precision International. You see that emblazoned across the front of the windscreens of these cars, and the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship, or the Victorian Championship, the QP Lubes, and you can tell them by the QP Lube stickers across the top of their windows. So Jordan Caruso, your champion-elect out of pole. Liam Hooper, and a fantastic representation, this Tasmanian in his turbocharged Nissan. Ash Jarvis, Tony Groves, Shane Bradford, Shane Woodman, and we are about to get underway here with the race start. The green flag is up, and it is away, and we jump beautifully. It'll be the Chevy power. Ash Jarvis splits the two guys sitting on the front row of the grid, but boy, oh boy, the turbo comes on spool and just drives right up the outside, tucks in behind Jordan Caruso. Gee, only just got that. The Aston Air car of Shane Bradford, looking super fit here this weekend. He is really looking forward to this race. He was right up on the top of his toes this morning, wanting to get on with it. Dean Cam in there as well. We've got Disco Stew. Stewie Eustace goes just off to the side there. Gee, you don't want to go off the track with it so damp infield, do you?
No, I reckon there's not much grass out there still. I think it's mostly water, so hopefully Disco Stew can get back going again. But how's the straight line handling of the turbo car? It definitely comes on. I thought he missed the start again, but it just proves that big turbo needs a little bit more time.
Michael Robinson now just making his way past the 177 of Travis Condon. That's a lively little green car, that one there. There's Shane Bradford, the Aston Air racer, a very, very experienced national competitor, and he is getting set to go. So safety car has been called, and I would suggest that is Stewie Eustace parked up on driver's right down there at the flip-flop between turns 2 and 3. Yeah, he was never going to get out of that.
And there he is on cue. So, yeah, look, it's a shame. Those guys at Mildun Motorsport definitely put in the hard yards. I know we get to a state round and they nearly represent half the field. So good on Liam and the boys down there. They do a mega job, but hopefully they can get Disco Stew back on the black stuff, not the green, because he's only paid for the black stuff this weekend.
That's
Darren.
right. You're only paying for the stuff between the yellow lines here this weekend. The racetrack really does run out of the wall, but here this weekend, if you're getting off the black stuff, you can see down through turn 1 when people have gone off there, it ends up in big brown lines,
100%.
getting dragged out across the top there as well. Let's get back through that grid. We got up to Shane Bradford, who started out of 5, Dean Cam out of 7. Great to see Cammy back in the 5-star fencing Corvette. Francois Habib, he's in the ex-Tasman Motorsport Commodore. Johnny Pilotto, who came into this weekend leading the QP Lubes Victorian Championship. He started out of 9 and remains in 9. Then it's Greg Lynch. Now, Greg Lynch found the wall in qualifying and damaged that magnificent tribute livery on that car. Chas Talbot out of 14, and Travis Condon in that 177. Actually, he started out of 13. Ben McLeod in the 72 red Commodore. Damien Johnson, awesome to see Damo back at the track in the white and red Tirana. And this is it on the opening lap, in behind Francois Habib. Dean Cam took his line. I'm going to say no harm, no foul there, Brett.
No, I'm going to say that's a bit of a young bloke cold tyres error. Disco Stew can pay me later for that comment. But yeah, look, it's one of those things. It's first lap. Obviously the door closed up a little bit quicker than he thought it would. Yeah, certainly did. So Ian Rowe, Graham Gilliland out of 18, right next door to Rand McGlurkin. Then it was Rand McGlurkin Senior, Randall McGlurkin Senior, and Ian Rose, Michael Robinson, and Mason Kelly. Where's Robbo? Robbo's bobbed his head up in position 13 at the moment. There goes Graham Gilliland in that magnificent bright orange RX-7. So just to confirm, some of these cars in this field, particularly that Dodo one at the back of screen there of Francois Habib, an ex-V8 supercar type of car. There is a couple of ex-supercars involved in sports sedans. I think legitimately it is only the ex-Tasman Motorsport one in the mix there. Some of those others there, bespoke sports sedans. The Lynch car is not and never has been a V8 supercar. It's a tribute livery sports sedan. We look a bit further back, the Nissan Altima of Mason Kelly, the son of Todd Kelly. Yes, that is a full-spec supercar, and they are starting from rear of the grid due to the fact that it's not actually logbooked as a sports sedan. It's been invited to join the category. This car on screen, that is actually the car. That is the Tasman Motorsport Dodo V8 supercar. But some of the other cars in this field are made to look, I guess, Brett, like a supercar. Yeah, look, and it's a credit to the guys. There's obviously a lot of body panels and front bumper bars and things like that for the VY, VE, VT, VS, bit of everything going on out there at the moment. So for those guys to have those panels regularly available to keep their programs running is a credit to them. And like we said, on Lynch's car, it's from a distance, like right now, you would think that is the car. So yeah, great. And same with Ben's car. That's a bespoke sports sedan. Yeah, correct. It's a bespoke sports sedan, but pretty much from a distance would look the same as Habib's car. And I guess the good thing, and you've touched on it beautifully there, the availability of bumpers for when you have something nose to tail, and it does happen. Let's not shy away from it. So close to Clayton, I'm pretty sure there's a few Holden Racing Team panels floating around here. There probably is still some behind the walls over the back there at turn 4. Let's touch on these first couple of cars in this race. Jordan Caruso, a guy that burst onto the scene a number of seasons ago. Darren Hossack did all the early development for many seasons, won a championship in this Audi that's leading the way. Jack Perkins continued that development with John Gourlay, and Jordan Caruso jumped on board, I'm going to say 4 seasons ago now. Yeah, I think you're about right there, Darren. Yeah, so, 100%, like you're saying before, credit to Jordan and John and everyone down in that team for sealing the championship this weekend as well. So Jordan came out of XLs, and it was quite the surprise when we saw him got this coveted seat. But this season he has repaid the faith for the crew at PPG, Simon Fitzner providing all the driveline stuff in the Auto Union Deutsch Service Centre, getting the job done, and away they go again. Let's see if that straight line handling comes to the fore again and in that Nissan, and have a look at them drive away from Ash Jarvis in the Colin Smith-owned Monaro. Great to have Ash on board in the sports sedans, but Colin's done such a good job in that red Monaro over the years. Here's Michael Robinson getting a little bit sensitive on the gear stick there. Wasn't sure whether it was going to go back down a cog or not, but he's now found his way past Chas Talbot and onto the back of Greg Lynch, so he's in 11th place.
geez, you can just see the front of that Corvette. Look at that, the big mean Dean cam, the blue, white, blue. What a great racer. Driving his Chevron in Formula 5000, driving the Corvette here today. Let's see Robbo if he can draw alongside Greg Lynch as they go up the hill. He does. Not only does he draw alongside, he gets on through. And then the next one will be John Iplotto in front of him as well. So the guy that was leading the QP Lubes Victorian Championship. Shane Woodman, Landell Signs, one of the most beautiful racing cars you will ever set your eyes on.
This is actually a great battle to touch on. So we've got a national running BMW of Shane Woodman's there with Tony Groves, who's the front runner in Victorian State Championship. So it's just good to see that the mix of a state and a national car here, and credit to both teams for providing two cars in immaculate condition.
Getting a good look at that Mazda 3. This BMW here, of course, won a Victorian Championship, I think 2013, 2014 was when they won it. It was a yellow car back then, if you remember that. But Shane has certainly been a stalwart for the last 6 or 7 years on the Precision International national sports sedan scene, as was Dean Cam. He's running the State Series stickers this season, running all of his Victorian Championship, but did many years in the Kerrick sports sedans, as did Damien Johnson. This little Escort's a good story too as well. They've travelled quite a long way.
It's keeping a lot of people honest, isn't it?
It absolutely is, yeah.
To have Chaz Talbot behind you, and the Ultima's only just got past it now. Little Escort, he's definitely punching well above its weight this weekend. And who we got? Ian Ross, looks like he's come to a bit of a stop at turn, I'm going to guess at turn 3.
Gee, the big rear tyres on the Falcons, the XDs and XEs and stuff. They could sling some rubber under them. Here we go.
I think Liam Hooper could do with some rear tyres here at the moment.
Yeah. The number 10 just going backwards here at the moment. Shane Bradford in the mix. The 56 has gone in, and we've gone into a safety car situation, and that is Rand McGlurkin Sr. in the Aston Martin. A beautiful looking racing car, and I hope he hasn't contacted the wall. I hope it's just a case of not being able to get out of the wet stuff there. Michael Robinson into P8 after coming from the rear of the field. Here's the safety car waving through, trying to pick up the race leader as it accelerates away to try and pick that up. There's our second, third, fourth, fifth. Tony Groves sixth on the road. There's Dean Cam. And coming into this weekend in the state championship outright, Johnny Pilato on 205, Francois Habib on 182. Well, there may have been a coming together here, Brett.
Yeah, I'm just thinking it looks like they're pretty close together, and judging by a bit of body language on both drivers, I think they've had a little bit of a love kiss there. So hopefully nothing too serious, and we can see both those cars out this afternoon.
I tell you what, if you're a race driver and you see Phil Wisewood, photographer, you want to stay clear of him because he was in the thick of the action at Winton when Ayrton Filippi put the Formula V in there. He's now giving the thumbs up down there as well. He's
starting to think it might be Phil.
I think he's got his official's license, and he's got his official photographer's vest on. So double duties. Big shout out to Phil Wisewood. He's everywhere. I'm pretty sure he'll be at Bathurst next weekend. For
it's just a credit to all the photographers and volunteers out there, though, Darren. That they all want everyone to keep racing. They all want everyone to be safe. So credit. It's a good thing as a driver when you pull up and there's someone there to make sure that everything's okay, and they can relay that information back to officials if need be.
Hey, mate, as a community, 2020 and 2021 for Victorian motorsport was tough, and everyone just wants to go racing again.
Was there a year? There
was. Yeah, well, you had a half an enjoyable time amongst that. You managed to escape over to the US to do the Pikes Peak Hill Climb.
Yeah, it's the only way I could keep racing, mate. Got on a plane and went to the other side of the world where COVID didn't exist in America, apparently.
Well, you saw bears climbing trees whilst you were trying to go up a very big hill fast, didn't you?
I saw a lot of things over there that I reckon I wouldn't see here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So the field has been all but nullified now. We've got a flatbed tow truck making its way down into turn 2 as well. And safety car just looking for the race leader, so it will slowly pick it up. I'm going to say with 2 laps remaining, Brett, I think we're just going to see the big bangers, the Gods of Thunder, motoring around behind the safety car for the next little while.
Yep.
As down up the back straight now, Jordan Caruso has done the right thing. He's pegged the field back to a decent safety car.
It looked like
speed.
Ashley Jarvis obviously just got Liam Hooper there just before the safety car came out, so I'm hoping the boys can hopefully sort out what was going on there, but it's hopefully it's not a turbo issue and that turbo can keep on keeping it up there for us.
Well, I tell you what, it's scheduled for a 23 degrees Celsius day today. Normally races out of Tasmania. That's a stinking hot day down there. So
I think he will be cooking, and so will the car, I think.
I tell you what, though, super impressive that he's even on the front row of a national sports sedan grid, isn't it?
Oh, it's a credit to them. They run a very good operation. I know the guys fairly well with what they do around the country with World Time Attack as well. So I was, got to see those guys in action with some unbelievably quick cars that they run there. So I know the guys down there, and I know Liam and his crew will definitely, if there is something going on there, they'll get that fixed. But it looks like we've called this one, Darren.
Okay, so they're all winding down, and I guess the guys in the turbo cars right now are looking to try and get some temp out as they roll around and head back into pit lane. Red flag has been displayed, so yeah, as we thought, it's going to be a bit of a recovery to get those two sports sedans down at turn 2 off the track, and Team Medical heading down there as well. So pretty sure we saw both the drivers out of the cars as they're coming back into the field. There goes the little Esky, which has really been, as Brett said, keeping everyone honest. It's Aaron Hodges in the 5-litre car there. Chaz Talbot is stranded on the pit entry road there, and everyone is behind him. Chaz just moves off in the number 17. Daniel Johnson just getting a little bit impatient, and that is a very highly strung 6-cylinder, and he would probably be watching the temp gauge right now.
I would definitely be saying I probably would have been doing the same thing.
Yes.
So to stop there in a sports sedan, these cars don't run fans. They only get cool air when they're actually moving along, so would make it hard.
Now, Brett Dickey.
Yes.
I've got you here. You're in the hot seat. Where's the Honda? What are you doing? When are we going to actually see you on track in that magnificent black beast?
Look, the aim at this stage is to be back out for Isle of Magic at the end of the year. We're sort of concentrating on our overseas efforts at the moment. We've got a fair bit sort of negotiating November, as we're starting to call it. So we're negotiating a few things for over there, so that look, the prelude was always going to be a bit of a seat filler and a bit of time filler for this year, but hopefully we can see it back out at Isle of Magic.
Pikes Peak 2023, is that something you've got the passport dusted off for?
I can't confirm or deny, but we are in a good position to head back there this year and put on a good show for everyone that supports me and the team over there. It's a crazy event and a month-long event, so yeah, hopefully we can get back to Colorado and race up Pikes Peak again. Just
opening the conversation up a little bit broader, what brought you and your dad and your brother to sports sedans?
Flexibility. So
at the gym, just stretching it out?
Pretty much just flexing at the gym, yeah. Look, to build something that we could, on our budget, in our own garage at home, we didn't need 10, 15 engineers to do it. It was me and my dad designed the car, built the car, on the budget that we had at the time. Mostly spent majority of the build time at Centre Road Wreckers down the road here, seeing what we could find and if there was a lighter version of it. But yeah, look, that was the main thing that got us involved when we first started helping the Uhorn family with their RX-7 in the early days. We realised how much of a family class it was. And once we sort of got involved with the committee side of things, I spent a lot of time on the committee for Victorian Sports Sedans as well. We fell in love with it, and hence why we just keep pouring money into the cars. And my now wife loves it. But yeah, it's one of those things where the family atmosphere, the flexibility, sort of build what we're ready to do. So now we've got a extremely fast Honda Prelude.
Certainly have, and I still haven't been invited down for my seat pouring. We'll turn your mic off now, Brett, as we'll go down to Callum Brannigan in the pit lane.
Thank you very much to Darren and Brett Dickey to call the second race of the sports sedans this weekend. I'm joined by a very special guest. This is Noel Robson. He's the Vice President of the VHRR and has had a significant involvement in putting this weekend together. Noel, thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, thank you for having me. This is our 30th year that I've run it. I'm getting a bit old, I know, but we're at Sandown International Raceway. Fantastic cars, fantastic weather. If you're interested in motor cars, come out and have a look at it, because you can walk around the pits, you can see the drivers, you can talk to them, see the cars. It really is a fantastic meeting.
Absolutely. I've actually seen quite a few fans out here this weekend. The grandstand's looking quite full, and it's a bit of a busy paddock behind here as well. So if you are in the metropolitan Melbourne area and you're fancying coming down here and get a little bit closer to the motorsport, there are tickets still available at the gate. You can go to vhrr.com.au for more information as well. But Noel, while we've got you, could you just tell us a little bit about your story, your journey, about how you came to be where you are now with the VHRR?
Oh, heaven, but that goes back 35, 40 years when it all first started. I first started out with vintage race cars in a Bentley. I used to race a Bentley here when it first started, so that's a long history. But I've been vice president for 30 odd years for the VHRR, and I've run this meeting for 30 years, very successfully. Great lot of people, great lot of cars, and it's a fantastic day out. You come down here, it's only, hour out of the city. It really is fantastic.
It's absolutely sensational. In weather like this, where would you rather be this weekend?
Well, here. But the thing is, for those who are interested, don't forget we've got this Phillip Island meeting coming up at the early year. Probably one of the best tracks in the world. Seriously, it's an hour and a half out of Melbourne. You can drive down there. You can see all the Ferraris, all the good motor cars are down there. Join us. Come down. It's a good day out.
Absolutely. That event usually taking place in March, and it's one of the biggest, if not the biggest race meeting in terms of competition, competitors coming out in the Southern Hemisphere. So we encourage you to go to vhrr.com.au or search engine it for more information.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to vhrr.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
So we're changing it up a little bit. We are speaking with Kay Hurley here, and she's involved in multiple ways behind the scenes ensuring that this race meeting goes ahead. So Kay, big welcome to you. Thank you for having taken the time to chat to us.
Thank you very much for having me.
So I guess we'll start, this will be a part one. We're going to talk about your involvement as a race official. So this weekend, what are some of your roles and responsibilities?
All right, so I'm working more in an administrative role this weekend. I've been involved in checking the drivers into the system, and also I've been helping out in race control with the administration, doing announcements, and I'm also working with the judicial people and helping to manage and log all of the incident reports, and they come in from the track when the drivers have either had an accident or some sort of an incident. Yeah.
So for viewers watching at home and they're sort of admiring your performance behind the scenes, how would someone get involved in motorsport? How did you get your start in officialdom?
Okay, so the first thing I would suggest to do is to join a car club. I joined the MG Car Club in the 1970s, a long time ago, and I started competing, and I just started helping out because it was the sort of thing that I, as a person, have always done. Yep. You know, get into an organisation, I always just help out and do things. Yeah.
Absolutely. So if you're looking at home and you're aspiring to get involved in a little bit closer to motorsport, we always encourage you to follow the Motorsport Australia shortcuts on their website to follow all the volunteer official links, and you'll find out more information online. So go to Motorsport Australia, search it on your favourite preferred search engine, and follow the links and enjoy. And the VHRR Sandown Historic of 2022 continues to throw up surprises. And this weekend we've got Chaz Talbot, an absolute legend of Victorian motorsport and Australian motorsport as well. And this weekend he's quite busy. He's in competition in his sports sedan as well as Formula 5000, both fan favourite categories. Chaz Talbot, so good to have you on board this weekend.
Thank you. That's a pleasure to be here. It's always nice to be here at Sandown. Always nice to be on Blendline TV too.
So let's start with the sports sedan. It's been a bit of a handful so far in season 2022. It's fair to say this weekend you're going to be up there sort of with the Victorian cohort.
Well, I hope so. We were doing well in the Victorian points. We were second earlier in the year, and then we had a brake problem at Phillip Island, and that ruined it all, and we're way down on the point scale then, pretty much out of it. We're hoping to pick up a few points today or this weekend, and again at the 50k plate, but that'll be club points, not state points.
So we'll go over to the Formula 5000, and you actually competed in these cars in period, and you had one very similar, if not exactly the same.
Yes, I did. I had a 332. This is a model 332. The one I had was a 332C, subtle difference there. But the one I had won the European Championship, and then it came out here. Alf Costanzo bought it out of England. He ran it for a while, and I bought it off Alf. It was a very good car, historically significant, and we did well with that, and Alf did well with it. But this car is same year model, but this was found in a barn with all junk piled on top of it, dirt and dust, been there for 25 years in a barn, so you can imagine the state of preparation was pretty poor. It was brought out here by Jay Bondini. He did the work on it, cleaned it up, but pretty much coat of paint and a polish was about it. It needed a lot of work to be a competitive car. We've done most of the suspension, replaced a lot of mounting points and so on. The motor's mechanically good, but it hasn't been powerful. It wasn't anywhere near as strong as the engine I had in the day. But we had problems at Winton. We went to Winton to the 10,000, Rose City 10,000, and ran the thing there, but we had a magneto problem. And dropped 2 cylinders and just wouldn't run all weekend. We tried all sorts of things, put different caps on it. And now we've got a different magneto, which this one's been tested up to 8,000 revs and seems to work. The other one was breaking down on the spark at about 5,000 revs. So we're hoping that the engine will be good for this weekend, and there's nothing more disappointing, especially at Winton where we had that 10,000 Rose City 10,000. I was 5th in the original Rose City 10,000 with that Lola that we spoke about, and it was disappointing. They put on a big show, made a big fuss, interviewed me on television, and run around with a misfiring engine. It was disappointing for them and for me, of course.
So we say a big thank you to Chaz Talbot for sharing or giving us an insight into what it's like to racing 2 magnificent race cars this weekend. So a big thank you to Chaz, and we'll go back to the central commentary box.
Thanks very much to Callum Brannigan and Phil Chaz Talbot for that very illuminating chat. Coming up very shortly, we'll have the second race for Group 2 historic touring cars. A win yesterday to a young up-and-comer by the name of John Bowe, as Ron Simmons sidles in alongside me. John Bowe.
Thanks, Darren.
John Bowe, you might have heard of him. He's won the odd race here and there, hasn't he?
He's done fairly well for the young boy.
Great to have him behind the wheel of that beautiful number 44 69 fastback, owned by Joe Collegia, who's racing his Corvette this weekend. So he's asked JB to slip behind the wheel of that lovely Ford, and really was a Mustang stampede yesterday, with John Bowe winning from the similar machine of Andrew Lane and Ian Mewett. So a 69 Mustang 123. Ben Wilkinson, a great run into 4th in the earlier 68 model Ford Mustang number 189. He had a great run, hopefully a better run for Jervis Ward this morning in his Falcon Sprint, which lost front brakes right near the end of yesterday's race and caused a bit of a puckering moment for Mr. Ward in the Falcon. Here we go, race 2, Group 2 historic touring cars, an all Ford front row, Bowe versus Lane. Lane in the black machine number 89 on the left of your screen, alongside Bowe in the pole sitter number 44. Getting ready for a start now. Wilkinson on the second row of the grid. We're missing Ian Mewett, unfortunately, who finished 3rd in yesterday's race. And they're away, a good start from Humble in that very quick little Mazda. Marty White also away well. The wheel spin for Chris Stern in the 68 Mustang as they barrel down towards turn 1. Bowe has the lead from lane. Marty White in the Falcon Sprint up the inside of Ben Wilkinson, and the Queenslander will slot into third place. A great start from the lightweight Falcon Sprint of Marty White. Humble now starting to put the pressure on Wilkinson and White. Humble going around the outside of Wilkinson, gets the position and has the inside run for the next corner. What a drive from Jason Humble, already up to 4th in the RX2.
Fantastic run yesterday, and that's one to watch. He's so nimble through the corners and under braking, as Hubbard also going through there. So good to see Humble up a little bit. Humble up in the little Mazda RX2, and Hubbard is in there somewhere. He's down about. He was way down on the grid, but he'll make his way through. It's one to watch is Hubbard in the big Camaro. It's 24 getting through there. The
Hubbard machine you were just talking
about
going
there.
through.
He's getting through very nicely indeed.
In front
behind the Valiants.
The number 51, 69 Camaro of Stephen Scales from Queensland. His first time here at Sandown, having a great run into the top 10 yesterday, and also was presented with the best presented car, an immaculate machine. The number 51 Camaro of Scales, as Hubbard now starts to range up on the tail of the Charger, number 71 of Michael Hibbert.
Yes, Hubbard on the charge, as you say. Look at that, headlights ablaze. It gets past the couple of Chargers. Another Charger to get past. The Chargers are all up the front at the moment. A lot of locking up of brakes there. 45 Gordon getting a bit untidy going through turn 1.
Coming under pressure from that blue XY Falcon GT, number 5 of Russell McDowell from Queensland. Almost a Johnny Goss tribute livery there, the number 5 machine, which Gossy ran for many years in various cars. Quick shot there of Mick Cross from Tasmania in the little XU1.
Fantastic shot from Blendline TV on turn 4 there as they come very close to the wall. As the lead cars now coming up over the top of the Loogie Heights, or the turn down into Danny Road corner. Oh, look at Humble, way up on 2 wheels there.
Lost a couple of positions there on that lap there, Ron. Wilkinson and Wakefield in the 2 Ford Mustangs went past the Mazda, so Jason will be fighting back hard to get back up into 4th.
Well, like I say, he's very nimble in the corners, but loses out down the straights with those big V8s. Bowe out in the lead, doing very nicely now with a 1:28.2 for his lap time, and a 1:20.6 now for his quickest lap on the second lap of the race. That's not too shabby, believe me. He's not messing around. He's out there to win, as he normally is. They're very well laned there, and then we've got White. What a great car that Falcon Sprinters.
Chris Stern on screen now in the Mustang, starting to put the pressure on that Falcon, number 5 of McDowell, as Nathan Gordon gets very sideways in the number 45 HQ Monaro. So some heavy metal through the corners here at Sandown. Gordon had a great run at the recent Supercars meeting at Bathurst. Of course, we saw him do a stellar drive in the wet in that big heavy Monaro before the brakes cried enough. Got plenty of air time on the coverage at that Supercars meeting, and having another strong run this morning.
Yes, as we said, Humble just losing out on the legs up the back straight to the big Mustangs.
Wilkinson has gone through on Marty White, so a change of position now. So Ben Wilkinson back up into 3rd in the silver Mustang number 189. White back to 4th in the Falcon Sprint.
So again, still at Bowe with a 1:20.8 and a 1:22.9 to lane. So he's way out in front at this point in time, is certainly on the road. As they come down into the turn to come out onto the main straight, and it's
McDowell in the Falcon in front of
McDowell there as they come out onto the main straight. Yes.
Again, Chris Stern pops the nose of the Mustang out down the inside of McDowell. So it's Cleveland versus Windsor here down the end of the front straight. Can he put the move? Tags back in behind the Falcon of McDowell.
Big lock up there by somebody just going out of picture, but it's Hubbard certainly getting him up through the field. He's up in the 13th place now.
Glenn Miles in the number 16 mustard coloured Charger now starting to put the pressure on the Camaro ahead of Stephen Scale. So good run there for Miles so far in the number 16 Charger.
I would have thought Hubbard might have gone up a little bit further. I'm wondering if he's actually got a slightly more reliable engine. Maybe he's decided that the big horsepower's a bit too risky.
On screen, an Aussie, all Aussie six-cylinder battle here. Rob Burns in the Charger, number 70, in front of Mick Cross in the Tirana, and Michael Hibbett in the magenta-coloured Charger, number 71. Didn't we see some great battles in the series production days, Ron, between the Aussie six-cylinder machines?
Oh, absolutely. Fantastic. An Australian invention, if you like, because no one else in the world do we run cars like this. The little Tirana being the sandwich in the Charger sandwiches, so to speak, and down the straight they go. So this is Hubbard is coming in behind this group, so he's certainly, there he goes now, certainly picking him up pretty quickly. There's a bit of a change there of the Valiants swapping of places as they go down the straight, and the magenta one, well, maybe not quite all the mill into the boot of the Tirana.
Mick
may have
Cross.
actually given him a bit of a shove there, but he pushed him off a little bit on turn one. Now he's easing back a bit, so maybe an issue there with having, I think, a little bit of a nudge and the wink.
So Rob Burns goes through on the Tirana of Mick Cross. Michael Hibbett getting very sideways in the number 71 Charger. He has a mirror full of Tony Hubbard in the number 24 Chevy Camaro.
Now Hubbard will get up into this group now. Oh, Hubbard getting right out on the edge of the track, sliding it out on that little kink up the back straight. He's tucked in behind the Tirana as they go up the back straight now. Lights ablaze, saying, "Look out, fellas, I'm coming through." But the other Camaro in there too, Darren, is really making Hubbard work for it this time.
Stephen Scales in the white machine with the orange stripes, number 51. Huge gaggle of cars now with
somebody, one of the Chargers, the magenta one, looking a bit smoky as they've come through the Dandy Road corner, but Hubbard's really the mover and shaker in this particular race. There's the 71 getting quite smoky.
Replay of...
that was the smoke I saw before.
Yeah, replay of the previous incident there. Little bit of body contact there. Hibbett now coming into the pits with that number 71 Charger you spoke of, Ron. Unfortunately, a lot of smoke from underneath the Charger of Michael Hibbett, and his race is going no further.
That's a shame. He was going quite well there. Now here's Hubbard, as we said, lights still going as he's making his way through, and he's where is Hubbard now? Up into 12th place. And
Jeff Mundy in the number 68 Chevy Camaro in front of the Falcon Sprint of Jervis Ward. Good to see that car looks to have some sort of brakes now after completely running out of front brakes yesterday. That caused some consternation on the face of Jervis Ward, as it would.
Absolutely. So Bowe still out there with a 1:20.8 is his quickest lap so far, which I think he did on his second lap.
Tony Hubbard now rounds up the Charger of Rob Burns. Flame belching from the number 24 Chevy.
Running a little rich, I might say.
We're being told the number 89 machine of Andrew Lane is about to receive a black flag. So our second place runner, the all-black Mustang of Andrew Lane, we're hearing reports of a possible mechanical black flag. We can't quite pick that up as yet. As Mick Cross and the Tirana continues to battle the Charger of Rob Burns side by side across the start-finish straight with start-finish line with 2 laps to go. Tirana versus Charger. Burns has the inside line into turn 1. Mick Cross is not going away though. With the Camaro of Scales right behind them, and then Zizak in the number 45068 Ford Mustang, another Sandown debutant.
Great to see a few more cars coming out too, Darren, in this particular category. It's always the exciting category, the big V8s and the big 6 cylinders, of course, doing their work. Hubbard weaving all over the road there, and that could be in pure exhilaration, believe me, as they come up the back straight.
Again, Cross challenging Burns in the Charger. Russell McDowell has spun the number 5 Falcon, and he was right up there in the top 10 too, so he's fallen off down the bottom of Dandenong Road, but is not in the sand trap, so he's losing a lot of places though, Ron, of course, as he lets everyone pass.
Humble is out.
Jason Humble retiring the Mazda.
That's a shame. he was up in 8th place.
Yeah, very rare DNF coming up for Jason Humble. That usually very reliable RX2 as John Bowe is on his last lap.
Yes, Bowe certainly cleared out a good second and a half ahead of everybody else.
Mick Cross now trying an inside run on Rob Burns into turn 1. Not much room there. And
bit
Cross
of a buffet there, unfortunately.
Spun. Not sure if there's contact there, but they were very close.
Damage on the car. The other one's caught fire.
Stephen Scales has been caught up in that as well. Car has come to a stop as John Bowe heading towards another win, but all sorts of drama happening on that last lap for Mick Cross and Rob Burns. John Bowe will take the win though, plain sailing out in front in the Mustang. So 2 wins from 2 for John Bowe in the Ford. Just about to see a replay of that incident. Andrew Lane crossing the line in second. We're not sure what's happening with that penalty. And here we see Mick Cross back onto up onto the curb after that great battle with Burns. And Scales caught up in it, unfortunately. It had to come to a stop. Mundy also a close incident there as well. Had to lock the brakes.
Well, that was an eventful race right at the very end there, wasn't it?
Never boring historic touring cars, Ron?
No, never.
So, provisional placings, because we're hearing reports of a possible mechanical black flag for Lane, but that's not confirmed. So, these are all provisional, of course. There we see the sorry side of the Humble machine stranded, and also might be Darren Jones as well in the Ford Mustang parked against the fence as well.
Well, a bit of retrieving to do around the track, Darren, so it might hold up for the next event, but we'll keep you posted as to what's going on.
We'll go through the top 10. John Bowe, the winner. As I said, these placings are provisional. John Bowe, the winner from Andrew Lane. Ben Wilkinson, third in the Mustang. Marty White in the Falcon Sprint, another great drive into fourth. Graham Wakefield, fifth in the Mustang. Nathan Gordon in the big fat HQ Monaro was sixth. Chris Stern in the Mustang was seventh. Tony Hubbard, great drive from further back in the field into eighth. Milan Zizek in the Mustang was ninth. And Rob Burns rounded out the top 10 after that huge battle with Mick Cross in the Tirana. Good drive too from Jervis Ward up into 11th off the rear of the grid, Ron.
Yep, no, he did. Oh, from the back of the grid, yes, that was an excellent run there for Jervis.
Freddie Brain crossing the line and that beautiful HT Monaro that he's been running for many, many years. About to see a replay of Mick Cross in the Tirana and Rob Burns in the Charger.
I think he might have been
squeezy.
A bit over anxious trying to get through there, and that's flicked him up onto the Thingo, which actually flicked him into the car, so into the side of the Valiant.
Yeah, poor old Stephen Scales got the rough end of the stick there with having to jump in the anchors not to collect Mick Cross. So good drive from Scales, the number 51 Camaro.
And as you said, unusual to see the Humble car retiring.
Yeah, no smoke or anything, but hands in the air from Jason.
Fairly simple engine, you know, the Wankel rotary motor. When you look at it, there's not much there.
No, it looks like a 10-gallon drum, doesn't it, when you pop the bonnet?
Nothing much there in it. But
doesn't sound like a 10-gallon drum, though, when you fire it up.
No.
Usually a little bit of a Bronx cheer of appreciation after they finish warming them up in the morning, just to stir the rotaries up.
Never used to get the Christmas card from my local neighbours when I started mine up, I can assure you.
No. No, they're a sound only a mother could love.
Yes.
Fantastic to have the rotaries mixed in with the historic touring cars, of course, unique in every way, the rotary, and certainly they do mix it up with the big cars on, particularly Phillip Island, that fast-flowing track, those long sweeping corners, allows you to keep up the momentum. Pretty hard work here at Sandown with the two long straights and a couple of really slow corners, so you can't really use the corner speed as much as you would at, say, Phillip Island.
Well, that's the secret with the rotary car, because they've got technically not that much torque. I mean, even if you change back a gear for a corner, no retardation. It doesn't really feel like it's pulling up.
Yeah.
So yes, you've got to keep the thing spinning up nice and smooth, which Jason does very well.
Hopefully.
Okay, we've got a replay coming up of an incident somewhere. Oh yes. Oh, bit of a buffet. Oh, and hitting the fence very, very hard.
Darren Jones just coming across the nose there of Pete Muleman, so not sure what happened there. A bit of a misunderstanding, and unfortunately Jones has collected the Armco, so I guess maybe driver's attention went to the stranded Mazda on the other side. And
the Armco is considerably bent, or the guardrail is very badly bent, unfortunately. Here comes a slow-mo replay. Oh, yes, just bang, that would...
Yeah, the field sort of concertinaed a bit as the yellows came out, and it looks like Jones unfortunately has tripped over the black Mustang of
absolutely
Millman.
amazed the amount of damage that does to a car, hitting it completely side-on like that. It shakes everything around, things get out of alignment.
And hopefully we'll see some of those cars back out here this afternoon. There's still one race to go for Group 2 historic touring cars, and of course another race for Group 1, the smaller cars, this afternoon as well. So make sure you stay tuned to Blendline TV. And a big hello and welcome to everyone wherever you're watching around the world. We'll have more historic touring car action this afternoon.
Yes, we've had quite a few calls already. My phone's been lighting up with people from interstate calling in. Keith Spark up there in Burleigh Heads, he's given us a call and enjoying the call.
Thank you very much to Clive Cams and autopix.com.au for their sponsorship of that race for Group 2 historic touring cars, and of course always thanks to Just Cars magazine.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
So we're all about access to motorsport. So this is the part 2 of our interview with Kay Hurley here when standing in front of this beautiful purple MG. And I guess that's a salient point to talk about or touch on your involvement wearing your MG Car Club hat, quite literally as well. So you mentioned earlier that you became involved initially through a car club and you started with the MG Car Club. So how would people watching from home find themselves getting involved with the car club?
I guess they don't have to necessarily have be a car club member. They could join the Flag Marshalling Association, and that way you don't actually need a car to belong. And there are males, females, they're all out on the track. They're the ones amongst the action.
So how would you encourage people from home to get involved in motorsport? How might they find out more information and find themselves trackside getting a little bit closer?
So on the Motorsport Australia site there is a list of associated car clubs and associations such as the Vic Flags, and just do some research. But I mean, they can always call and ask as well. Member services.
So I suppose at the end of the day it's all about fun. Do you have lots of fun trackside?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Look, I hadn't been trackside ever until about 2 years ago. And I went out to basically talk to our members. And it is so exciting. You get so close to the cars. It's really thrilling, yeah.
Absolutely sensational. We say a big thank you to Kay Hurley here for joining us down here in the pit paddock.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Peter Shea, welcome back to commentary at the Sandown Historic. We're just having a bit of a look there on screen at some of the cars that are on display. Some beautiful machines, a second E-Type Jaguars, latest Cortinas, Capris, Chargers, you name it.
Yeah, certainly are, Phil, and a great array of cars there. A little bit of a delay at the moment, I think, because there's been a bit of an altercation on track, and we're just waiting to get things cleaned up before we can get on with the next event, which is Group S production sports cars, which proved very exciting yesterday, mainly amongst the big Chevrolet Corvettes.
Yeah, between Narkowitz and Botello on the front row of the grid. Difficult to choose who was going to be the winner. As I said on the day, it was harder to choose than, harder to pick than a broken nose.
Absolutely.
So, and Botello won out at the end of the day, as we see the cars coming out onto the track now.
Looks like it's all clear. The track is cleared, and the Group S sports car, production sports cars, are just making their way onto the Sandown circuit as we speak.
Yeah, great job by all of the volunteers here that put the meeting together. They've done a great job. As these guys all roll out. So we've got Joe Botello on pole in car number 2, the Chevy Corvette, and Narkowitz in position 2. Ray on pole yesterday, but sitting in position 2 today because he finished in position 2.
And there's a good range of cars too, right back through the field with a lot of good field of Datsun 240s.
Yeah, and the Tomaso Pantera, Porsches.
A couple of quick Alphas, yep, the Alphas are quick.
Austin Healey Sprite. Datsun 2000. Got some great cars out there, so they all get stuck into it. And
it's a nice new view, taking cars back up on that very quick back straight. And usually the view we're watching now, Phil, a lot of action sort of happens in that corner. So hopefully there'll be no action, but we've got a camera very strategically placed there in case there is some action.
We want some action, but not necessarily the crash action.
Yeah, so the Blendline TV boys are working hard yesterday to set that one up, and so we should get some good vision as the race doesn't progress.
Got some fantastic shots coming to you live from Blendline TV. So if you happen to have friends that are overseas, why not, or even interstate, send them a little bit of a text and say, oi, get on to Blendline TV and watch this event live. It's a cracker of an event. We've got some great weather. And some fantastic cars out on track. I see Rowan Hodges there and the Lotus Elan coming around. Now Mike Byrne looks like he's well back. Unusual for Mike Byrne. He's usually much further up the grid. Just having a bit of a look there yesterday. He started in position 6. So something obviously happened to him yesterday. He's much further back today.
Yeah, usually Mike in his Lotus Super 7 really puts a lot of pressure on the bigger engine cars. and keeps them quite honest, but he was a little bit off the pace yesterday. Hopefully we can see car 60 once again stirring up the big bangers.
Okay, they're just rolling into the starting positions there now. So Patello, Narkowitz, Baker, Webster, Jackson, Collegia, Wellstab, and the other Narkowitz. We've got two of them in this race.
Two Narkowitzes, so both driving big Corvettes.
Yeah, Harrison, Doe, Rogers, Geist, East, Floyd, Thomas, and Blandon. Whistle blown. So the grid is set. Green flag at the back of the pit.
Just ready, waiting for a start.
Engines are holding up well. We're waiting for the start. Racing.
And look at Webster. He's probably moved up into third already. Barker on the inside in the big Corvette, also putting his 2 bobs worth in. But it's got to. It looks like it's car 65, is it? That's going to be Narkowitz going to lead Di Bartolo in towards turn 1. And Rossi Jackson there in the 72 just goes past car 44. That's Joe Collegia. So Joe Collegia's worked his way up the grid as well from yesterday, Phil.
Yeah, absolutely. And I noticed that the Tommaso Pantera has got a little bit of modified panelling on the left-hand side of the car from yesterday. So
look at Harrison in there. Harrison in car. He's got the little 79. That's the Alpha, putting a lot of pressure on some of those front runners. So it looks like Hugh Harrison's on the pace too today.
Absolutely. So coming up the back straight, thundering up there. Those big cars have got all the power.
And Ross Jackson in 72, Webster in 7 there, putting nose to tail. So Webster's putting a lot of pressure on the D. Tamara has a look down the inside, gonna make it stick. So Webster in car 7 goes ahead of Jackson in the D. Tomaso in 72.
That was a great pass there, Peter.
Yep. And look, as Joe Collegia, I think, start lurking.
He certainly is in that beautiful-looking car.
Ross Jackson's going to be in a bit of trouble. Joe Collegia now right onto the back of Ross Jackson as they come onto the front straight. And Ross just pulls across to the inside, trying to cover off Joe. But Joe now pulls alongside. Webster's going to be like the meat in the sandwich. They both pull alongside Webster and blow his door handles off of the head down in towards turn 1.
What's happening under brakes, though? The Porsche is straight back. You might have a big car with lots of power, but I got the brakes, mate.
Absolutely. But a great bit of racing by those 3 cars, Collegia, Rossi Jackson and Webster. Now, Webster's actually opened up a bit of a gap. I think he must have frightened the 2 boys behind him.
I think so, but of course Collegia has managed to make his pass on the Tommaso stick, so that's a good one for him. As we swing back now onto the back straight, leaders thundering up there. There's not a lot between them.
No.
They're still all at it out the front.
It's still Ray Narkovic leading from Di Pitalo. And Barker's just keeping him well and truly in check. This is probably pretty similar to yesterday. These top 3 sort of scooted away a little bit. We can see Webster in the background in the Porsche.
Absolutely. Narkowitz there on a 1 minute 30.89 is the fastest lap so far. Patello looking to try and close the gap.
Now, well, he's got a little bit of problem too with Barker. Now, Barker's starting to put a bit of pressure on Joe Di Pitalo, sort of.
Certainly has.
Pitalo has got to start covering and probably letting Narkovic off the hook a little bit as they thunder down, and we can just see in the background the Porsche Webster and dropping off Ross Jackson in the Di Tomaso as well as they go in towards turn 1.
Absolutely, and car 55 there flicking around. Baker is doing a good job.
Well, Baker's in 3rd spot and he's now starting to put a bit of pressure on their 2nd place man. That's car 2. That's Joe Di Pitalo.
Yeah, Pitalo would be keeping a pretty sharp eye on the mirrors because he's got that the other Chevy Corvette, the soft top, well, the no top machine looking all over him.
Here's this man we were talking about before in car 60, and that's the little Lotus Super 7 of Mike Byrne. Putting a bit of pressure on the Porsche now. He's going to have a look down the inside.
Going up the back straight.
Porsche probably just pulls away a little bit, but Byrne's staying with the Porsche.
Sure, I think Byrne's going to have it at the end of the straight.
That's Wolstead in the Porsche, and probably all they're side by side, so maybe a little bit of side draft there to Michael Byrne.
Yeah, a bit of Porsche's managed to pull it off at the end of the straight. Byrne now will be looking for a way through on the inside if he can.
So this is a great battle between Wolstead and Byrne. Looks like could be Harrison lurking in the background as well. So this is a great battle, a midfield battle. Battle for 9th, 10th and 11th.
Byrne now looks for the inside. Going to try the out-braking manoeuvre. No.
Can't make it stick. Just coming onto the front straight now, the main straight. It's Wolstead, car 9. It's Byrne, 60, the little Lotus Super 7, punching well and truly above his weight limit.
As he always does.
And Hugh Harrison in the Alpha now starting to put his 2 bobs worth in as they head down the main straight, heading in towards turn 1. So this is a great midfield battle. Wolstead, Byrne and Harrison. 9, 10 and 11th position up for grabs.
Working their way around the squiggly bits down the bottom there. Whoa.
Car 6 there. That was
a bit close.
That was Hung Do in the Datsun.
Yeah.
Hung's been putting a pretty feisty performance up as well.
Absolutely. Good to see some Datsuns out there putting in a fair show. And Mike Byrne again trying to stretch the legs of the little Lotus up the back straight.
We've got Doe in front. There's Walter, Byrne, Harrison also too in the Alpha, just lurking. But car 6, Hung Do is going under a lot of pressure now from Wolstead.
Yeah, certainly throwing the Datsun around as he comes down into Dandenong, comes out of there, gets the power down, tries to skip away from the Porsche, but I don't think that's going to happen. That Porsche's got some mumbo.
In the meantime, Hung is coming under a lot of pressure from Wolstead, but Wolstead is being kept very honest by Michael Byrne's Lotus Super 7.
Oh, here's a chance for Byrne. The Porsche went off the track, and we've gone back to Collegia and car 7 being Narkowitz.
Well, that's Webster in 7 and Joe Collegia in 44.
Joe Collegia in 44 and Webster in 7, yeah.
So that's the battle for the battle for 4th and 5th.
Yeah.
So that's little battles all raging right throughout this Group S production sports car event, which is proving very entertaining, Phil.
Here comes Joe up the back straight around the Porsche.
Joe using the big cubic inches but the Porsche will come back under brakes, no doubt. Has a bit of a look on the inside of Joe, but Joe manages to hold station. They're in the twisty bits now. The Porsche is all over the back of the Corvette. Going to have a look down the inside.
Down the inside.
Down the inside
Easy
goes
move.
car 7 Webster. So Joe Collegian 44 just got to wait for the back
He's
straight.
got to do it all again.
And once he gets onto that back straight, he'll sort of really start to put a lot of pressure on the Porsche. But it's a good battle between Collegia and Webster.
It was. Collegia's car seems to jump around a little bit at the front. I'm not sure whether that's quite the way it's supposed to be. But
actually, Webster's scooted away a little bit on the front straight. Now Joe's starting to make up ground.
Yeah, gets that big Chevy wound up and straight around the Porsche going down the front straight. What's going to happen at the end of the front straight is the interesting bit.
Yeah, well, some bits of rubber flying off Joe's car. Porsche will say thank you very much.
Around the outside, I don't care whether you want me to go around the outside or the inside. I can do it either way.
I have better handling, I have better braking than you, so you can follow me through these twisty bits. So car 7 doing a good job. That's Webster.
Good use of the boom there on the exit by the Porsche.
Now Joe really got to put the power on up that back straight, which he'll probably be sitting on around about 220 k's an hour, motoring up that very quick back straight. Reels the Porsche, not much drama at all.
Yeah, the headlights have come on the Porsche.
But they start to come heading in towards Dandenong Road corner now. The Porsche starts to come into its own.
Absolutely. Now, is he going to pull that move off down the inside? He may not be able to.
He's got to try, but he's got to get balked by an MGB. The MG gets out of the way. Good driving.
Porsche trying around the outside. Is he going to try the under and over? No, he's going to stick with hanging to the outside.
Side by side.
Pulls it off. Good move.
He does. Onto the front straight. He's got to make that Porsche very wide. Joe will just try and get around him.
It'll be rinse and repeat.
Yep. Joe will get a side draft and just blast past Webster's Porsche.
Now he's got past him a bit earlier on the front straight. You may be able to pull enough of a gap to not allow the Porsche back at turn 1. And I think he's managed to pull it off.
He's probably just got enough breathing space. But whoa, we've lost number 2. And that's Di Bartolo got very sideways. So
Absolutely.
That was a bit of a... I would not want to check his underpants at the moment. He got very crossed up, but he's still going again.
May have scribbled a quick message to his mum on the inside of his undies with that one, I think.
I reckon you could be right, Phil. So a bit of a moment there for Joe, but all's good.
Powering up the back straight, passing some of the slower cars, which is understandable. There's a big difference in power output of these cars.
Mike Barker might have been involved in that too, I'm not quite sure. But anyway, Mike's in front now of Baker, is in front of Di Bartolo.
Joe Collegia in the Porsche, Webster again hounding the back of the Porsche if he can.
Plenty of blue flags are wagging. As
car 24 there, that's Joe DeLuca. Onto the front straight they go.
Back markers give room, which is good.
Here we go with a replay of the big slide.
Oh, he just
got it up on the boom and
he accelerated on top of the ripple strip, and she lost traction, and it was a bit of a scary moment.
So he did it on his own. There was no assistance required from anybody for that.
We see Ross Jackson now who was in the fray, but Ross has sort of dropped off a little bit. And car's just coming up now.
So we've got Ray Narkowicz out the front with his quickest lap of 1:23.37.
It's a good battle we're watching now. Hung Do, and that's car 9. And that's Wallstead in the Porsche. And these two guys have been at it hammer and tong all race meeting.
They have. Nice matching between the two cars. Quite different in their
checkered flag is coming up, and there's our race leader Ray Narkowicz in car 65. He will get the checkered flag.
Runs it through to a good win.
Good win in the end, yes it was.
With a 1:23.37 for his fastest lap. So well done to Ray Narkowicz.
Whoa, Webster in the Porsche gets very sideways coming onto the main straight.
He was
keeping pretty pressure on Collegia, but he's let Joe Collegia off the hook. And
absolutely. If he'd had this kitchen sink, I think he would have thrown it at him. He was trying to throw everything else at him.
So that was a 4th place for Joe. Webster finished in 5th, but a great drive from Webster, very exciting. Here's this battle between Hung Do and Wallstead, just behind one of the other Narkowitzes. And Hung Do's going to have a go at Narkowicz in the Corvette for the minor places, but couldn't quite pull it off.
22 and 105, having a good run. Another Porsche Datsun duel as they come through the old Dandenong corner. Out of there, and the Porsche singing all those beautiful noises that Porsches make.
So there's been good battles right throughout this particular event for sports cars, S Production.
Absolutely. Good run to the flag for the Porsche. 105 of East and Thomas in the...
So I'd like to see that replay of
I'm looking
Webster
forward to that.
Porsche. That was sort of quite a hairy moment for Alex Webster.
Here we go, our wonderful boys.
There it is.
Whoa,
we're
big sideways as he comes around. Got it onto the ripple strips and hung it a bit more. So that was an exciting moment there for the Porsche.
I think it was a great drive by Webster. We'd probably give him the driver of the day in the S Series.
Yeah, look, a great drive by all of them, really.
It was a really entertaining drive.
It's not an easy track to drive, this Sandown track, so you got a lot of speed, a little bit of bumps, and you don't want to get it undone because you might find yourself parked in the scenery.
Absolutely. So that was very entertaining. Sort of many thanks to the guys and girls of putting that on. And so, we'll be back very shortly. But we're
just going to go to an ad, I think.
We will go to an ad. Absolutely.
Thanks, Peter.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Okay, the PQ&R Racing and Sports are coming out onto the track. As in all historic racing, for those who are new to it, all classes of cars are split up into their age. And Q&R are the later models of racing cars, and it's split up into sports and racing. That's the fact, isn't it, Charles?
That's it, Bob. Great to be here. I thought I'd make a quick cameo appearance at Historic Sandown this year, just so my voice could be heard on Blendline TV.
Well, there you go. It has. Now you can go.
Thanks.
Right. So if you've got your program people out there, and you go to page. Let's find it in the program, page 7. You'll see all the listings of the groups, and you'll find the Group Q racing and sports cars from 1970 to 77, and R from 78 to the late 80s. And we've got a mixture of sports cars and racing cars.
We're doing a good gaggle of the Sports 2000s entering through the screen there at the moment.
Yes, that's a class that we never had in Australia. It was big in America, big in England. These cars have all been imported either from England or Australia and can run now as historics. They're like a sports Formula Ford. They run a stock standard Ford Pinto 2-litre motor and they're restricted in what they can do to them to keep the class quite equal. But as they come up onto the grid, we find Dulman in car number 2.
That's one of the Formula Holdens in the field.
It is, and Formula Holden were our top running cars. In fact, they were even called Formula Brabham at one stage. And they run a V6 Commodore engine in them.
And alongside him is David Hardman in the Hardman. The car his dad built, and that's car number 7 this weekend.
Yes.
And a Formula Atlantic car from memory.
Yes.
Yep. And then we've got Dan Nolan back there in P3 in that Nola Chev.
First of the sports cars, and why not? It's a 5-litre, like a Can-Am car. Big. Have a look at it on the grid, how big it is. It's even bigger when you're coming up behind it.
Or if you're in front of it, you should say.
Revs are rising and dropped, and away they go. And oh, look, there goes Rowan Carrick. A wild start from him. Looked like he dodged something. We couldn't see what it was, but they get away, and Dulman leads Hardman with the Lexan V6, which of course is a Commodore, taking up into 3rd position. Nolan back a bit. There's a Clubman Racing 2 of the 2000s.
Yeah, Clubman Racing there with Bob Cracknell in his Sports 2000. Little orange car.
And bringing up the rear of the field, usually is the very, very modern
The Pro Sport 2000,
Yes,
I think,
yes.
of Graham Hughes bring up the rear of the field there in the Castrol livery.
But here's the race for the start, for the race for the first. Have a look at it. There's Durlin in the Formula Holden and Hardman in a Formula 2 car. Very evenly matched. Crozier in the ex-John Smith car, 177.
Moving from Formula 4, doesn't he normally drive in?
Sorry?
Crozier?
Yes, yes. And there goes Nolan using the big 5-litre engine to get past the 3.8-litre engine of the racing car. And there's a move from Hardiman trying to get down the inside now. Let's have a look at the outside. Let's have a look at the inside again. No, follows him through up on the ripple strip. Still harassing him as they go down the straight.
He's just saying, you do know that I'm here in the background and I'm going to make your life hell for the next few laps.
Up they go over the hill of the back straight, which is funnily enough faster than going down the hill in the front straight. But that's where they get their quickest. Carrick.
Yeah, Carrick there in the hocking. Going in a straight line this time. That would have been quite a hairy moment off the start line.
Oh, my word, it would have. And 88 is Brennan in the Jaeger-sponsored Formula Atlantic, by the look of it. Giving, it's not in our program, he'd be a late entry. He's giving Carrick a hard time as they go down the straight. The Lexan V6, which is, as we said, Lexans were Commodores.
Doesn't look much like a Commodore.
No, but the Toyota Lexan looked exactly like a Commodore because that's what it was. And he's got Toyota sponsorship, or the car originally did. So he's running it with that down the side of it, Lexan V6.
Graham Hughes coming through turn 1 now in that Pro Sport. Made up a couple of places. He's got, I think, from memory, a 3-litre engine in the back.
Yes. Or in the middle, actually,
In the middle, I should say. In the middle.
Getting the power down very early. And up the back straight. Here's the lead. And Dillman just holding off Hardman again. Funnily enough, not funny, I suppose. Dolan in the 5-litre sports car has got fastest time with 13.6, and he is definitely gaining on them. 1.6 seconds off the lead. He'd be less than that now, as he's joined this duo to make it a trio. There goes Hardiman looking again for diving down the inside, but can't do it. Dillman doing well to keep in front of the flying Hardman, sitting in a car that his dad built. Whereas Nolan lines him up the back straight, puts his foot right through the firewall to try and get as much out of that 5-litre motor as he can. As up he comes, gets out to move past Hardman. Can he do it? Yes, he can, and he just makes it at the end of the straight. Hardman will try and make it up through the corners, and there he goes again. Hardman go. Ooh, it's a big thing.
Exactly.
It's a big thing to get up beside in a little open wheeler.
You lose your vision halfway along the car.
Well, you know, those big things are a bit hard to see out the back of.
That's right, and I think that's where discretion comes in
Exactly.
in historic racing, and we're not racing for sheep stations here, so...
Exactly, yeah.
And David doesn't own the car either. I think Norm Faulkner would have been standing down there in the pit lane.
Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Oh, very squirrely under brakes this time, Dorman, as he 4 laps to go with Nolan hunting him down. Hardman still in there. Long way back to Crozier.
Well, we could say it's all the young guns out the pointing end of the field in Group Q and R today.
Yes.
All the young stars.
Well, they've opened up a big gap on Crozier in the Rolt.
Yeah. And Nolan slowed down, so Nolan slowed down. Something's happened there.
Yes.
and Hardman's got past.
Yeah, but that's the end of him, I think. I mean, his forte is the straights.
And I don't think that would have been missing a gear. I think that would have just been something happening with the car.
Well, that's a shame. That was a great dice going on there. Still retains the fastest time, 13.16, which is as fast as quite a lot of the Formula 5000s.
Is indeed. And we're having a good look at that dice between David Brennan and Rowan Carrick now, heading down toward the final couple of turns under that Penrite Bridge. And so Rowan Carrick in the Hocking comes onto the main straight, the second of the Formula Holdens in the race.
3 laps to go. Will Brennan get him? Looks like he might. There's the clubman behind Brennan and Nowlan.
Yeah, he's getting a little bit closer, Brendan, but maybe not close enough yet. One spot I haven't seen any passing ever is this turn 2. Have you ever seen someone pass in a dice like this?
Mate,
at turn 2?
I've been coming out here for 60 years. I must have. I must have seen it. Can't remember it. So he's a lot closer this time, looking for a slipstream as they go up the straight. Carrick looking around thinking, where is he? Where is he? Looking in his mirrors, he's right behind you, Craig.
I'll just be focusing on the road in front at the moment.
Yeah, well now he is. He's liner up to give it a boot down the straight. There's that race back again for the lead. Look at this. Hardman could not get any closer. His nose cone was right up the back of the gearbox of Doolan.
He sees the opportunity with some of the cars that have just lapped to get his way right up on the tail of our leader.
So they've already lapped Graham Hughes and come down to take the flag for the 7th time, and they'll be on their last lap.
Yeah, looks like it. So Dorman just looks like he's just cruising around the corner onto the main straight here. Hardman's out there.
So he's got a slipstream. Can he do something about it at the end of the straight? Can he dive out? He's still sitting there. Still sitting there. Waiting. There he goes. Dives out the inside, but no.
Not quite.
Can't pull it off. Very, very close.
Well, he
last
did see,
lap.
Yeah, he did see that last lap board then. It was almost in their driver's seat.
So this is it. Hardman's got to make it up through the corners. He can't now, so it's a big drag, long drag up that hill until they get over the brow.
Needs that Formula Ford experience coming in at the moment.
Yes, he was a very successful. He drove an FA, one of the earliest model Formula Fords, and did very well in it.
Did indeed.
Close right up. There he goes. Trying. Ooh, looking. And actually has the fastest time. Hardman with a 12.6. But he's not going to do it. Dillman will power away. There's the checkered flag. Dillman wins by 0.4 of a second. Great race between the two of them. They waved to each other. Had a lot of fun.
That's what it's all about.
Yep.
And then back to the battle between Carrick and Brennan. They're heading down toward Daniel Road corner.
Yep.
A beautiful part of the track. I love that little S's part of the track.
Yep.
In our type of cars, you're at full speed going through there, almost.
Yes. Oh, he's nice and close. Carrick, and it's very bumpy, as you can see. Their heads are bumping up and down. Oh, he throws it sideways, trying to get that inside running, but not to no avail. And Carrick beats him across the line by 0.2 of a second.
He was trying an Alex Webster move from the previous Group S race.
So there they go. So the winner, Duelman, by 0.4 of a second, but Hardman quickest in the race with a 12.6. Nolan third, Crozier fourth, Carrick fifth, Brennan sixth, Nolan seventh, Miles eighth, Hughes ninth, Russo 10th, and Ross brings up the rear in 11th place.
Yeah, they're just coming across now.
Yeah. So that was it. The next we've got is the next classes of racing, sports and racing, which is M&O.
Yeah, going back a little bit in time to the 1960s and 70s.
Yep.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
And welcome back. I'm joined alongside by Fraser Ross, who's very kindly this weekend turned up to Sandown in what is perhaps one of the most lavish-looking cars. Albeit it's not a historic racing car; it's a current, fully fledged GT3 thoroughbred. But Fraser, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
No, thank you. It's great to be here. Great to be here at Sandown Historics, the VHRR. Obviously the passion with the historic cars is very live and well, and great to be here. Big crowd, big entry after a few years off, so it's great.
As you said, it's been a couple of years to get to this point, so the vibe in the paddock is absolutely sensational, but your family has intrinsically linked with historic racing as well.
Yeah, of course. My dad's racing this weekend in the XD Group C car. I spent a number of years here racing the Group N car, raced the Shelby, so our passion for historic cars is always there, and we love racing. So when I'm not racing this, I'm here with Dad, or I try to drive his cars in historic. So nice to see him running the car. Nice to be here with the Audi, with Shannons, obviously. So it's great.
Guess you could say you're a motoring enthusiast, but there's a couple of exciting opportunities on the horizon. We won't get too specific about that, but could you elaborate just a little bit, give us a bit of a sneak peek about the future?
Yeah, of course. So obviously we've come off the bend with the Shannons Audi on debut there. We're second, which was good. Nice to beat with the Wing Cup there. Next week I jet over to France for some testing in Magny-Cours for a week in an LMP3. Come back in the Shannons Audi on the streets of Adelaide for the final round of GT World Challenge Australia.
Fantastic. We say a big thank you to Fraser for joining us this afternoon, and you've heard it here first on Blendline TV.
Cars already on track for the 1961 to 1969 Sports and Racing M&O invited for their race 2. Darren Smith and Charles Rogers stays on for this particular race as the cars make their way around to the grid. Car number 63, Andrew Robson, will land on the front row of the grid. The BT30 Brabham looking magnificent in this beautiful sunshine here today. Sean Whelan, the South Australian, in the number 32 right alongside there as well. So another Brabham. Laurie Bennett to Paul Faulkner. Great to see Paul Faulkner in the number 94 out there. Another brilliant looking race car. Wayne Cooper, Peter Strauss, back to Noel O'Brien, the New South Welshman. Another New South Wales racer, Wayne Wilson, alongside Stephen Moody, the Victorian, Peter Williams, Grant Walker, Kim Shern, Søren Luckens and Norman Faulkner round out our grid. Great looking field of cars, and Charles, what a beautiful day after some challenging weather over the last month or so.
help if I turn the microphone on. Beautiful day, Darren. That's the first faux pas in the race. But we've got the sister cars on the front of the field, the two Brabham BT30s that were built by the Irish racing team in the day, and these guys are hammer and tongs. So we'll see a great race between Andrew Robson and Sean Whelan. But Laurie Bennett has cleaned them all up, and he's taken that McLaren M1B out at the start of the field.
Sean Whelan under brakes goes beautifully through there. Just shows the big Can-Am, the McLaren there, bumping around in the run down to turn number 2 there. But certainly the BT30 Brabhams are sandwiching this McLaren at this point in time.
They are indeed. And Paul Faulkner not too far back in the BD29 Brabham. And then I think we go back to Wayne Groger as well. There's a couple of former juniors in the field. There's a couple of sports cars. Obviously, you've got the McLaren out there. There's a couple of other sports cars there. Look at that. Laurie Bennett just puts the foot to the floor and tries everything he can to get past Whelan as they head down through the S's.
So yeah, just we're getting the information through from race control. Car number 32, which is Sean Whelan, the car currently sitting in P3, got a false start, so it'll be a 5-second penalty added to his race time at the end of this race. So got some work to do to try and get in front and get out in front by 5 seconds. So that doesn't matter and take into play.
He tried that coming onto the main straight there and got the little bit of opposite lock. He's trying now in the tail of the Bennett McLaren. I don't know how much that'll work. Keeping up there might add a few kilometres an hour to the little Brabham.
I guess you wanted to get dragged along with it, don't you? Such small amount of frontal area on these Brabhams. That,
there we go, and he's taken that position into turn 2. Previous race, I just said who passes someone at turn 2 at Sandown. Well, Sean Whelan just made the move on Laurie Bennett then. Looks like Laurie might have just slowed down a bit actually, but maybe he's just a bit slower through those bottom parts of the circuit.
Certainly as this day warms up, it's absolutely beautiful outside, 24 degrees. It's going to start to play into these cars that if they do have any overheating issues or a flow of air into the radiators as it may be, could become a concern. But he shuts the gate there again, Laurie Bennett, and runs down into Dandenong Road, and the Brabham looks left, looks right. He goes there, he goes there, he goes everywhere. Has a good look at it in the Irish racing cars. Number 63. Just brilliant pieces of Australian engineering history, these Brabhams, aren't they? They're just synonymous with what was an Australian race car driver with an awesome engineering crew, Ron Toronak and the rest of the team that built these cars and made them what they are, Hoot Gibson and the like that were involved in the background with Repco. And grew the legend that is still Brabham, actually still winning races, setting the lap record at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships at Phillip Island earlier this year as an invited car in the MG race. And the name continues on.
Well, it does indeed. Half the field in this race is all Brabhams. They came off a meeting at the Bend a few weeks ago where they had a Brabham celebration over there, and caught up with Peter Strauss earlier, who's out there in his number 11 BT11 Brabham today, and he said the Bend is quite a hard track. There's no sort of visibility of where every corner is.
It's pretty blind, yeah. There's crests, and the off camber corners can be quite tricky. And striking a magnificent picture up the very historic back straight here at Sandown. Car number 1, smack bang in the middle of our picture. This is Wayne Groger, a Victorian. And this is the Brabham BT23B from 1967 as we get a bit of a look back down through the field. Some of these Formula Juniors starting to come into shot, Charles, you touched on at the start of this race.
Yeah, a couple of the Formula Juniors out there, but also a couple of the other older Brabhams through the field as well. Wayne Wilson was out there with his Brabham. Noel Bryan, I think, just went flying through the shot before that was a bit of an off coming onto the main straight.
Stephen Moody, understeer. Should have gone right there, and the car went straight ahead. He gave it a couple of dips at the steering wheel. You saw the gloves come up and tried to double correct it, but understeer off it went.
Must be a few, well, I mean, there's bumps everywhere at Sandown. It's known for it. It's why people come back every year. But there must be quite a few bumps coming onto the main straight there that have got a few people out.
It really does show with the articulation of the suspension in these cars with their longer control arms. You can see the wheels moving up and down. You can really see. There it is. Just a understeer off he went. Didn't catch it. Plenty of rubber there if it's at temperature and working right for him to grip it up. But a double grab at it. And we go back to these cars, which you'd have to say would be under-rubbered.
That's right. Well, these are the two Formula Junior Lotus 18s. You've got Grant Walker in the first car there and Kim Shern behind him. Kim races all around the world, and he's got another Lotus as well that he races in Europe. So he's finely tuned athlete here in the Formula Junior ranks, and they're having a great dice down there. He's taking that outside move as they head up the back straight.
I love the colouring, the Lotus colouring on this car. Just synonymous, isn't it? The British Racing green and the bright yellow, the nose cone yellow, the stripe over the middle of the car. It's just absolutely magnificent.
Well,
I'd have to refer to you, Charles. You would be able to tell me whether it's actually perfect concourse style of colours. But
I'm just going to agree with you and say it is for the purposes of this broadcast. That
yellow wheels.
That isn't going anywhere anyway. Welcome to all those people tuning in from Belarus.
We certainly had people watching from Spain, watching the MG race actually.
Okay.
Watching on. We've had people from northern Queensland and the USA as well watching on as the motorsport family goes all around the world. And if they find out that someone's racing somewhere, George Vidovic from the sports car ranks racing in the US these days, and everyone tunes into his racing.
Yeah, he's got a McLaren M6B that he's racing over there now.
He does, and I've been trying to get him to bring it over here and run it here.
So Kim Shern just making an inside move there on Grant Walker as they headed through turn one. Kim in probably the more traditional of the Lotus 18 colours, if you wanted to talk about the Lotus 18 colours there. But Kim's mechanic, David Price, usually paints the Dunlop yellow into the tyres, but I did notice this weekend it's not painted, so it's slackening off.
Maybe the tyres were late in delivery, like everyone's having supply problems at the moment. Didn't get a chance to colour in the Dunlop branding. But everyone's having supply problems, and I would expect that it's affecting the historic racing community. So a change in position here, and this is the World Championship for 13th on the road that we're seeing here with Kim and Grant in the 60 and the 8. And we've got the race leaders coming through now. Yep. And just trying to make sure that they're not going to get their noses chopped off, and that's what's happened.
That's what's happened.
The 32, Sean Whelan, misses a gear.
Yep.
Politely puts his hand up and hands over the lead in this race to the 63 of Robson. So still 2 laps remaining once they come across the line. So that was a lead change as they came around the back markers, and blue flags being waved, and Sean Whelan just acknowledging that he was trying to get through there, and I would suggest missed a gear and has maybe done some sort of damage to the car because he's moved over in the BT30 and let the McLaren march on through.
Oh yeah, the McLaren just passes everyone down the main straight.
Just looking for the number 3 of Noel Bryan, the Renmax BN1. Another fantastic racing car with steeped in history, as we're getting good shots of a Can-Am car versus a Formula Junior. Now, I'm not sure that you can get anything at each opposite end of the scale.
That's right. And yeah, Laurie's now got past the Grant Walker car, but in that he's managed to string out that little battle between Walker and Shern. The Formula Junior racing in Europe is mecca. They get about 120, 130 cars at some meetings and split them into 3 grids. Run them with the earlier rear engine drum brake cars and the later engine, later rear engine disc brake cars as separate categories. And
we're lucky enough in Australia to get a glimpse into that. There's a little window of opportunity when Goodwood show their revivals and do what we're doing, live streaming here. And let's hope that some of these VHRR events turn out like Goodwood, because they started off streaming about 10 years ago, and now that streaming is sponsored by Rolex. Hotly contested rights to that, so it may be what's in the future for Australian historic racing. We'll wait and see.
If you mention that word a couple more times, I'm sure someone at that Rolex company might be listening.
It could be Castrol, Rolex, call it whatever you like. That the interest in that sort of festival, and this is what's unfolding in front of us now.
You're talking about Noel Bryan. There he is in the black helmet in the Renmax.
Renmax, yeah.
Having a great little dice there. The Australian-built Formula Junior, built by Bob Britton. in the Renmax company.
And Peter Strauss, just one up the road there.
Yep, Strauss is in the ex-Biv Stillwell Brabham BT11 Tasman car, running the 2.5 litre Tasman engine.
We go side by side here, so two different iterations.
Yep.
Not side by side. The Renmax drops back in behind as we are looking for the race leader. Car number 63, which will be off pole position, Andrew Robson. Last lap board being displayed. And it goes away because the checkered flag comes out for the red BT30. Takes race number 2 for the M&O Sports Racing and invited for this weekend. And look at that, it's daylight. Back to second place last time around. In fact, we've lost someone along the way.
I think we've lost Laurie Bennett. Yep.
And indeed maybe Sean Whelan, because Sean was 24 seconds behind after we think he had an issue. There's the 32. So yeah, he's just cruising.
Sean Whelan cruising around.
Waiting for that big McLaren too as well. Laurie Bennett hasn't been to the checkered flag yet either, but this battle rages all the way to the very end. Yellow flag there at Dandenong Road.
Yeah, that battle between Peter Strauss and Noel Bryan.
There's the McLaren.
Yeah, the McLaren's just parked on the grass there. Probably bogged in the soft grass.
Yeah, or at some sort of issue there. So that's a shame we didn't get him to the line. So it'll be Faulkner comes through. Paul Faulkner in the number 94, bringing it home very, very nicely indeed in the Brabham BT 29. So that's a turn up. That wasn't the way they started the last lap, but that's the way they've come to the finish line as we see Wayne Groger into P3. So I'm going to say a bit of a overturn there for positions 2 and 3 in this race, and congratulations to Paul Faulkner and Groger as well. There's the number 32 that started the last lap in position number 2, Sean Whelan. So two of our front running cars parked up on the side of the track.
Very unusual for both those guys. They're usually ones to finish a race. But there we go. Good racing for groups M&O. You're seeing history there. They're all genuine logbook cars. No sort of built-ups or anything.
Yes, well, you're not allowed to, are you? You can't just bring a replica along out of anywhere. They certainly have their place in other forms of motorsport, as we see the rest of the field making their way around. We have got plenty more racing still to come here at the 30th running of the Sandown Historics, put on for you by the VHRR, and we thank them for all of their great promotion of historic racing here in Victoria and running fantastic events. All of our marshals and officials around the track thank them very much, and certainly the VHRR ordered the good weather, and what you ask for you shall receive in Melbourne this weekend. Plenty of great racing. JK and LB Formula V and invited coming up next for their 8-lapper, Regularity, and then we've got a parade around about lunchtime for today. We'll be back in just a few moments.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
So I'm alongside here with James Crozier, and this is his Rolt RT21, and it's actually quite a unique unit in itself, but we're going to let James tell us a story about it because it's quite extensive as well. So James, could you tell us a little bit about this significant Rolt that stands behind us? It looks absolutely beautiful.
Sure. Well, I guess the first thing to say is that it was built by Ron Turanak, who those who know that Rolt cars are famous for his handiwork. And the RT21 was a very popular car in Formula 3000 back in 1987. And and we were lacking an open wheel category, and so Formula Holden was born out of surplus Formula Holden cars. And the RT20, the RT21, they were a very popular car to get, and there was a few others that came in. But this one in particular was bought by David Moyer, who's, I believe, quite a good engineer in Sydney. And many drivers drove this car, the likes of John Smith, Warwick Rookland, Rowan Onslow, and there's a list a mile long. But anyway, so it's been around. Unfortunately, John Smith crashed it at Phillip Island and bent the tub. And that was quite a tragedy for David because it was an expensive car to fix back in the day, and he didn't have the budget to do that. So he took him 12 months to build it back to the condition you see today. And I've been told that he rang Ron, and Ron gave him some good tips and advice on how to stiffen the chassis. And so this is really a high, a sort of an RT21B, if you like, because it's got double-skinned aluminium honeycomb walls. As for some of the earlier cars, only had single. And he took a lot of pride and effort into getting this car right. So I'm very lucky to own it, actually. Andrew McGuinness owned it before me, and Dream Motorsport, who engineered the car, they've done a great job in restoring it, and it's been great fun to drive it today. I've got to tell you, it's put a big smile on my face.
Geez, you're grinning like a Cheshire cat so far, but you've got a few other cars in the stable as well. At the Ball and Racing Developments factory at Brayside, just a few kilometres away from the Sandown International Raceway here, you've actually got a Reynard 88D, which is the former John Lacey Formula 3000 car in the works as well. How far off is that car?
Well, look, it's a big project. It's a basket case, so it's been stripped down. The tub's been sort of all not sandblasted, but sort of cleaned, all the paint's taken off it. We've got a new fuel tank coming from the UK. I bought an engine in the UK, but there's been some issues there, so we hope to see that soon. I'd say probably good 12 months away, but can't wait to get on the track too. Beautiful car, Marlborough colours. Looking forward to seeing that. And the piece de resistance would be to get him to come out and have a drive one day. That'd be awesome.
We look forward to that day. So a big thank you to James Crozier for lending some time and telling us all about this significant role that's behind us. And keep an eye out him on the circuit coming up very shortly.
All right, the pre-1960 sports and racing cars, plus invited Formula Vs, are now on the track. I'm here with Charles Rogers once again, and Charles, these are the oldest cars here today.
Well, they are. I just put my walking stick down and came over to the seating position. Can't stand doing this commentary because we are doing the older cars at the moment.
You can't stand it?
Can't stand it. Anyway.
All right. Well, coming up on the grid will be...
just letting everyone know that this is probably the final race I'm doing for the weekend, so I'm on the way out anyway.
Good.
So we've got groups J, K and L. I don't think there's any J there today, but we've got a couple of great front-running cars here. Nick McDonald there on the pole position in the Repco Holden.
Now, I must confess, I helped Nick tune this car this afternoon.
Well, you've just put the Moz on it.
Well, I was just walking past and he said, hey, can you give us a hand? Can you hold this switch open?
Okay.
So that's why he's sitting on pole.
That's why he's sitting on pole. Okay, the number 22, yes. Repco Holden there on pole. He's alongside David Reed and Bowe. They had a great dice yesterday in the race. And the difference between those cars and the Cooper Type 53 of Flavio Fuccinelli a little bit further back there is they're running on radials.
Yes.
And they've got a little bit more grip than those crossfire tyres that are in the ex-Lex Davis and Cooper Type 53.
So McDonald next to David Reed from New South Wales. David's been around a long time. Sitting on the front row, it'll be a big drag down to the first corner. Behind him is Graham Raper from Victoria. The revs are rising. And they're off. Looks like Nick got the jump. Ooh, the monoskate gets nice and sideways from wheel spin. There's not much in it as they're coming down, looking from where we are. That Nick goes right across to get the good sweep into the corner. lovely car. It's his father's car that's had it for years and years. It's sort of a copy of a Cooper Bristol, but it has a good old Holden engine in it. And there's the V's. The V's have started off a little bit back from the others because whilst they don't accelerate too fast, because they've only got a 40 horsepower Volkswagen motor stock standard, and as one person told me, if you got 38 horsepower out of them, you'd be lucky. But they are very quick around corners. In fact, they do not brake at the end of the straight.
And how many gears do they have, or they just go straight to top and leave it there?
Well, virtually. I had one for a while, and I came out here and they came up to me in the pits and said, "Are you changing down at the end of the straight?" I said, "Yep," and they said, "You don't." So a great starter for anyone interested in getting into motorsport. The cars might set you back 10 or 15 grand, and they're very, very low maintenance because they're dead stock standard engine, gearbox, front suspension, rear suspension. They were, funnily enough, invented in America, not in Germany. And the first of them is car number 9, which is Joshua Lowing, who's one of our junior members in VHRR, and he'd be absolutely beside himself leading this bunch.
Is this like Formula Ford racing where you don't want to be leading it this early in the race?
Oh, yeah, no, particularly with these, particularly.
And there are a few sailors out there?
Yes. A very famous name in Australian motorsport. So yeah, the Yanks put these together, and a lot of very famous drivers have started off in Formula Ford. And look at that, all slipstreaming each other. Well, they'd have to, wouldn't they? You know, they've only got a 40 horsepower there.
We've got a yellow flag out. So
wave yellows means there's something on the track. No passing. Slow down.
Maybe.
I don't think they've told them.
I don't think they've told them yet.
That's a shame. That's Jeffrey Wright in the MG Regar Special. Jeffrey Wright is the son of Graham Wright, who owned that and ran that car for a long, long time. Good to see it's still in the family.
Yeah, good to see it's still in the family. And looking back a bit further at the moment, that's the TS Special, Charlie Mitchell. Comes over from Western Australia for all the meetings.
Oh,
and most unorthodox looking car, but he's got, I think, the Penrite Lola Mark 1 sitting behind, and I noticed a different driver name next to that in the NatSoft results yesterday. Declan Bowe was listed as the driver in the Lola Mark 1. This is looking a bit mid-pack in the front end of the field.
Yep.
And so, just looking at that TS Special heading down between turn 1 and 2.
And car 47 is Russell Budge in the Zefka Oscar. Now that is an Oscar body that was made in Australia, up in Sydney, I think, where they sold them to various people who put them on all sorts of things. And this... I don't know what the chassis is for Russell's car, but it's running a Zephyr motor, hence the name Zefcar. Been running that for a long, long time, Russell.
Yes, indeed. And the other car at the tail end of that pack is John Rundle's Oscar,
yes,
which is the original
one.
Paul England Oscar there, running its, I think, Greyhound motor from memory. That's at the tail end of that pack.
Yes, that's a very famous car.
Different driving styles here. You've got the big, almost hot roddy style car of Charlie Mitchell there. He's got to take a wide line for every corner to make sure he actually makes the turn. The sports car, one of 27 built the Lola Mark 1. That's the number 17 car in the Penrite colours, and very rare and desirable car.
Yes,
overseas.
And as we said in Formula 5000, a lot of them are Lolas. Well, this is the same company, Lola. They made sports cars and racing cars. and all of them very competitive. So Russell's getting a good screen full. Back to the V's. Here we go. Battling amongst themselves. 99 hits the front. Just for how long, we don't know.
That's right. Well, Loic's back to, third or fourth place now. He's fallen back a couple.
And there they all go, trying to slipstream each other. One's not sitting out there going by himself. The Middleton looks in his his mirrors, and he's got 6 V's right behind him. These blokes will be having a ball. One went very wide there. They're all over the place, Charles.
They are indeed. And the clubman they were passing was making sure he was well out of the way for them as they went through.
Well, like I said, you look in your rear vision mirror and you got that battling crowd behind you. You want to get out of the way. Here comes Nick McDonald about to lap him, but Greaveson is still in the lead, or back in the lead at the moment. Car number 37. 84 right behind him. It's McLaughlin. That'll be one of the McLaughlin boys. All, not all, that's wrong. Some of them are younger.
Some of them are younger.
So,
what age do we cut off the young age bracket? About 50?
55. So look at that. That is just typical Formula V racing. All incredibly well matched. Nick says thanks for keeping out of my way.
Yep, got them at the right spot.
And Reed gets past them. So off they go again. They're battling amongst themselves. Greaveson in the lead, just momentarily, I would suggest. There's Josh Lowing, who led for a bit, is third in this group. And he's got another 4 cars behind him. They would be having a ball. And there's this Grace Dice going on. The Lola getting up beside Mitchell.
Yep.
And then tucking in for a tow down the straight. Dick O'Keefe in his Proton. And Dick's been running that for a long time too. Those are the good old days where you could see the drivers soaring away at the wheel, see what they're doing. And as you can see, they're doing plenty, particularly in the corners. There's an opposite lock there. Russell Budge comes up and thinks he'll have a challenge with 2 laps to go. Malcolm Reed we saw on with the Prad special. The Prads were made in Sydney. They made, I think, about a dozen of them. Both sports and open wheelers. The good old days in Australia made a lot of their own racing cars. Well, they had to.
Looks like Loic's back in 2nd place now in the Formula V battle, going through toward turn 2.
Oh, there's a big dive down the inside, or attempted dive down the inside.
Back to third.
It's McLaughlin. Lowing still sitting back in 3rd. Oh, that's it. That is just typical V racing. It's fantastic. Doesn't matter how fast they're going, which for racing terms isn't all that fast, but have a look at them. They are having a ball.
I reckon it would feel fairly fast inside those cockpits.
Yeah, well, it does when you've got all those cars around you. Your mirrors are full of them.
Yep. And he's sitting on the ground.
Yes, your bum's about 3 inches off the ground. So, McLaughlin hits the lead again. After this, they'll be on their last lap, these V's. So let's see. As you said, Charles, it doesn't pay to lead on the last lap. Sometimes. So McLaughlin looking in his mirrors. His brother. Side by side. Here comes a run. Got a lovely toe there. Yep. Pulled out. Let's see if we can do anything with it. Or was it too early? That was lowing. Was it too early? Let's see. He's got his own. Oh, slipstreaming and diving out there. 4 abreast as they come across at the end of the straight. And it looks like Greaveson might get into the front. Oh, it's very hard to describe these cars, Charles, isn't it? The place has changed. Look at that. McLaughlin has gone into the lead now. Lowing has dropped right back to the second last of that bunch. Here's our leader, and that's Nick McDonald. Led the entire race, got the fastest time. Can't do much better than that. It's obviously the help I gave him before this race.
Obviously, yeah.
That's done it.
Obviously,
look at that. Whoa! Sideways. Opposite lock. Oh, I think he's showing off.
I think he might have been. I mean, David Reid was behind him, probably laughing from ear to ear.
Yeah, he knows he's on TV. He's showing off.
That's it.
Fastest time goes to him, but not by much. 1:26.71. Reid did a 26.78. So who have we got leaving? Greedson is leaving. Oh, look at the shuffling and thing going on with this lot. Here we go. Greaveson leads at the moment. There's Lowing. He's looking around. Who's behind him?
The trees.
There goes the McLaughlin R. They line them up, and it looks like Greaveson will probably win. Yes, he does.
Yep. Great battle for second, third, fourth.
Look at that.
Fifth.
4 across the line. It was typical of what you see with Formula V racing. Fantastic.
Yep. And this battle between Mitchell and Bowe coming down to the tail as well.
Yep, that's been on the whole 8 laps.
Mitchell seems to have the front line speed and the TS special. Declan doing a very neat turn into the main straight. Might lose out a bit on the power.
Yes. And just beats it. Well, another great race for the V's, a good race for the frontliners, and everyone had a ball. Looks like they all finish. So we got McDonald, Reid, Raper, Mitchell, Fu, Reid, Budge, Rundle, Shaw and Greaveson. Greaveson was the first of the V's, and he comes in 10th. The V's ran Greaveson, Lowing, D. McLaughlin, R. McLaughlin, Sala and McLeod. Right, next we've got Regularity coming up.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Peter Shea, welcome back to the microphone for Regularity, the breakfast brand races, my friend.
Thank you, Phil. Yeah, good to be back. Losing a bit of blue sky, but at the moment, all good.
Yeah, shush, don't mention that rain word. Oh, I just did.
You did.
I don't think there's going to be any of that, so they're all wandering up the back straight there at the moment, and I see they can't spell my name right. We've got rid of the B, and it's Memery, from memory. So, that's all right. We've just got an apology back from the Blendline guys for getting my name wrong. It's not the first time, don't worry about it. The quite a range of cars here, Peter. So some clubmans, and I was taken to task earlier this morning for yesterday not mentioning the Victorian Clubman Builders Association. So
Okay.
I'm rectifying that at the moment.
I think you're best.
There's quite a number of guys in the state of Victoria that are in the state of making a clubman.
I think I made the comment yesterday that there must be that many club and brands around. I could probably name 6, and I think I said you could probably name 26.
Yeah, I think just about anybody that's built one has called them after themselves or whatever, but they're still a clubman. So the guy's just rolling around at the moment. We've got the safety flag still running. So
Yep, under the safety car, so it won't be too long before they get their tyres nice and warm. Safety car will pull off, and the guys and girls will go about doing their stuff. And I think we'll explain it again, Phil, what regularity is all about, if people didn't hear what we were talking about yesterday.
yeah, it's not all about spreading a bit of bran on your breakfast.
No, it's not.
It's more about trying to attain a consistent lap time. So you nominate a lap time, and then the idea is that you try and dial in on and achieve that lap time each time you go around. If you go too fast, then you receive a penalty, a time penalty, of course. If you go way too fast, you may be asked to put the car on the trailer and go home.
Absolutely.
But if you go too slow, you also receive a time penalty. Not quite as bad as if you go too fast.
No, so they start to frown upon dive bombing and that sort of thing.
Yep, so it's all about achieving a consistent flow with being able to get around, and you're not allowed to have any equipment in the car that may assist with you trying to get there at exactly the right time.
Yeah, I think if you've got a clock in your car, you have to tape it up so you've got no assistance timing-wise or anything like that. So it's all seat-of-the-pants racing, basically.
Absolutely, and if you're deemed to be slowing before the start-finish line, you may actually get a penalty for that as well, because it's sort of considered that maybe you're receiving some sort of assistance somehow. You've gone round too fast, the red mist has come down, and so you've sort of gone, oh, oops, I better slow down before I trip the timing.
Also, too, this weekend, Phil, there's a historic race meeting at Wanneroo in WA.
Oh, your old stamping grounds over there.
And they're having a tribute race to an old colleague, a commentator friend of mine, Rob Janney, who I used to commentate for many, many years at Wanneroo and round the houses, the regularities around the houses in Albany and Narrogin and York and Northam. So we used to commentate on all those events in WA. So I'm no stranger to regularity. They get a bit more feisty in WA with their regularity. You got to remind them that it's not a race, but you get blokes
the
like
red mist sort of comes
absolutely
down.
Paul Stubber and these sort of guys. You know, you really used to put on a great show, and it was all in good fun.
Yeah.
And so WA having their race meeting this weekend for historics, and a tribute to ex-commentator friend of mine, Rob Janney.
Excellent stuff. Look at that beautiful old Mustang, and charging along just behind it, little clubman, car number 2, which is, when I have a quick look at my program, Joseph Di Patello. No, that's not right. Looking at the wrong page there.
He's going to
go to the regularity page might be a help, Phil.
And we see the beautiful yellow Porsche just go from screen then.
And
just
of course-
coming into screen, coming up the back straight, and that was the actual winner yesterday. So as you can see, Regularity, the 2022 Historic Sandown Regularity. All the bits and pieces are on the screen to give you a little bit more idea. If you can't understand what we're on about, just read the screen, and hopefully that'll throw some light onto what Regularity is all about.
And that final part is the thing. The final classification is based on points awarded. So you tend to start off usually with a number of points and you lose them as you go,
Absolutely.
as time goes on.
Beautiful Porsches and the yellow car number 5.
Absolutely. It doesn't stand out much either, does it? Just a glorious car. And as he comes round, car number 5.
Did very well in
Stuart Webster at the wheel of that car, the Porsche.
Did very well yesterday in Regularity, so hopefully he can do it again.
Well, he's sitting
for
in,
himself.
at the moment, we can say he's sitting in second spot. So
Interesting car, just goes through the Gary Ball car 64, the Daytona.
Yes,
Here comes Webster coming through now. We've just been talking about car 5. And he's being closely shadowed by a clubman.
Absolutely, car 91, and he's looking to try and make a little bit of a faster lap time than the Porsche, so is he going to pass here? No, he'll probably hold off and give it a big run up the back straight, pass him in a straight line, which is where you're supposed to do it.
On saying that, Phil, if you both nominated times similar, you should be side by side all the way around the circuit. There's Gary Ball coming in that Daytona we were just talking about a minute ago.
Yeah, glorious looking car, the Daytona.
And you will notice the Daytona at 64 and it's got an R there, and that is for it's a replica. But still nicely turned out. Gary is a regular in this sort of event, also a commentator at the Hill Climbs.
And quite a nice little car to have tucked away in the shed, just drag it out on the odd occasion.
Yeah, Gary doesn't bring it that much except for Regularity. He says now it's too fast for him. He said it's got brutal power, so he just takes it around Regularity at a reasonable sort of pace. And now he's getting challenged now on the straightaway by the clubman. I think that's Rawlinson.
Probably absolutely thrilled to bits that he's just passed a Daytona.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Gary's decided a bit of red mist and he might come back at him as a side by side down the main straight. We got the clubman of Rawlinson and Gary Ball's Daytona.
They are side by side.
And I'll tell you what, I think Gary's up the ante a little bit.
Yeah, he has, but the clubman's going to come back down the inside and going to go around the outside for the turn 2.
But it's good fun. I must admit, I've had a Regularity where I've had a bit of a ding-dong swapping, and it's all in good fun. No one's scraping any paint. There's no dive bombing in the corners, so everybody's happy.
Of course, the little open wheeler type cars alongside a Mustang or a Daytona, they're very, very large.
They certainly are. Looks like the clubman now is getting away from the Daytona, but now is another clubman going to be in the fray very, very shortly.
Yeah, he's past the Mustang, and although is the Mustang going to come back at him? No, he's not.
Well, we check at his mirrors because that's Rawlinson in the clubman. He's sort of scooting away a little bit now from the Mustang. I think he's up the ante through the twisty bits, Phil. He's dropped the Mustang off, and now he's caught right up on the back of the Daytona of Gary Ball.
If I remember correctly, if I've picked my cars correctly, the little clubman car, Rawlinson's, has got quite a history. So anybody who's actually on track and not watching us on Blendline TV, head on down to the pits and take a wander around, and you will find a lot of cars with information boards in front of them that you can go and have a read of, chat to the drivers. They're all pretty friendly mob. Tell you all sorts of things.
Oh, absolutely. It's one good thing too. It's free to get into the pits here at Sandown. All VHRR meetings are free to get into the pits, so it's not like you've got to put your hand in your pocket to come into the pitch, walk in and have a chat with the drivers. Most of them are only too keen to give you a little bit of information about their car.
Now, it's interesting that on our screen we appear to have McLaughlin, Walker, and then there's the best lap, which I think is the nearest point that they is as close as they can get to their nominated time, but they were both on almost a dead heat on their best lap. So, and I'm just been informed from the background that this is the last lap of the Regularity, the breakfast brand races.
Okay, so we've got McLaughlin, Walker, Lebrano, Tidbury and Church. That's the top 5 so far. That's
could all change.
It all could all change because once they the final cars hit the start-finish line, they can calculate the points and the time and give a result. Well, we've lost someone. I think
yes,
they might have lost him yesterday.
The
Cortina's pulled out to the side as the two little clubmans are sort of battling nose to tail.
Someone has just had a message in the background that someone has received a black flag for going under a minute 35. So that must be the line mark. If you go
so
underneath that, you receive a slap from the officials.
That's a brisk time around. You know, it's not the quickest time around Sandown, but it's a brisk time.
Car 30. So car 30, not on my list.
So cars just coming up the batch right now on the final time. And it show, as you said before, for all sorts of cars, you could have like a Group A or a Group C car competing against a clubman.
Yeah.
Open wheelers, the whole kit and caboodle.
Car 23 now, what a big beast of a car that is. And lots of mumbo in a straight line.
That's Von Drassic's car, and certainly looks a bit of a menacing beast coming up behind you. I'll give you the tip.
Yes, if you were sitting in one of those clubmans out there at the moment with that pounding around behind you, you'd be
you'd want to
looking to wave him past.
Or you up the ante to try and get away from him.
Well, you do that all okay in the corners, but not so much in the straight, or you shouldn't.
So cars just receiving the checkered flag now, and it won't be too long before we can get confirmation who actually took out the Regularity here at Sandown. This is a session 2 Regularity.
Car 44 just on screen there. Beautiful little MG, I think. Andrew Clutch in the MGTC. Absolutely glorious little car. Some of these were supercharged, and I'm not sure now.
A lot of them had the supercharger at the front.
Yeah, they're hanging out the front usually, and this one doesn't appear to have that, so a naturally aspirated one. Yes, look, I can see the air filter socks hanging out the side of the bonnet as he comes down to cross over the finish line for the completion of his attempt at the Regularity.
So Webster's down in 8th. I think he was the one that won it yesterday in car 5, that beautiful yellow Porsche. But
he's
Lebrano now is the car 111. So far has nominated his time and has stayed as close as possible to his time from McLaughlin, Walker, Church, Tidbury, Zisdy, Spender, Webster, Bull and Wingett. Abby Wingett in the top 10. That's the...
Of course, car 30 has just gone a little bit too fast, did he? And so he may... I'm not sure how they worked that, if you've been black flagged in a Regularity.
Get off the track.
Yeah, I think it's...
I think your day's done, mate.
Yeah, I think it's go and speak to the headmaster.
You'll have to go and see the clerk of course. And that's not a pleasant thing. Can you, clerk of course wants to see you. So
please explain.
Your cap in hand up the stairs. So that's it. So it would be Lebrano, McLaughlin and Walker. That would be the top 3, Phil, for the historic Regularity.
Thank you, Peter. And I think it's time for us to throw to an ad break.
Absolutely.
So we'll be back with you shortly here at Blendline TV.
We certainly will be.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Right, this is the parade. The parade around Sandown, which the VHRR organised to let some of the spectators and car clubs and other people to have a chance to drive around Sandown. Probably none of them have done that before. They can't race around Sandown, they can't drive around there very fast, but at least they can drive around them, Ron.
They can, Bobby, and interesting, you've got the little Fiat X19s in the lead there. Yes, we've got the little Fiat X19s in front there. They're celebrating a milestone very shortly, and I'll be actually commentating at a function for them up in Bendigo in another week or so.
I didn't know there were that many in Melbourne.
Yeah, well, there's quite a few of them, but here we go. Some good lot of Fiats there. The Fiat Car Club, of course, been around certainly in Victoria for many, many years. Quite a few guys have gone on to race some good little Fiats over the years. But a good combination of cars. A lot of car clubs have got together. This is the Shannons Parade and A9Xs and little minis, the little mini Clubman and the little mini Cooper S behind that one. There's one of those Fiats we were talking about. It's Fiat Arbath.
That's a tricked up one.
Yes, Fiat Arbath was... Arbath, of course, was a bit like perhaps your HSV of Fiat. They would hot up Fiats. You could buy all the hot little bits for them. And they made some of those little Fiat 600s go like they should never have gone, but they were pretty amazing.
You couldn't close the bonnet, could you? They did that many modifications.
Well, the idea was to have it as cooling or whatever they call it. Okay, so...
well, today's, the modern Fiat 500 is available in an Abarth.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Yes, and a lovely looking thing it is too.
I had a riding one just recently and mind-shattering speed. I mean, it was incredible to get the pace out of one of those little cars.
Yeah.
But no, it's a good combination of all variants of motor cars, MGBs, and MGB are also celebrating a milestone. I think it's at 40 years of the MGB.
Oh, it'll be 60.
Maybe even 60, yeah. It could be 60 years, but quite a long time anyway. Because the minis are well into the 60 category. 1959 they first came out.
Yep.
Little Mini 850 or Austin Mini, Austin 7 Mini as they call it. There's more cars coming out, my goodness. They're appearing from all over the place as the Cool Drive pace car pulls up to let these cars coming out. They're coming out of what in actual fact was the old dummy grid area here at Sandown. The cars used to assemble just at the Shell corner and move off from where you saw those cars coming out, which is also the E-Type celebration as well.
Welcome back. We're live down here in the pit paddock, and I'm joined alongside by someone who probably doesn't need much introduction, but it is John Bowe, of course, and he's very graciously given us some of his time to talk about his weekend. So you're racing a Group N Mustang owned by Joe Collegia this weekend. How's that been so far?
It's been great. I've had a pole position. I had 2 wins so far, so I mean, can't get any better than that. It's a terrific car, though, as Joe's cars are. Like, he has a couple of guys, Michael and Andy, that prepare them, and they do beautiful work on them. So I discovered many years ago, decades ago in fact, that the best way to go well in motor racing is to get in a really good car. So I've tried to follow that motto for most of my racing life.
You've always had your fair share of good cars, but it's also some of the accolades and the achievements that you've racked up throughout your racing career. So you've got an Australian Drivers' Championship, an Australian Sports Car Championship, Touring Car Championship. Amongst all of those victories, 6 TCM titles as well. It's probably a hard question, but what stands out most to you as a highlight?
The biggest highlight I have in my racing life is that I'm still doing it, honestly. I love racing, I love the people, I love the competition, the driving of all sorts of different cars, but the fact that I can still do it and I have opportunities to do it, I'm very grateful, more than proud, but I'm grateful, and along the way I've had some success. But I always try and, my dear friend Dick Johnson taught me to look forward, not look backwards, so that's what I try and do.
Absolutely, and next weekend we've got the Super Cheap Auto Bathurst International, where you're currently trailing Ryan Hansford by 5 points in the TCM title. How is that looking so far heading into the weekend next weekend?
Well, Ryan's a really good driver. I was good friends with his dad, and I would say that Ryan is odds-on favourite at the moment. But I love racing against him. I think he finds it odd that someone of his dad's vintage can still keep up with him, but we'll go to Bathurst. We do Adelaide as well, which is great for our cars and our category, so hopefully one of us will win, or there's a couple of other guys in the mix as well, but they're a bit further behind. And the competition's great. Those TCM cars are fantastic things to drive, so I'm really excited about it. Bathurst in any car is great.
And so looking ahead as well, but perhaps next year you're looking at another trip overseas, Goodwood, somewhere like that again?
It'd be nice if... Joe's been talking about it. He's driving this weekend in his Corvette. He's done a great job. Yeah, we talk about it. I don't know whether we will or not, but, it's very exciting to go overseas with a car from here. You can always go over there and lease a car or something, but these cars we've all got some... heart and soul invested in, so hopefully we can do it. And if that's the case, I love racing with Joe. He's my, best mate, and I got him into motor racing quite a long time ago. I don't think his wife's ever forgiven me, to be honest.
He's also a good supporter of yours and David Reynolds as well through the Apex Steel brand as well. But we'll ask you one more question before we let you go. This weekend, it's obviously been a couple of years that quite weren't, with COVID and the novel pandemic virus going around the world and affecting this event more specifically. But to be back this weekend and to be as strong as it is, it's a good vibe. It's hard not to get caught up in all of this, isn't it?
Absolutely. The VHRR do a fantastic job on this meeting. They also do Phillip Island. They do Winton Historics. It's a great club. It's got lots of enthusiasm and passion, and I love historic races because I grew up in motor racing. So all these old cars, I was around when they were new cars. So I just think it's awesome, and I'm super happy to be part of it, to be honest.
And we're absolutely rapt to have John Bowe down here talking to us, talking to Blendline TV. We hope you're sitting back and relaxing, enjoying the show from home. We'll take a quick break and we'll come back with something very shortly.
Well,
okay,
that was great to hear from John Bowe, giving the club a good burst like that. What he said was true, obviously.
Well, he was probably noticing that Ian Tate was just standing on his left-hand side in the tent there, talking away to Carol Carter. So good to see Carol and Murray Carter here this weekend too, enjoying the motor racing. They're certainly enjoying the VIP tent, that's for sure.
Yes, well, we just saw what would be the word, the collective noun for a mob of E-types.
Oh, I don't know.
A treasure chest of E-types?
A lot of them. A lot of them.
Oh, he's gone a bit wide, that one.
Yes, he's using the ripple strip at slow speed. Just an amazing motor car, wasn't it, the E-type?
Well, Ferrari is supposed to have said it was the most beautiful car ever made at that time.
Yes. Oh, bit of a hold up down the other end.
There's a heap of MGs, Mustangs.
A few of the current model MX-5s there too. The MX-5s had a run around here yesterday too. Quite a number of the MX-5 club did a couple of parade laps.
And we've got a bowl stuck in amongst them, and bowls, of course, were made just down the road. They made quite a few of them, and a few of them were raced.
Well, you could buy a Volvo, a Bolwell with the Ford 351 V8 in it, and actually get warranty through Ford.
You could.
Yes.
Yes, that's what you said. You could
Yeah,
now.
you could, yeah.
No, they were a good thing. And at times they have made newer ones. They made a particularly ugly one. Remember that square?
Oh yes, that was
thing?
an unusual thing.
Very strange. But their latest one, I don't know how they're going with that, but that's a gorgeous looking thing. I've seen that at a couple of car shows. So it's good to see a bit of Australiana in amongst of all that.
There's one of those little Fiat R-Bars you were talking about.
Yeah, there's one.
And there's a little Fiat 850. That was another model they made here. Sold quite a few here in Australia. Just the little Minis, the Mini Cooper S. The Mini first sold here in, I think, very late 59. I think they would have had those out. And then Manton, Peter Manton, decided the twin carbies on one of those things that looked pretty good, and kind of just went on from there, didn't it, really?
Yeah, certainly did. Certainly did. They did. They were real giant killers. In fact, on television, there's one of these streaming stations replaying the old, from the Armstrong 500 up into the 90s, and the Minis just dominated for several years there.
Very last of the Minis going at the silvery coloured car. There's a Mini LS. That was a bit of a last gasp from Leyland here with the Mini to try and bring it back to the competition, really. I mean, you could go down the street and buy yourself a Honda Civic with all the bells and whistles on it just as a standard car. And poor old Leyland with their Minis, did you want a heater with that, sir?
Yeah.
And or would you like carpet, where all the other cars were coming with that sort of standard?
Yep.
An Austin minivan, or a Countryman as they call that. Because the MGBs, I had a love affair with an MGB for about 5 minutes. But no, it was a good little car. The one I bought, I was very fortunate. It was a lovely, lovely car, but someone else thought it was very lovely as well. So.
And so saith the used car salesman.
Yes. Dear. There's a Mustang. We didn't see too many of these around, did we? The green one that Johnson drove for a while, which I think...
I don't think they were too successful anywhere, even in America, I don't think.
Yeah.
They were all that successful.
No.
Oh, here's another bowl.
Another
good.
bowl.
Terrific. So we got
there's at least two or three of them there today.
Yep.
That looks a pretty mean one with the nice big fatties on it.
Well,
John Latham drove one of those too, didn't he?
Yes.
The bowl, he drove very well with those. And the big Mach 1 Mustangs there. Look how much bigger it is than the model going in there.
Yeah.
Wanting the cars to stop there. I didn't count the number of cars, but it's
still,
some hundreds, I would say.
They're still coming round. A BMW snuck in there somehow. I think that's the only one. It's a good looking one, but it's the only one.
Yep. Bowe Nagari, wasn't it?
Yes, yep.
The name.
You could have it with a 6 or an 8.
Not sure about the latest model looking MX-5s. There's the different sort of shape, I guess. A few years down the track, I might get used to it.
Yeah. There's a very early Commodore. And
nice SLE by the look of it.
Yes. With the...
Because the old Hay Charger. Didn't they have some good ads years ago with all the, not just with cars, but with other sort of brands, but the Hay Charger one.
That has stuck around forever.
Oh, it's just one of those good things, yeah. Now the Valiant, that could even be an S or an R series. I can't. Oh, it's a 2-door version. We wouldn't have got too many of those.
No, I don't think any.
And there's the previous model NC and the NA, the little Mazdas. Biggest selling sports car in the world.
Yes. And very early in the piece, people said this is the car the English should have built.
Yes.
Should have built, but didn't.
No,
well, they attempted it, but it wasn't as good. Oh, there's another BM, a nice 6.
That's a 635 CI.
Yes, lovely. All right, we'll just pause there for a minute and we'll go to a break.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
So we've made our way down to the MG paddock and I'm joined by Reece Howell, who's the driver of this very unique MG. It's probably one of the only racing examples in the world. Is that right, Reece?
Yeah, it is actually. It's a pretty unique car. We bought it 10 years ago and it's been a pretty long journey getting it up to the spec that it's up to now, and hoping that this is a good weekend and we can finally have some fun with the car. So, yeah.
So for viewers who don't know much about this car, it's an SVR GT3, and as I understand, it was one of the first ever homologated GT3 cars in the world.
Yeah, definitely. So this is MG's only GT3 car. So it's a pretty rare piece of equipment, and it's a lot of fun to drive.
So what sort of power plant have we got under the bonnet?
So we've got a 5-litre Ford V8 in it. It's pushing out quite a nice amount of power, and it's coupled to a 6-speed Hollinger sequential as well. So it's definitely got the right power plant in it, and it's built to go quick. So
there's also quite the historical trail or the story of this car coming to Australia and being in your hands too. Just elaborate on that a little bit as well.
Yeah, so the car sort of sat idle after 2005 when MG had it. They basically built the car up, and then after their first race meeting they went broke. So after that, it sort of sat idle for quite a while, and then we managed to procure it and brought it out here, and the process begun. So as I said before, it's been about 10 years getting it to this point that it's at the moment. We've had a lot of teething issues with the car, but hopefully all that's sorted now and we can have some fun in it. So
there we have it. That's Reece Howell, and that's his very unique MG. We say a big thank you to them for joining us down here in the MG paddock. Back to the commentary box.
Thanks, Gollum. Great interview there with Reece Howell, and we'll hopefully see that car out in a few moments' time, Bruce.
I think he's still one of the survivors.
Well, there's a few survivors. mainly because they've all got Penrite oil in them. And that was a good little segue there, because the Penrite logo was on the screen at that very point in time.
Yeah, it was great.
But I think we're here for the K&S Environmental MG and Invited British cars today.
Yeah, and we thank the team from K&S once again for getting behind the MG and Invited British. They've been a great supporter all season, and we thank them again for today.
We almost need to call it British sports cars.
Yeah, we should. Well, we should. There's obviously MGs. We've got some Triumphs, although we have had a couple fall out since this morning's race. Alistair Ondarchi's got the dreaded gearbox issue again that he's had a little bit this year, and we believe we've got a word from Keith Ondarchi's pit crew here. He's actually up in the commentary box with us at the moment.
Well, his job's done at the moment. Can't do anything more.
That's it. He's moved on from that, but he's got some a gearbox issue, we believe. I mean, a clutch issue. So.
Now, so we've just got on board with Mike Roddy in the ex-Walkinshaw Jaguar. That's a Group A car. Winner of the, I think, what was it, 85 or something, Bathurst 1000?
85,
there you go.
Yep, 85 it was. Yep.
We got it right. Harmon driving the car back then.
So he's worked his way up onto the front row after working his way through the day, and it's going to be fantastic to get some inboard footage from him.
Well, exactly, and that aerial isn't for the broadcast here. That aerial is period correct for the TWR Walkinshaw. Robin Bailey alongside him. Robin's in car number 50. You won't get to an MG race without Robin Bailey there in 50.
Wouldn't be the same.
Wouldn't be the same. And there's some old names. There's a few names here. This is the first time I've done an MG race in about 5 years. So there's quite a few names here that I'm not familiar with. One or two cars that I'm not familiar with, and one or two cars that I'm familiar with.
But
like that car number 9 just coming onto the screen there. Jeff White, Greg White, been around for a while.
And Gordon Bunyan's next to him there in car 78, the little Triumph Spitfire, which Gordon got covered in smoke from me in qualifying, because when I blew up my engine, but Gordon is really tooling well today. He's considering it's a horsepower circuit in his little Spitfire, he's doing a great job.
Yeah, he is indeed. Well, there's all that beautiful horse railing on the inside of the track as well.
Just to remind us how long that straight is.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, I think we're in the hands of the starters now.
I've got my pick for this race, but I'm not going to put the Moz on the race.
My dark horse here is Barry Pritchard, I reckon, in his Triumph. I've got to be behind the Triumphs. He had a great run. He actually got his personal best in this morning's race.
Yeah.
So I reckon he's my roughie, I suppose.
Your roughie, yep. Well, he's got a bit of horsepower in front of him to conquer at the moment.
Yeah, he might need a couple of DNFs perhaps to get there, but I reckon he's going to put on a really good race for us.
Yeah. So everyone's clean away, as is normal in MG racing, but it looks like we might have a Bathurst winning Jag pull it into turn 1 first.
Yeah, he's stepped away. I'm sure Robin will try and keep with him. And Andrew Howe had a great tussle this morning with Keith Ondarchi, so he's probably enjoying a bit of clear space there at the moment, but certainly doing really well in that.
He is indeed. Yeah, Mike Trethan up there in his MG midget, always super quick little MG midget, that one.
Yeah. And we saw Phil Chester get up on the ripple strip there, so he's having a fairly decent crack, the only TF in the field today, thanks to me.
Yeah. And is that the car that Phil used to race originally?
It was actually Vince's old car.
Okay, so, there we go. Yep, okay. Cool.
Hello, we've had a bit of a sneak through there, through the top, coming into Dandenong Road. Great footage there, though, isn't it?
Yeah, very good footage. Mike Roddy making it look very easy driving that V12 powered Jag.
It looks a bit of a handful there, though.
Yep, so that's Andrew Howe leading in the ZR Judd.
Yeah, he's really skipped away there.
He has indeed. Yeah, Robin Bailey Robin's doing a foxing. He's doing what Walt Fitzgerald used to do. He's just sort of hanging back a little bit, playing it nice and slow.
So if it was golf, we'd say he's protecting his handicap.
That's right.
Okay, so car 90 has got a 5-second penalty here, which is Andrew Howe. So
that's why he's gone out.
That's why he's skipped away a bit. You think he's trying to get up the road. Now, I was talking about Barry earlier, and he's got himself in a bit of a tussle here. He's trying to keep Danny at bay.
Yeah, so race leaders swapped around again. Rob Bailey back in the lead by the look of it.
Yeah, there might be a bit of lead swapping and sharing going.
That's
It's
right.
nice to see sharing with the MGs, isn't it?
Yeah.
Friendly bunch.
Yeah, that's right.
Don't seem that friendly when you're on the track with them sometimes, though.
I can imagine it would.
But it's all
Yeah,
good fun.
the red mist comes down with a few of the drivers for sure.
Now Barry's dropped the spot here. I hope I haven't put the Mazda on him. But I'm sure he'll keep toiling away there. He's having a great dice though, and that's the good thing with MG and Advita British. It doesn't matter where you are in the field. There's always someone to have a bit of a play with, and you certainly see it back in the marquee. Everyone having a good old laugh and enjoying their motorsport, which is what it's all about.
That's it, and there's some classes within classes as well, so it's not necessarily going to be the person at the pointy end of the field that ultimately wins the championship. You're probably better placed to tell everyone where the MG and Advita British Championship is at the moment, because I wouldn't have a clue.
To be honest, I'm not.
There we go. That's the thing.
We have some fun.
We don't really care about it because we're all having fun out there.
That's it. Ryan Alana's having a good go here and trying to keep a few of those MGBs at bay.
And that's in that one. Yeah, there's quite a few MGBs behind her with Greg White. Was that Darren Suter back there as well?
Yeah, Darren's a regular runner and he's going really well again today. And there's Phil Chester in his MGTF, which would have been nice to be out there with Phil. Probably around about similar speeds, a bit quicker than me, but would have been good to try and keep up with him. They look fantastic coming across the top there.
It indeed looks like they're out for a Sunday drive. That is one of my favourite little corner areas in the country.
Yeah, it's a good spot.
Going down over the top of the back straight into the little kink for Dandy Road. You just sort of feel like, the better corners are coming down off the top of Bathurst, but that's another story altogether. You get that corner about 10 times in a row.
Yeah, it's probably one of the scariest. That in Phillip Island, turn 1, I suppose, one of the scariest corners in Australia, I would think.
Yeah, great little dice here with what's that, Mike Trethen and the B. A couple of left-hand drive MGBs here.
Yeah, so they'll be American imports.
Yeah.
If it's anything like the Triumph Spitfire, they actually sold more Triumph Spitfires in America than what they did in England. So
I remember hearing that. Yeah.
Hence that probably a few left-hand drive vehicles floating around.
And there's a few cars there in the MG Racing colours. Rod Wells out there in his midget, just the back of the screen there.
Yeah, I think there's three today in those colours. So might be a bit of a sportsman recall, like teamwork going on.
That's right.
Now, these two here are getting pretty keen. That's Barry and what we got there.
Yeah, and Gary Bulmer, I think, in the B. Was that Bulmer's car? I'm getting used to all these names.
Yeah, it was
again.
Gary. Yeah, that was Gary. And
I just dust off the cobwebs before the race. Had another cappuccino. That was the way to do it.
There goes Shirley in her TR7. She's had a good run this weekend. I think she said she got a personal best, which is, can't ask more than that, really, can you, in a race meet?
Another good nice back there a little bit. Chris Ralph in his MGB. Andrew Watson in the Z. Andrew Watson, of course, from the Hobson's store. If you haven't had a good chicken parma in a while, well, head down there to Sandringham and you'll definitely get a good chicken parma.
Yeah, great supporter again of MG Racing. David Anderson trying to get on the back of Shirley there before that big V8 just launches itself down the straight. And we might see where they can get her at turn 1. They'll catch her up there.
Yeah. But Ralphie's on the tail. He's doing a bit of foxing there in the darker colour of the MGBs heading toward turn 1.
Jumped out of the slipstream there.
Not quite getting into the groove of it, but Ralphie's obviously come from Group N, where he's
So we're back with Barry again. These two are having a wonderful dice. So he shut the gate there, kept them at bay.
All very clean racing. You can see they're just giving each other enough room, but having a good dice at the same time.
I'm sure Ursula will be saying to Barry at the moment, eyes forward, and whoop, there's got a bit of... and that's
not good.
That's a bit of a nasty one into the wall there. I think he's going to be okay.
That's about probably the 4th or 5th car that's had a bit of a lose there, but unfortunately the first one that's clouded the wall. That's Gary Bulmer's there, so that'll no doubt put a cautionary hold to the...
Certainly be yellow, but we may see
another colour.
A safety car even, or perhaps a red, depending on if we've got a few laps to go, what they'll decide to do here.
Yeah.
That's a great shot there coming out of...
Danny Road corner, is it? No,
that's actually turn 4.
Yeah, turn 4, yeah. No, very good shot there just on the top of the fence. Through turn 4, around that little right-hander heading up the back straight. Very hilly back straight. And yeah, so we're just doing a replay now of the Gary Bulmer incident. Loses on the other side of the ribble strip. A couple of us have done that before. These ribble strips, once you just get over that other side of it and you try and plant the foot in, it's all over.
Yeah, and it's a real shame to see that. So we've got double yellows leading into there, just to let the drivers know that there's been an incident. We may not have been able to move the car from where it was at this stage. It's still there. But looks like he's got out of the car safely, which is always great to see.
Always a good thing. And the medical centre's right there and close, so you can go and get a post-race check-up.
Yeah, that's true, but I'm sure we wish our best for Gary there. He's one of the great competitors of MG. So
meanwhile, back at the leaderboard, Robin Bailey's just cruising around, headlights ablaze, and saying, "I'm here. Let me through."
Yeah, we missed a bit of action at the front. We're not too sure. Oh, yeah, certainly Robin's out in front. And he's done a fastest lap of the race of the 1:21.
I often wonder how he actually sees over that bulge on the bonnet. It seems to get bigger every year.
Yeah, it's
in the rebuilds of that car.
Fairly big bulge.
Checkered flag there for just noticing it.
Yeah, the session, the race is finished, so well done, Robin.
And just seeing that little in-car footage. Did you put
Barry.
the Moz?
I have put the Moz on Barry there. He's at turn 4. That's a shame to see Barry tucked in the wall there. Looks like he's okay though. He's got out of the car and perched himself up on the tyre wall there. Yep, he's given the thumbs up to the flaggies, so that's good to see.
It's good to see.
Again, a bit of.
Yep.
Yeah, he's definitely.
And hopefully there's no little critters in those tyres. I've always wondered sitting on those tyre banks.
That's a good point. It's probably not quite what Barry's thinking about at the moment. But I think you've probably raised a good point there.
Probably not. It's what we've got guinea fowls for. They keep the snakes away.
Yeah.
But I don't think there'd be many guinea fowls around Sandown Park.
They want to bring them down from Phillip Island? Is that? Well, they're a different one. They're the geese.
No, but yeah, they're the geese. They're the geese that make their appearance on the main straight occasionally.
And there's Phil Chester coming through, who last year's championship winner, and he's V8 MG, but he's back into his TF at the moment. I think there's some major rebuilding going on there.
Okay. We were wondering what was happening with that. Okay.
Yeah, but he's certainly been very competitive. And those are looking to buy an MG V8. Vince has got his for sale. It's down there in the MG marquee if you want to go and have a look, if you want to get yourself into...
I did notice you down there having a look at it earlier.
No, don't let my wife hear you say that. And speaking of MGs, there's some over there that were just on the parade lap back on display. So certainly some magnificent cars here this weekend to look at. It's just...
on track, off track.
Yeah, the event's growing every year. It's just a great marvel of Australian motorsport, really, isn't it? Great history.
As in, of course, the next big historic race meeting in Victoria will be Phillip Island in March next year. I think the 10th to the 12th of March. I stand corrected on those dates, so just check the local guides, being VHRR website.
Yep.
VHRR.com, and we'll no doubt see everyone at Phillip Island. And I understand there might be a few little interesting pieces of machinery coming from the other side of water in different areas of the world.
Well, it's been difficult, hasn't it, the last few years to do that, so it'd be great to see some of those sorts of things. I think we're done. It's HQs are up next. And
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're not too far away. We're in the countdown for the HQs of the next race on track. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me is the mouth from the south, and literally he is from the south of the big smoke, is David Amor. Welcome, David. Welcome to Sandown. Welcome back to the land of the living as well. You've had a bit of a troubled 2022, mate. It's so cool. We had you back for the last round of the State Series calling HQs. And if this morning's race is anything to go by, you're back in fine song pre sort of health meltdown.
Yeah, well, it certainly is, mate. The HQs are putting on a fantastic show. Yesterday, race 1. This morning, race 2. We've got race 3 coming up very, very shortly. And, mate, it's good to be above ground. It really is, and absolutely fantastic. With the HQs, you don't realise how many people love you, hate you, and all that stuff. But the amount of people that rang me up and offered what they could do or how they could help me and everything else like that. So it's absolutely brilliant. I've been doing it for 32 years. I wouldn't change it for anything. I've certainly upset a few people over the years, mate, but water off a duck's back. But HQs is my passion. So is my motorsport. 33 years ago, I decided to go motor racing, and Mum and Dad said, "Oh my God, son, why would you want to do that with those people?" Right? So Dad came along with me for the first and second meeting. By the third meeting, it's when's the next race meeting, David? These blokes are unbelievable. They're not dragging their knuckles on the ground, and there's a lot of human beings out there, and it's absolutely fantastic. I've done 10 years on the Thunderdome. Just walking through the pits this weekend, we've got Neville Haley, state champion, national champion. We've also got John Spencer, who won the HQ Holden Y series in my car, 30 years ago on the Thunderdome and things like that. And you just go through it. Davidson. And also there's a guy there that's got a newspaper, Motorsport Action, I think it's called, or whatever, Bruce Williams. He raced the HQ. Good to see you there.
Auto Action, yeah, he did.
Right?
Yeah, he did.
You start looking at all these legends, and these are the people that started HQs.
Well, that's true. I'll just backtrack you a second. All the people offering you help and stuff like that. I did my own little bit. I kept your spot warm in the HQ commentary booth there for one round, and then you waltzed into the next round, all good and well. So I did play my part as well there. I put a pillow under my shirt so that it made it look like you.
Yep.
And made it all very authentic.
And that's the reason why I came back early also, Darren, is to make sure the commentary is back up to where it's supposed to be. We do expect a really, really strong vocal and everything else like that. You will get that. I made sure that those speakers down the side there in the grandstand have been tuned up, ladies and gentlemen. I've got a fair bit to hollow this afternoon. We've got the Carl McHenry Memorial. That's this weekend. Proudly sponsored by Tyre Power, ProQuip, and every other sponsor you see on the front of these HQs. They are like brand new, ladies and gentlemen. Go and have a look, get a photo taken. Quite happy to put the kids, the girlfriends, the wife in the seat, get a photo opportunity. And it's affordable excitement. It's one of the best ways you can start motor racing. It's a tin top. We would fit in there, Darren, quite easily. And it's really a very, very controlled category, 3-speed, 355 diff ratio. Doesn't matter how much money you got, because you're only allowed to do X, Y, Z to the engines. They all get checked, they all get measured and things like that. And most importantly, the best bit I like is the spacer. What is a spacer? It's a bit between the steering wheel and the back of the seat. That's called a human being. That's called a person that brings along family, friends, girlfriends, wives, the whole lot. And that's what HQ Holdens is all about. It's affordable excitement. We bring the family in, and that's what we've been doing for 30 plus years. We've been at Bathurst, this year as well. We had an absolute ding-dong battle up there. A lot of people up there. We had the HQ Nationals in Darwin. All right. We've still got the 4-hour for Winton. The start of December, we've got this magnificent round that we've done now for a few years, and very, very happy, impressed, and very honoured the VHRR to be here, Sandown, for the Historics.
Well, I guess the Sandown Historic is 30 years old this weekend as well. So there's a little bit of hand in glove with HQs, 32 years or something. You've been around with the game yourself there, David. So very happy birthday. I'm sure 32 is a fair way ago in your under your belt. But it's in all seriousness, it's great to have you above ground, mate. And we are about to let loose with the HQs, the Tyre Power HQ race number 3. We've had a New South Welshman doing very, very well here this weekend. I'm hoping that the Vics can start to come through there, and look at that, getting themselves ready. Philip Ashland, number 1, the Tasmanian, with Tyre Power emblazoned across the front window of his car. Great to have the national champion on board. Let's have a look at the grid and how this will take part. It is John Baxter. He will be on pole position. Then it's Rob Rogers to the next Osborne transport car. Brett Osborne to Phil Ashland in the number 1 national champion. Andrew McLeod. I am going to put a little bit of a wager on that Andrew McLeod's going to come through from P5 in this one. I just got a feeling that he's had some good results here in the past, and it's about time he pushes his message all the way to the end of this 7-lap race.
All right, Darren. Yeah, well, good luck, and let's hope that he can move forward. But ladies and gentlemen, what I want you to realise, the top 10, if I just tell you in the top 10, we have got state champions, national champions. There's over 23 years of championships in the top 10, Darren, of guys who have won. So if you're 11th and 12th, you go, oh, geez, I wish I could get up there. Mate, we have got some big egos, and we've got some big names right at the top of this that are still punching numbers well above their their way. We've got Bruce Heinrich in the 21 cars. We've got the young guy Woods. We've got Perry Beckers. We've got Johnny Wise that's come back. He's come out of mothballs after 4 years. Steve Banks doing a fantastic job in the 76 car. We've got Kenny Wright. That's the son of Bobby Wright that used to be, racing right there at the front with Haley, Hibbert, Murray, Platt, Bocelli, all those guys. It is absolutely wonderful. It's a family event of HQs. And here this weekend at Sandown, the Carl McHenry Memorial, ladies and gentlemen, this is where there is a lot of HQ guys shaking hands, patting backs, catching up with people. And it's an absolute awesome weekend. The weather is perfect.
You've covered off to position 12 there, David. We go back to 13, which is Dave Allen, Jake Madden, Scott Andresk, then Darren Jenkins, Ray Jardine back in position number 17. Unfortunately for Ray, he's gone back a little bit this weekend. Graham Crawford will be next in the number 68, Andrew Williams blue car. Glide Godding in the next one in position 19. 20 is James Flett. 21, Andreski Joseph version. Ben Simpson, Ty Gray, Peter Coleman, Andrew Lordsley, Wayne Healy in the 222 out of 26. Mick Magilton in the number 75. Tony Maloney in there as well. Great to see Tony out on track having some racing. Kirk Porter, Graham Francis, Peter Anderson, Ben Riches, Steve Strawn, Darryl Crouch, Andrew Magilton coming out of 35. And watch for that one, car number 14. Andrew Lawton, Mick Ling and Scott Godding rounding out our field. So Andrew Magilton in the number 14, the state champion here in Victoria. Let's see how he can go. Starting out of position number 35, 7 laps. I don't know what that is. That's about 6 positions every lap or 7 positions every lap to get to the front of this field. He did it earlier on today. He actually popped his way through, got into the 10 and now finds himself down there in 35th position. Cars at the ready. All of our officials are clear away except for the yellow flag marshals, which will notify the field if anyone stalls or there's an issue. And normally that will be waving out the window.
Red light.
And we are away, getting away nicely. Cars popping down the middle. No one's going over to the wall this time on the driver's extreme left. They're all running up the right-hand side of the track. And it is a very even run down to turn number 1 here. Will it be a Victorian that makes his way into the lead into the turn 1 for the first time this weekend? Rod Rogers, the Knox Panel Service 33. Concedes. And not only does he concede, he allows Brett Osborne in as well. But Rogers up the inside, 3 wide, down into turn number 2. He's got the running there, but it will be the 56. Sorry, the 86, sorry. The number 1. Gets a tank slapper going out of there. There's the 51 there. That's John Baxter. He's gone back 3-4 spots now. Out over the ripple strip there, almost into the VLTV camera mounted, just in off the wall.
Certainly is. So Baxter's gone back, Rogers has gone forward, and Osborne is where he likes to be all the time, the 86 car. Osborne at the front. Let's have a look at this. Rocket Rod up the inside, the 33 car. You can see that.
I tell you what, Rocket Rod, he's got the luxury on board. He's a twin headlight front. He's got the Premier version. He's got the Belmont knocking on the back door with the plastic floors. So goes through in the Prem.
He certainly is. Wise has come up. 4 positions. Beckers has gone back 2. Woods has gone back 2. Ashland, the number 1 guy, mate, at turn 4 there. It was because of him and his attitude. Have a look at this. Anyone else would have lost it. Have a look at that, mate. That's both sides of the car we've seen in about 50 feet.
Tank slapper gathers it all up. There's the 87 now, pushing back through the field. This is Glenn McDonald in the Ready Roast outfit. Is that Perry Becker's gone all the way back down there now?
Yes, he certainly has
too. That's not a good start for Perry. The good thing about that is that'll bring down the red mist and Perry will start to fight for sheep stations. Here's the 51 fighting back now. National champion, New South Wales Legends going door handle to door handle into turn 1. The Osborne Transport entry wins out but goes wide.
Certainly does go wide. Ashland round the outside. Can he come back up on the inside? No, he can't. Baxter's gone back 1. Ashland's up into 3rd. Have a look at Osborne. Osborne's right over the bumper bar, the rear bumper bar there of the Flying Dutchman. Rogers, this is fast. This is quick, ladies and gentlemen. A 1:44.8 for the first flying lap for HQ. That is the quickest lap for this weekend. from the start. Have to have a look at what happens and have a look at this. Here he is, Rocket Rod. You can see him on the TV. We've got Ashland in third. We've got Johnny Baxter. Wise is up into fifth. Sixth. Oh, we've got Heinrich, just another champion right behind him. Right behind our president there, Andrew McLeod in the 82 car.
John Wise has made up a couple of spots. My tip for Andrew McLeod, unfortunately, has gone back one so far in this one out there at the moment. The Ace Auto Parts, number 5, showing us the side there. Johnny Wise back in the HQ's racing, doing a tremendous job. We go back to positions number 3 and 4 on the road. They swap around again. The number 1 national champion, proud Tasmanian, emblazoning the big one down the side of his car. Suits it too. Really good looking race car. Now they're hugging the wall. Have a look at that. Out over the yellow line, looking for any sort of advantage. Slowly moving over to take the line, but it's the Prem out in front. Rod Rogers, Knox panel service, the number 33. But this is the battle. Look at this. It's 4 headlights. As they come out, are they all going to be intact down at turn 2? Yes, they are. Beautiful bit of side-by-side racing there. Now that is giving racing room and putting on a good display all at the same time.
Certainly is. Wise is right up beside
these guys getting ready for a rolling start. Look at that. They're side-by-side, 2 by 2. There must be Moses' arc they're all lining up for. We need 42 HQs. We've only got 2 of everything else.
Yep, we certainly have. So we go for us. Johnny Wise in 6th position. Then we've got McLeod, Ryan Woods, Glenn McDonald, Beckers, Banks, Allen, Madden, Jenkins, Kenny Wright and Crawford rounding out the top 16 as they start shooting themselves up over the top. Have a look at this, up over the top. Keep your eyes open, ladies and gentlemen. 185 Ks, side by side, up over the top. I tell you what, I've never done it. I've tried, and Darren, it doesn't fit for me.
Andy McLeod fights back, gets that spot back off John Wise. Heinrich's in the mix there. Have a look at Bruce in the number 2. He is fighting very, very hard. And he came, that's Tiger A in the number 2, isn't it? He's fighting very, very hard there as well. So midfield, back to these guys here. This is the 82 fighting out for 7th, 8th and 9th. Some big heavy hitters, as you mentioned in the preamble for this race, David. There is so many people that know how to win races.
Heinrich's got a problem. The 21 car, you see him towards the horse side of the track there. Heinrich's gone back 6, 7, 8 positions. Keep an eye on him. But here we go. Rocket Ride, Osborne, Ashland, Baxter, McLeod, Wise. Have a listen to those Kenders squeal as they go through turn 1.
I'll tell you what, they're putting up with a fair old bit of punishment too out there at the moment. The Harvey's towing service number 58, pushing pretty hard as well. And that's a good return. Joseph Andresk doing a very nice job indeed. This is the troublesome mid-pack. This is where if it's going to bust loose, you'll find it bust loose, and there it is. A big slide by 12 and getting back under control. Was it a 12 or was it a 72? I'm not too sure.
I don't know, mate.
It was.
There wasn't much room for anything.
I was too busy ducking the debris to bother with the number. And the 35 sliding onto the back straight, Andrew Lawton, the Victorian.
All right, as they come up the back chute, we just keep an eye on it. 135.9, fastest car out there, Brett Osborne on lap 2, a 135.9.
Car slowing up the back straight there, a white one. We'll try and
Kenny Wright, that is. Kenny Wright.
Ah, no.
C&R. Yes, C&R. Looks like he may have done a head. Oh, the number 1 car, the Tasmanian car. Oh, he's come out wide. I think he's okay. He's come out wide. He's lost 3, 4, 5 positions. Woods has gone in front. Woods has gone in front of Wise.
So car number 1, recently crowned national champion and midway through the year at Darwin, has slowed dramatically and I would suggest won't play any further part in the results of this race. And into the pits. What a shame. What a shame to see car number 1 return to the pits. It's been a good year though. Can't take that away from him.
Yeah, it certainly has. Have a look at this. We've got Woods and we've got McLeod side by side. Wise right in front of him. In front of Woods. There's a heap of smoke just pouring out of there through turn 1. Let's smoke these Kenders. It's the final race, ladies and gentlemen. The Carl McHenry Memorial, sponsored by Tyre Power here at VHRR at Sandown. Absolutely magnificent weather, and we've got some. Have a look, mate. If I was that camera, I'd be scared right where it is at the moment. I tell you what, there's at least half a coat of paint between it and these cars. Osborne's gone to the outside.
There's a reason why it's an unmanned camera. You can see why, can't you? It's a great view to see the commitment of all, not just the HQs, but all the classes coming through there. Here's the 27, Ryan Woods now. This is where the excitement's been with him and the number 82 there as well. Andrew McLeod back into 4th place now. Andrew McLeod doing a good job. Biggest problem for Andrew at the moment is that the leaders are 8 seconds up the road.
Yeah, well, they certainly are. Like Brett Osborne and Rogers, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. They got the picnic hamper, mate, and they've taken off away.
Just watching the Middies car right here, Andrew Magilton. He's not featuring on our timing sheet yet. We've only got back to 16 available on our screen. We'll let you know if we see the Middies car bob his head up in that number.
He's
in
18th
19th
at the moment. He's 18th or 19th,
yeah, he's just got the spot.
Yep, absolutely fantastic. 99, Tony Maloney car. We've got Healy there in the HQ Extra. Have a look at Osborne. Osborne through turn 1, ladies and gentlemen. Osborne, he's got back head in front. Now, what can Rocket Rod do? The twin headlights. Turn them on, Rod. That's it. Make them green.
Flash them. Bit of Le Mans flashing, I reckon. I'm coming through. Watch out.
Yeah, that's for sure. Look, Brett Osborne through turn 1. Didn't slow on the car
pressure.
up.
Look at that. He's forced him wide. The Knox panel service. Bright red with yellow wheels. Here's Andy Magilton, number 14. He's starting to push hard into 18th place now. The Piermont entry down into turns. Oh, gee, see that understeer. He turned it in, gave it a big reef on the wheel, then just drove it out of the corner. Bit of opposite lock, whole lot of throttle.
Now, what I understand, ladies and gentlemen, that HQ14 had engine problems. They put it on the trailer, they took it back home, which is about an hour and a half away. They put another engine in it, they've driven an hour and a half back. They had 7 minutes prior to load up and get out there for this. Now, that is commitment, that is HQs, and he had people from HQs helping him. We want to beat each other on the track, not in the pits. Fantastic, great effort from the Magilton car 14.
Certainly is. There's Haley in the HQ Extra, and just as I say it, cracks it sideways, gives it a big drive. Wayne Healy doing a ripping job. The HQ Extra entry. Tidy looking car, gloss black. It's always hard to get the panel straight with gloss black, isn't it? Let alone in a HQ.
Well, certainly is, mate. That's the reason why I've given you a matte black T-shirt. And it fits well, doesn't it, eh? SM.
It's like a wetsuit.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely perfect. Have a look at Osborne. Osborne and Rogers. They're having a go, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 1 lap remaining. I'm just stand up here and have a look. Last lap board. I'm excited. Here we go. This is it. This is where the truth comes out. Put all the rest on the table. Let's wait and see what happens. Up over the top. Let's keep an eye up over the top.
I like the fact that the leader has got the genuine Fitment HQ mirror that's leaning on the door. Goes over a bump, bounces off the door. That is HQ right there. Signature edition rear view mirror.
It certainly is.
I'm surprised it's got any left on it.
I'm standing up. I'm watching this. I'm watching the TV. I'm watching them go up the back chute. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Up over the top.
Rogers stays with it. Have a look at that. The 33 goes across the ripple strip. It's going to be under brakes. The 86 and the 33. Osborne holds the line. This is great racing. They have not touched yet. But they probably won't. This is awesome racing. This is for the win for the weekend. The car off to the drivers left there is won a couple of races already. Rod Rogers wants to represent his home state well. They get a little bit game with it. Rogers is going to have a good run onto the straight. He's got a whole car length to make up before the line. And he's not going to get it. Boy, oh boy, 0.074 of a gap between them.
Oh, absolutely fantastic. That's what door handle racing is all about. And thank God Holden put them on the inside of the doors, ladies and gentlemen. Righto, now let's have a look. Let's go through it. You've been chanting and clapping and all the rest. We have got Osborne, Rogers, Baxter, Woods, McLeod, Wise, Banks, Beckers, Allen and Jenkins rounding out the top 10. Oh, looks like a bit of damage. All right, the TV's got to show us something very important here, mate. Let's wait and see.
Here's a bit of a tuck. Oh, that's where the panel went on for Ray Jardine's car, the HQ Extra car, and he gave it a little bit of a rub on the fence there as well. Another Prem, twin headlight front. And that's rubbed on there. I thought that Ray Jardine may have just disappeared out onto Dandenong Road and just given a little bit of the old dandy drags down Princess Highway there. But no, he's kept it right on the track, and that's what Ray will do. Works very, very hard. He'll be disappointed that he's brought a car back with some damage like that.
Yeah, he certainly will. Righto, we've got the fastest lap, a 1:35.9 Osborne. The quickest final lap was McLeod with a 1:36.3. And we've also got Crouch. That's Crouch there. That's Crouch hiding in the grass. 24 cars, South Australian. So that is between turns 2 and 3. But
Now,
as the HQ go around.
Interesting just focusing on that lap time. So last year at this event, 1:35.76 was done in qualifying, so that's not a lap record. But all of the racing fastest laps last time here at the Historic Sandown were in the 1:36s. So dipping into the 1:35s like that, that's brilliant.
Yep, it certainly is. He got a little bit hot there in race 2. They'd done a head gasket just to make sure that everything is okay. The head gasket was all right, but of course you put a new one back on, and it was absolutely fantastic. Righto, everyone out there, HQRA Victoria would like to thank the mums and dads, boys and girls, and everyone for turning up here this weekend. We would also like to thank you very, very much from VHRR for allowing the HQ Holdens to be here at this historic event at Sandown. Thank you very, very much. We like to thank all our sponsors. This is Carl McHenry, and never forget that, ladies and gentlemen, ProQuip and all the other sponsors the HQ Holdens have got. Around about in 45 minutes, we will have our presentations up behind there. If you want to come and see us, have a talk to us and all the rest. Fantastic to see first, second, third right outside in front of us, Darren, and it's absolutely awesome. Thank you, Queensland, New South Wales, South Australia, Tasmania, Northern Territory, all those guys and all those cars coming from all over Australia to come here to make this event so good. HQ Holdens, no yellows, no reds, fantastic racing, door handle to door handle, bumper to bumper, mate versus mate, state versus state. What else can you say, Darren, other than...
Get out, David Amor, your time's up.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Fantastic to see the HQs really do turn on the entertainment and have done for a long time. And it's great to see our great mate in the commentary booth on the right side of the dirt and doing it for another couple of decades as well. Thanks to David Amor for all the sensational entertainment he brings us during the HQ races. We've got Formula 5000s coming up next. We'll hand over to the commentators. Bob Morrow will be leading this call for the Formula 5000s. Be back in just a few moments.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
So I'm alongside here with James Crozier, and this is his Rolt RT21, and it's actually quite a unique unit in itself, but we're going to let James tell us a story about it because it's quite extensive as well. So James, could you tell us a little bit about this significant Rolt that stands behind us? It looks absolutely beautiful.
Sure. Well, I guess the first thing to say is that it was built by Ron Turanak, for those who know that Rolt cars are famous for his handiwork. And the RT21 was a very popular car in Formula 3000 back in 1987. And we were lacking an open wheel category, and so Formula Holden was born out of surplus Formula Holden cars. And the RT20, the RT21, they were a very popular car to get, and there was a few others that came in. But this one in particular was bought by David Moyer, who's I believe quite a good engineer in Sydney, and many drivers drove this car, the likes of John Smith, Warwick Rookland, Rowan Onslow, and there's a list a mile long. But anyway, so it's been around. Unfortunately, John Smith crashed it at Phillip Island and bent the tub. And it was quite a tragedy for David because it was an expensive car to fix back in the day, and he didn't have the budget to do that. So he took him 12 months to build it back to the condition you see it today. And I've been told that he rang Ron, and Ron gave him some good tips and advice on how to stiffen the chassis. And so this is really a high, a sort of an RT21B, if you like, because it's got double-skinned aluminium honeycomb walls. As for some of the earlier cars, only had single. And he took a lot of pride and effort into getting this car right. So I'm very lucky to own it, actually. Andrew McGuinness owned it before me, and Dream Motorsport, who engineered the car, they've done a great job in restoring it, and it's been great fun to drive it today. I've got to tell you, it's put a big smile on my face.
Geez, you're grinning like a Cheshire cat so far, but you've got a few other cars in the stable as well. At the Bowe Racing Developments factory at Braeside, just a few kilometres away from the Sandown International Raceway here, you've actually got a Reynard 88D, which is the former John Lacey Formula 3000 car in the works as well. How far off is that car?
Well, look, it's a big project. It's a basket case, so it's been stripped down. The tub's been sort of all not sandblasted, but sort of cleaned, all the paint's taken off it. We've got a new fuel tank coming from the UK. I bought an engine in the UK, but there's been some issues there, so we hope to see that soon. I'd say probably a good 12 months away, but can't wait to get on the track too. Beautiful car, Marlboro colours. Looking forward to seeing that. And the piece de resistance would be to get him to come out and have a drive one day. That'd be awesome.
We look forward to that day. So a big thank you to James Crozier for lending some time and telling us all about this significant role that's behind us. And keep an eye out him on the circuit coming up very shortly. And welcome back. I'm joined alongside by Fraser Ross, who's very kindly this weekend turned up to Sandown in what is perhaps one of the most lavish-looking cars. Albeit it's not a historic racing car; it's a current, fully fledged GT3 thoroughbred. But Fraser, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
No, thank you. It's great to be here. Great to be here at Sandown Historics, the VHRR. Obviously the passion with the historic cars is very live and well, and great to be here. Big crowd, big entry after a few years off, so it's great.
As you said, it's been a couple of years to get to this point, so the vibe in the paddock is absolutely sensational, but your family has intrinsically linked with historic racing as well.
Yeah, of course. My dad's racing this weekend in the XD Group C car. I spent a number of years here racing the Group N car, raced the Shelby, so our passion for historic cars is always there, and we love racing. So when I'm not racing this, I'm here with Dad, or I try to drive his cars in historic. So nice to see him running the car. Nice to be here with the Audi, with Shannon's, obviously. So it's great.
Guess you could say you're a motoring enthusiast, but there's a couple of exciting opportunities on the horizon. We won't get too specific about that, but could you elaborate just a little bit, give us a bit of a sneak peek about the future?
Yeah, of course. So obviously we've come off the bend with the Shannon's Audi on debut there. We're second, which was good. Nice to beat with the Wing Cup there. Next week I jet over to France for some testing in Magny-Cours for a week. LMP3, come back in the Shannon's Audi on the streets of Adelaide for the final round of GT World Challenge Australia.
Fantastic. We say a big thank you to Fraser for joining us this afternoon, and you've heard it here first on Blendline TV.
Well, I wouldn't mind going over to France for some testing.
Yeah, I think it'd be all right. No, let's take one of these Formula 5000s over there, Bobby.
Yes.
We'll have a bit of a run
testing.
Around. Yeah. We'd probably pick Paul Zasrin's machine, seeing as it's the pole sitter for this race.
Well, it's been the pole sitter all weekend. Yes, he's been fastest in lap times and pole and winning. So, as like John Bowe said in the previous interview, you can't do better than that.
That's right.
Impossible.
Of course, David Crabtree out there, he's managed to improve his lap times too, Bobby.
Well, you tell the story, mate. I'm not going to.
Yes,
Go on.
Well, he had a little bit of a vision problem yesterday, so removed the glasses today. So now he just goes faster.
Well, that's
the glasses were bouncing around so much on his face he couldn't see. So by removing the glasses, he's now able to see. I suggested a bit of race tape, but
well, he was 2 seconds a lap faster, you told me.
Yeah. Well, that's what David told me. So there we go.
Maybe we should blindfold him.
Yeah, that could be a disaster for everybody else.
Yeah. All right, these cars do 2 laps to warm up because they've got a lot to warm up.
Yeah, they have, and it's in some circumstances rather fragile equipment too. So needs to be at good operating temperatures before you start to load it up too much.
Yes, and they now go for rolling starts. They never did in the day.
No. That did lead to a few broken drive shafts and gearboxes and goodness knows what back in the day.
I was talking to John McCormick about it. He said that he didn't believe that. He said you got enough wheel spin at the start to alleviate that sort of a problem. However, that's what they've been doing the last few years, and a rolling start it shall be. We've got Zazrin and Russell on the front row of the grid. Zazrin is in a Lola T332.
Quite a few Lolas in the mix in the program. So
and, Darcy Russell's got a 330. So Darcy's is a 1972 version and Zazrin's a 73. Lola built lots and lots of Formula 5000s. They were popular all around the world. America, England, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa. Not all that big in Europe, although they did race in Europe, but they weren't as big as they were. And at one stage, 5000s were quicker than Formula 1.
Correct, and some of the dual races, or combined races, I should say, between 5000 and Formula 1. So occasionally there was a 5000 that won the race.
Yes, yes. In those good old days, they did have races that weren't World Championship Grand Prix that Formula 1s could run in, and you're right, 5000s occasionally beat them.
Speaking of David Crabtree, I just see him going by there on the screen in his march.
There's Bill Hemming in the only Elfin in the race, although Elfin built several of them. That one Tim Schenken drove, and Bill has had it for some years. Bill actually owned the company Elfin for some years and has got a fantastic collection of Elfins down in Moorabbin.
There is another similar livery on an Elfin car which has got the driver's name of James Hunt written on the side of it. He came out to Australia, I can't remember which particular year, but quite some time ago obviously, and won the Rose City 5,000 or 10,000, whatever it was, up at Winton in the car. So
flew him out for one race.
Yep, which he duly won.
Yes.
So the guys are all starting to sort themselves out. I think this is, yes, the lights were out on the safety car, so they'll start and get their grid positions sorted out, and they'll be underway for 7 laps.
And Darcy Russell lining up, trying to get as close to him as He's he did a dive, and he's let's see how that works out. Zazrin's got it.
Yeah.
Zazrin powers away. Bill Hemming bringing up the rear. Bill had gearbox troubles yesterday, and I think maybe this morning. Had Ken Zinner, the gearbox wizard, working on the car. Let's see if he's done any better, but he's come up in last. He was having a good dice with Splat this morning. But
it was a good dice there for quite a while, but then he slowed, and obviously that was that gearbox trouble causing him some issue. They all thunder off up that back straight, and thunder it certainly is. Powering up the back straight they go. Zazrin in the lead, and Russell immediately behind. Harris
is a bit behind. He featured very well yesterday and this morning, but he's dropped back and fallen in the hands of Brennan and Crabtree.
Yeah, it's looking like a little bit of a dice going on there between those three. It could be a good little section of the race to keep an eye on for those of you who are able to keep an eye on them.
All these cars have a history, of course. They obviously go back to the 70s. Harris's car was driven by Teddy Paulette. It was the VDS Formula 1 team that put that car together, and that car won the 1973 European Formula 5000 Championship.
Brennan has slipped back. David Crabtree managed to see his way past even without his glasses.
Yeah, well, because he hasn't got his glasses on, he got past him.
Well, we didn't use the braille method, so that's good.
In fact, Crabtree and Splat are both driving Marches, which didn't make a lot of Formula 5000s. Marches, of course, made Formula 1 sports cars, all sorts of things. Even Formula Ford, which we have one running out at this meeting, but not a lot of them. So to have two of them in this race is great.
Absolutely, and they've made some very good race cars in some of the other formulas that you've mentioned there, Bob. So certainly March is one of the good names in making motor racing cars.
Well, Zazza isn't hanging about. He's done a 12.6. I think he did 11.9 this morning. Did it on his last lap, so I think he might be coasting a little.
Yeah, and
he's 1 second a lap quicker than Russell and 5 seconds a lap quicker than Harris. So Harris definitely has dropped off for some reason. He was a lot quicker the rest of the weekend. And Splat giving Brennan a bad time. Peter Brennan, of course, has been around for a hell of a long time and has owned more Formula 5000s than anyone in Australia, probably the world. He's owned heaps of them. He has not only brought them over from America, restored them and sold them, but he's driven them.
Well, there you go.
He started off Formula 5000 in 1983, so that's 29 years ago.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
His first one was an Elfin, then a Matic, then another couple of Elfins, couple of Lolas. He's got at home, sitting there, a Arrows Formula 1 car.
Ooh, nice.
And an Elfin 400 Sports, so he knows his way around racing cars.
Yeah.
And Crabtree's having a ball here. He's having a great dice with Harris.
Looking a little bit of a twitch there as he came under brakes. That looked as if the tail was almost going to come around, but just a little bit of a rough surface, I think, upsetting the car. He certainly upped the ante a little bit from where he was the other day.
Certainly.
As they power on up the back straight. Crabtree looking for the run up the inside. It's not going to work for him. Now he's going to try the outside. Every which way but loose as they power up the back straight.
Not even looking for a slipstream.
No. Harris working away in quite easily in front of him, but Crabtree looking for the way around. Working hard to try and find it. I'm not sure that he's going to find it. I think Harris has got the edge, but David Crabtree. Well, look at that.
Yes.
A bit of a try around the outside. And again.
The outside again.
He's having a dip everywhere.
Loses it down the straight.
Yeah, I think he compromised his entry speed onto the straight by having a bit of a go at the corner. You just get to see how wide those cars are with that shot, Bobby. The rear track of those cars is much wider than the front.
Yep.
Crabtree trying to come back. Hooks the car up. Hits the back straight. Makes a nice entry onto the back straight. Is he able to hook into the slipstream and gather it up?
Here we go again. Can he do it? It looks like he is looking for it. Oh, he's a bit far back.
He's not able to catch that up. Pulls it up and under brakes though.
Yes,
he's come right back.
Yep.
Right onto the tail of 33.
This is on the back of David's tremendous win up at Winton in the wet.
Absolutely, he drove really well up there. That was a great meeting. The all open wheelers up there. Quite a few of the Formula 5000. I think there was 14 or 15 or so of them ended up at the Winton Classic. Really good to see just so many open wheelers at one event.
Yeah, but I think David won it at the VHRR.
Oh, yes, that's right. I'm getting my meetings mixed up, yes.
Where it rained and only 3 cars came out because all the others didn't have wets. But David won it, and you couldn't get the smile off his face for weeks.
No.
And why not?
Absolutely. And David knows that track very well, having driven Clubmans and Formula 2s and all sorts of things over the years.
Well, Splat's got past Brennan, which is surprising, or not so much surprising, but there you go. He was giving him a bad time, and he's got in front.
Is he making a comeback? I don't think so. So we're on lap 6 of 7.
So this is it. Brennan closing up on him, but that's one thing. Passing him is another.
Yes, catching up is a lot easier than getting past. Meanwhile, our leader, Zasman, right out in front, doing it easy, not even pushing the car to the extremities of the track.
No. Done a 12.2. He's 14 seconds ahead. Well, on the last lap he was. He's probably even more now.
Yeah.
We'll be able to tell you in about 30 seconds.
His best lap so far, a 1 minute 12.28. Just noticing the rear vision mirror shaking there a little bit. Maybe it's a little bit frightened as some of the speeds that he's been attaining. But as he comes round now, makes his way onto the start-finish straight, powers it up, heads for the finish line, and across he goes with an absolutely excellent win.
He did it again. On the last lap he did 11.6. So
there we go.
He puts his foot in it on the last lap.
And it didn't look as if he was,
no,
so there you go.
And we're waiting for Russell to come across second.
There he goes.
And he's
17 seconds shy.
Yeah. And Splat looks as if he's going to hold off Brennan.
Yeah, good effort. There he goes.
Yep.
Harrison Crabtree have crossed. There goes Splat and Brennan. And just Bill Hemming to come in last spot. Also, I suspect, as you were mentioning earlier, Bobby's probably still having a bit of gearbox trouble.
Well, look at his lap time. Yes, he's 7 seconds off the car in front of him, let alone the leading car, which he's never that slow, so he's still having trouble. But there it is. He's out there.
That's right, and great to see such an iconic car out there. That car was an absolute beast in the day, and still is, but it's just not acting that way at the moment.
And that's one of the ones where we mentioned this morning, where it went to America and they turned it into a sports car. But all the Yanks did to turn it into a sports car was put a sports body on it.
Yeah.
So it was still central seating. Raced there for a while like that, came back to Australia and they restored it to what it should be.
Yeah. Don't you love that? Next up, we've got historic touring cars, and I'm not too sure who's coming on to do that. But
down here in Group N land, and this is Chris Stern. He's the club president of the Historic Touring Cars Association of Victoria, and he's very kindly lent us some of his time to talk about some of the happenings that goes on behind the scenes to bring the club together. Chris.
Yeah, so I've been on the committee for the last 10 years. President took over from presidency this year from Les Walmsley, who's been a strong campaigner of Group N, obviously throughout the whole of Australia in natural fact. So, yeah, we're pretty positive down here in Victoria with the Group N. We've got a great sponsor with the Just Cars scenario. So Just Cars are our number one naming rights sponsor. What we do with the sponsorship money, it all goes back to competitors. So every single cent that we raise from sponsorship goes back to the competitors. So just briefly, we cash pool all the money. At the end of the year, we divide that up onto it. So each competitor gets a check. So every single cent of our sponsorship and of our good sponsors all goes back to the competitors. And we think that really helping out, just keeping people on the track, you know. So that's our main goal at the minute.
And they certainly voted with their feet this weekend. There's two groups of Group N cars this weekend. That's quite outstanding.
Yeah. The other states, all Australian states are back in Victoria at the moment. We've got guys here from Queensland, Western Australia, New South Wales, and even Tasmania. At South Australia, don't forget them either. So we've got them from all states, and they've all come to support us in the Victorian. So it really speaks loudly for what we're doing down here, and there's a lot goes in behind the scenes. Obviously, the committee and stuff like that. So yeah, we're pretty happy at the moment down here, and yeah.
So we say a big thank you to Chris Stern for joining us down here in the paddock, and we'll take a quick break. Here in Group N land, this is Brock Green, and he's debuting this absolutely gorgeous Tirana XU1 GTR this weekend. Brock, thank you so much for joining us.
Not a problem. Thank you for having me.
So how are you settling into this car? It's your first weekend here at Sandown. What are your first impressions of this car?
Well, I've been, raced Dad's Mark II Jaguar for the last 3 years or before COVID, and it took me a while to get used to that, but it's a lot bigger and a lot heavier. This thing feels a lot nimble and really good on the brakes, which is a big help. You know, it feels a lot better on the brakes than the Jag did, that's for sure.
What about some of the technical aspects of this car? Is it what people have come to expect from a Tirana?
Oh, I'd say so, yeah. I mean, I've only done 3 sessions in it. The second one I went in a bit deep and put it in the dirt, so I spent a good half an hour washing all the mud off with the kids and the wife, so that was all fun.
And obviously 2 groups of historic touring cars here in competition this weekend. It's hard not to get sucked into the vibe of this weekend.
Oh, yeah. Since I was a kid, I remember I was only 5, 6 years old. I used to come and watch Dad race the Jag back in the early 80s, and it's always been my dream to get back here, and finally got my own car, and, you know, I'm just rapt to be here.
Sensational. We'll say a big thank you to Brock Green for joining us down here in the paddock.
Thank you, Callum Brannigan and Brock Green. Great to hear from Brock. That long history of racing the Jaguar. Now behind the wheel of a Tirana. Coming up, we have the final race for Group 1 for Group N Historic Touring Cars, and it's a very good afternoon to Peter Shea. G'day, Pete.
G'day, Darren. Good to catch up, mate. Sort of haven't seen you all weekend. It's so nice to catch up for the Group 1 Historic Touring Cars. What's been happening?
David Brown has been untouchable in that very quick little Datsun 1600 number 73. 2 wins from 2 starts this weekend so far. No one's really been able to lay a glove on the man from Brown Davis Roll Cages. That car has certainly strutted the field, but the guys are certainly pushing very hard behind him. Robert Van Stockram has had a good weekend so far in his little BMW number 23, and also a great performance, Peter, too, from a few of the EH Holdens, including, of course, Claude Ciccatelli in that Burgundy EH Holden number 82. His first visit here with the EH on the podium each time. So great effort
well
from
done,
Claude.
Yeah, excellent.
Drum brakes and all, 3-speed transmission on the tree. That is not letting Claude slow down at all, because he's had a great weekend so far. Unfortunately, missing Phil Shepherd in that very quick silver and black EH Holden. Unfortunately, cam follower issued yesterday. And he will not be participating this afternoon. Peter Van Summeren has got a lot of work to do from the rear of the grid too. In the number 7 Lotus Cortina, the car was breaking down under load in this morning's race. So Colin Van Summeren has been working hard on the car, as a couple of others. So hopefully they've got that car sorted out. But it's being a real
absolutely, usually a front runner too. Here's Pete Van Summeren. But hopefully he gets that sorted. Notice Richard Hill on the second row of the grid too. A good run from Richard. Car 4.
Yep, he started out at grid 4. Yep, car 12, the Coupe S.
Yep.
Started all the way from the back of the grid yesterday, and has been inching his way forward each time. We saw him have that great battle with Ciccatelli this morning. Ran a little bit wide and allowed Ciccatelli to scoot off into the distance, but keep an eye on the number 12 Coupe S of Richard Hill. Unfortunately, we're missing Bill Trengrove in the EH Holden. We saw him have a major blow-up on the very final tour in this morning's race, and the EH suffering a ventilated block. So
that's unfortunate.
Yeah, so a big cloud of smoke, so Trengrove won't be starting. Phil Barrow, also another non-starter in the well-loved FJ Holden. Piston issue for the old grey matter, unfortunately.
That's really
missing
sad.
Phil. Yeah, so not a good one for some of the Holden runners.
He usually fights well out of his weight division in that particular car, so that's unfortunate.
Brown in the Datsun lines up alongside our second place man from this morning, Robert Van Stockman, the silver BMW. Then it's Ciccatelli, Hill, Battersby alongside Ian Pringle. And the number 28 Coupe S getting ready for a start now. Brown usually very quick off the line with that little Datsun on the right of your screen, white with the orange stripes. Yellow flag at the back. Somebody's stalled, but they're away now. A little bit of wheel spin there for Brown. Ciccatelli made a great start. Might even be able to get up alongside Van Stockram in the BMW. So Ciccatelli's got that 3-speed gearbox down pat, because he's right on the tail of Brown as they head into turn 1 for the first time, and will move into second place.
He
Van
will.
Stockram back to third.
Yeah, good move. He played. Oh, there's
sideways.
a spinner. He's lose one of them down.
Absolute commentator's kiss of death there for Ciccatelli, the number 82 EH Holden. Well, he was certainly going into turn 1 at a full rate of knots, and he's fallen now right to the tail end of the field, and that's worked into the hands of Richard Hill and the Cooper S. He's now right on the tail of our race leader, David Brown.
Yeah, that's unfortunate after a blinder of a start up into second place, but the old drum brakes didn't work too well on turn number 1, and he's got a lot of work to do to try and pull himself back in through the field.
Yeah, little 13-inch wheels on the EH Holden, with little jam tins for drum brakes.
Absolutely, that's not a corner that you want jam tins for drum brakes, that's for sure.
Peter Van Summeren moving through the field already in the number 7 Lotus Cortina on screen there, just getting past Mike George in the similar machine at number 33. So looks like, fingers crossed, that miss that Van Summeren was suffering this morning has been cured. He's about to range up onto the tail of the number 28 Cooper S of Ian Pringle. As Teddy Brewster, the number 42 Cooper S, now on screen there, having a good battle with Justin Brown, the red BMW number 25, right on his tail.
He certainly is. Has a bit of look down the inside of Teddy Brewster as they come onto the main straight, as side by side. And that's a great battle. Also, the Cortina is in there as well. So, that's a really good battle for the minor places heading down the main straight.
That's Les Wormsley in the number 99 white Cortina with the blue stripe there, trying to get a bit of a toe there off Brown. And now he's looking up to the inside of Brown into turn 1, looking to put the move on Brown, just tucking in behind the BMW.
Bad news for Teddy Brewster too. I think he's got a 10-second penalty, which really in a short sprint race it's all over Red Rover.
And he also has Eddie Dobbs in that blue ex-Graham Blanchard FE Holden on his tail to contend with it, as well as Wormsley continues to pressure Brown in the BMW.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on Justin Brown, but he's holding station at the moment.
A little bit further back, battle of the Cortina GTs there. Don Knight in 32. Stuart Bailey next, fast Johnny Luxmore, red and yellow Cortina GT up there as well in front of Simon Browning. As Ciccatelli begins to his climb back up the order, Peter, after that lap 1 spin.
Yes, he certainly has. We ride with him in car 82.
Just past the night.
He's coming up on the back of Eddie Dobbs' car, 82, the EH Holden.
Here's a replay of Ciccatelli spinning at turn 1.
And
Good work from Van Stockram. He stood on the anchors very hard to avoid collecting Ciccatelli, but of course that's mucked his race up a little bit. He lost plenty of places, now starting to regain them, just getting back past Hill, although Hill is going to argue the point down to turn 1.
He is.
And Richard Hill,
he's going to make that stick too.
Back up into second place, so Van Stockram in third.
So see what Robert can do, try and pull back Richard Hill, who's absolutely having a blinder of a weekend in car number 12, and actually starting to stretch a little bit on Hill as they start to make their way now up the back straight. Whether the BM can pull him back under pace, we'll have to wait. So he should be able to probably make up a car or two length on him as they come up the back straight, I should say, heading back down in towards Dandenong Road corner. But David Brown at the moment doing a bit of a job on this one.
Not a lot of time left because this race has been shortened by a few laps now. Only a 4-lap journey, so Van Stockram now rounds uphill, and Van Stockram back up into second place. Hill will continue to argue the point though.
Robbie makes it very wide, BMW 2002.
Almost outside move at Dandenong Road corner because...
you lost that big time too, probably about 4 or 5 car mini lengths to Van Stockram.
Yeah, so all points for... intrepidness there, if that's a word, but he's lost some distance now in front with Van Stockram in front of him there, so just needs to keep his powder dry, perhaps Richard, through that part of the circuit, and then pounce when the moment is right.
Absolutely, the EH still making way through the field. And that's Claude Ciccatelli sort of in the EH.
Wormsley in the number 99 Cortina there, just on the tail of Justin Brown in the red BMW number 23 5, who had a great last lap pass on Mike George and the Lotus Cortina in this morning's race to sneak into the top 10.
And we can see the EH now really starting to open the legs up, but unfortunately I think he's going to run out of time. But it's a great comeback for car number 82.
Just got past the Lotus Cortina of Mike George then, the number 63 machine. Eddie Dobbs looked like he's lost a couple of positions on that lap. As we continue to watch Ciccatelli.
I tell you what, the Queensland boy's not sitting around, and I'd like to see what his lap times are doing, because he's absolutely flying. Race leaders now just coming into screen now, and they've lost Richard Hill, who was running in third, and I think he's lost a lot of ground to Robbie Van Stockram.
Last lap for our race leader, David Brown, the Datsun number 73, trying to hold out the BMW of Rob Van Stockram, the number 23 machine. But very nice exit the back straight there. And
I think Robbie's gaining on him too, Darren?
He's not mucking around.
No.
He's going to make a last lap lunge perhaps. But
car 23 we're talking about.
Brown heads towards the checkered flag and will just hold on for the win from Rob Van Stockram in the BMW, prepared by Casconi Motorsport. Nick will be happy with that performance from Hot Dog. Second place, Richard Hill onto the podium, Pete.
Yep, Richard Hill managed to hold down third place. He lost a lot of momentum in that passing move, or attempted passing move on Robbie Van Stockram, but good effort from Richard anyway. He's had a great weekend.
Battle of the pushrod Cortinas here. Don Knight, the number 32 machine, in front of Stu Bailey in the number 92 pushrod Cortina, with Simon Browning not too far away either in the number 57 Cortina. Always a good punch on between the push rods.
Absolutely, and Don Knight will be very happy with that one finish, keeping a couple of them behind him.
Teddy Brewster, of course, in front of the Cortinas, as he usually is, the wily veteran.
But Ted made a little bit of a mistake, and unfortunately he's going to get a penalty, so he will drop back through the order.
Yes.
We see Eddie Dobbs coming through. I believe this car's a sale, Darren.
Certainly is. The ex-Graham Blanchard FE Holden, a car that had actual period race history.
Most definitely.
So come down and have a talk to Teddy. Beg your pardon, talk to
Ted
Eddie.
might sell his car as well if the price is right.
Every race car's for sale if the price is right. Thank you very much to Just Cars Magazine for bringing us that final race for Group 1 Historic Touring Cars, and of course also thank you to Penrite, Shannons and Cool Drive. Speaking of Cool Drive, Racer Industries is the new name for Coxey's Motorsport Spares. Gordon, a well-known fixture in the pits at all historic meetings, and has recently joined the Cool Drive group of companies, with the Coxey's Motorsport brand now turning over to Racer Industries. So great to have Racer Industries and Cool Drive involved in historic motorsport. Coming up very shortly, we'll have the final race for Formula Ford. And they always put on a great slipstreaming battle here at Sandown. Of course, the first Formula Ford race in Australia was at Sandown, was it not, back in '69, Pete?
I wasn't born, so I don't really know. Yes.
Oh, that's believable.
I think you might be right. Okay, thank you very much, Darren. We'll go for a short break, and we'll be back very shortly for historic Formula Ford.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
We are here in Formula Ford land. This is Phil Marinon. Viewers at home might be familiar with his name. He is the category administrator for the Formula Ford Association in Australia. Does a lot of work behind the scenes in ensuring that Australia's next generation of up-and-coming racing superstars can have a platform to compete in. Phil, could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, well, it's working really well since we've taken over some 10 or more years ago. We've now got a category manager in Icky Harrington, and they do a great job at the track, organising the event and the competitors while the racing's happening. And we've also got a very good DSO in Stephen White. Our existing scrutineer is Scott Black, also does a fantastic job. And not to forget Tony Shebry, who does our media work for those weekends.
Absolutely. We're those familiar with Tony Shebecki at home. He's the voice of the MCG as well. But in your hands right there is the first draft of the 50 years of Formula Ford book. Now, this has been quite a few years in development, Phil, but it's not far off, as I understand.
Correct. It was an idea that I had with the committee, and that was in 2019. I was very fortunate to have Margaret Hardy write all the written stuff that's in the book, and she put that together reasonably quickly from a lot of information she was holding. And since then I've just been sort of collecting and collating photos and just filling up the book so that it's something of interest that covers the entire 50 years. All things being equal, we'll have it for a release sometime early next year.
And we look forward to seeing that book. It includes a foreword from Mark Webber, who was, of course, one of the Australian graduates from Formula Ford from the early to mid-90s. So we will keep a keen eye out on that book on all good book shelves, hopefully sometime early next year. Big thank you to Phil Marinon for joining us.
Thanks, Callum. Appreciate your time.
Okay, here they come. The fabulous, fast and furious Formula Fords. Just mentioning Webber, I was here at Sandown when Webber ran in the wet. Never heard of him. He was about 15th on the grid, pouring rain. First lap, went past about 7 cars up the back straight. I thought, gee, his throttle stuck.
That boy might have a bit of talent.
And won the race. I thought, gee, that wasn't bad, was it?
No.
So, the cars will be lining up. And with all historic racing, there are classes to do with how old the cars are. And we have A, B and C in Formula Ford. The A ones are the old ones, up to 1973. The B is up to 83, and the C's are up to 89. And there's not a lot of difference between the A's and the B's, but the C's, as you will see, are far more streamlined.
Absolutely, a lot of RF89s there, so it looks like that's a pretty popular brand, the Van Diemen,
and
87s as well.
Let me tell you, the Van Diemen's got nothing to do with Tasmania.
Oh, really?
It was made in England, and 89 being the year it was made, that was that model, and as you see, most of them are 89s. There's an 86 and an 87 in there.
All right, what's the RF? I'll put you on the spot.
Royal Fancy.
No, I'll go with that.
In other words, I've got no idea. It might be the nickname, I've
never really sort of gone into that. So it's RF 87, RF 89. It's Van Diemen.
Robert Francis designed them. I don't know. However, we've got Jonathan Miles and Andrew Reid sitting on the front row of the grid, and both of those are in RF 89 Van Diemen's. Then we've got Andrew McGuinness and Waters on the second row. The revs are rising. We'll be calling the first FB car as Edgar, the first FA car as Barron on the grid. They're off. Looks like a great, big wheel spin coming from Reid, I think, and that's why looks like he may be overcome by McGuinness, who dived to the right of him. Miles is well in the lead. Yeah, McGuinness
looks like McGuinness
is gone into second, and Reid is salvaged third. Walters is fourth. Oh, another lock up from Koutsamides as they went into the corner, 51 being Miles leading them along.
He certainly is, and he's absolutely opened up a bit of a gap at the moment. So McGuinness and Reid are going to be battling for that second place, and this is going to let Jonathan Miles just off the hook a little bit, and he can go out and do his stuff in clean air. Look at side by side for second, so this is really on for young and old for the second. That's between McGuinness and Reid. So we should see a good battle as the race unfolds. They just get through the twisty bits here at Sandown and they'll make their way up onto the head for the main straight.
And according to this, we've still got 7 laps. I haven't shortened this race.
It might be a 7-lapper, Bob. We'll soon find out. Race control will certainly give us the good oil how long the race is going to go. But at the moment, it's John O'Miles in 51.
Leading Reed, McGuinness, Nethercott, Walters, Koutsamides, Greg, Faulkner, Warwick and Hook, and they're all FC cars. The 11th place is Edgar, first of the FB. 12th place is Foo, Declan Foo.
Yeah, good. I said to Declan, we'll give him a bit of a Guernsey out there. He said, make sure it's 3-4-2. Put that in your book. All right, 3-4. All right, Declan, we'll give you a bit of a Guernsey, mate.
And the reason it's called 342 is because he's driving a Lola 342. And if you ask me what's the 342 stand for, I've got no idea. No. But there it is. That's the back of it in the Penrite colours that we see.
Disappearing from view.
Yes. And there they are, line astern, all looking for a slipstream.
Yep.
Some sort of advantage, following each other up there.
And the back straight, which is probably, as you said before, it's not really a straight. It's up and down and pretty quick, though.
It is.
Part of the circuit. As they come down into the twisty bits, it brings them into Dandenong Road. And there's Declan Foo in 3-4-2, gets a bit of a shot. So, yeah. Our check in the mail will come later, Declan. Thank you very much. Slipstreaming still coming into play here, Bob.
Yep. And Edgar in there, Ian, car number 21 has been around for a long time and was a superstar in Formula V's.
Reed pulls out now on starting to get a little bit serious. He pulls out on car 2, McGuinness. So it looks like Reed has now slipped up into second spot.
McGuinness won't like that.
He certainly will not. We're used to seeing Miles and McGuinness battling it out, but now we've got Reed, the fly in the ointment. Certainly the cat amongst the pigeons here. So we'll see if Reed can pull back the flying Jonathan Miles as they heading up the back straight now. This is where a bit more of the slipstreaming that we were talking about, Bob, comes into play. A couple of them are slipstreaming. Now, someone's lost it. 77 by the look of it. That's Hook.
That's Nigel Hook.
Yep.
And he gets around it.
We might even get a replay of that, so Nigel won't be watching tonight.
Walters and
Nethercott there having a bit of a
having a great dive.
Nose to tail battle. Just coming through the twisty bits now. That's car 88, that's Nethercott, but Walters is in car 7 right behind it. Beautifully turned out car, that car 7, Bob. It really stands out.
Yep.
If you wanted to promote your livery, have a look at car 7.
So Miles has done the fastest lap of a 25.07, but Reed's done a 21.599. So 900ths of a second between them, but 2.2 seconds between them on the track.
Well, Reed's up the ante too, so he's dropping off McGuinness, and now he's well and truly got his sights set on race leader Miles at car 51.
Yes, he's 1.3 seconds ahead of McGuinness.
Nethercott now is coming under a lot of problems from Walters in car 7, putting a lot of pressure on, going from view.
And Edgar is still leading FB, Foo still leading FA.
Race leader just goes from view in car 51. Car 15 is next, and that's opened up now, Reed and McGuinness. That's for second and third. And the battle still rages between the minor players that we mentioned before. As they're heading down in towards the final turn, it'll bring them onto the main straight.
And
Walter's still holding station, or he's not. He's putting the pressure down.
No, he's not holding station. He's
Not Nethercott.
having a look. Oh, throws it through that corner. Makes up about a car length. But
Nethercott probably opened up about 2 car lengths. They've broken that slipstream. See whether Walters can sort of snap onto his backside and try and make the slipstream work. It looks like he can. As we watch him come down the main straight. Now he pulls out of the slipstream. See if it's not going to work. 88 closes the gate. That's Nethercott on car 7, which is Walters. Walters jams back into his exhaust pipe as they come through the twisty bits, and he's probably going to have another lunge on the straightaway. Hopefully he can make the slipstream work. He's right in, really putting a lot of pressure on car 88 Nethercott. Nose to tail. Couldn't get any closer, Bob.
No, got the nose cone right under the Hewland gearbox.
That's what Formula Ford racing's all about. Nose to tail, and very enjoy close racing. Teaches them a good skill as well.
Yep, in fact all of the Formula 1 drivers, and I think all of the supercar drivers have come through Formula Ford. And
Here comes Walters now. He makes the move on number 88 Nethercott to take up one more place. And I think he's moved up into fourth. So, Walters on a bit of a fire in the yellow 7 car. Whether Nethercott can come back at him in 88, and I think he can. He's back into his slipstream, so I think these guys are going to be at it hammer and tong for all race distance.
Well, they're only going to have one after this, because this is 6 of 7. They've finished. This is the last lap.
So, now it's Nethercott pulls out side by side, coming down the main straight.
No, it isn't.
This is a good battle. Still no one. Nethercott's got the inside running. So who's going to be the best of the late breakers? Maybe it's Nethercott had the inside running and hold station over car 7, which is Walters. So this is side by side. No, Nethercott still holds the ascendancy as they go through the twisty bits. That'll bring them up onto the back straight. Well, whether car 7 can use his drafting and pull out of the slipstream, or whether he's just going to sit in there and try and get him on the main straight.
Well, he's glued to the back of him. He's pulled out very early.
Yes, so coming up the main straight, up the hill, bit of a hill there. So, it looks like he's
done
made it work. He's made it stick.
Nethercoat got back to get a slipstream of him, but too late.
No, he won't do it there. He's got a little bit of the main straight to do, but good luck with that. As they go through Dandenong Road, quarter 2, 3 separating. This is battle for fourth and fifth. As our race leaders are just about to get the check. 6 of 7 laps, so we've got another lap to go. As car 93 goes across the start-finish line.
Ben Rawson in a Van Diemen 82, so he's an FB car, but it looks as if he's a bit of wheel spin from tyre squeal from Miles.
Pulled to one side, car 51. That's our race leader at the moment. And, look at the gap that he's got. We've been not really concentrate on Jonathan Miles because he's done a bit of a runner. We've been concentrating some of the battles back through the field, which is what it's all about. But at the moment, Miles is doing a bit of a job on Reed. We thought Reed would pull Miles back, but not so. This is the battle. This is the battle between Walters and Nethercott, all race distance.
And that's why the cameras have been on them.
Absolutely. Here's our race leader at 51, Jonathan Miles, doing it pretty well. He's driving the FC class. He'll win he's not finished yet, but he's well and truly in line for a podium, both in class and outright. So a good run from Jonathan Miles. We just see him now going through the twisty bits. He's 4 seconds ahead now of Reed, which is a fair old distance after they were probably battling pretty closely. There's Reed now in fifth, coming across the start-finish. We'll get the checkered flag. There's Jonathan Miles getting the checkered flag. Reed is next 4 seconds in arrears. Reed is another FC car. We'll get the checkered flag, and then back to McGuinness. Next is Walters and Nethercott. This is it.
Nethercott's got him.
Oh, Nethercott's got to take you to the checkered flag. Whoa, there's a spinner. 74's gone. Backwards, that's Walker, I think, in the FA class car. He's still going backwards. Not the way to go. Here's Declan Flew in car 21. That's Edgar. And they've been having a great battle, and the Edgar's just going to stay ahead of Fu. Fu makes a last-minute lunge at the checkered flag, but no, I don't think he's going to quite make it. But that was another good little battle. There's the replay.
No, that's him getting
He's doing
getting
a flick
back.
to get back.
So Edgar did win FB. It doesn't matter whether he's in front of Fu or not, but he was, and Fu wins FA. So
that was a great little battle between the two different classes, and well done to Edgar and also Declan Fu for that little effort for the minor classes. Someone's pretty happy there waving around.
No, well, right down the field, they'd be having individual dices. They wouldn't even know who won.
Now, I asked you before and put you on the spot. I said, what does RF Van Diemen stand for? You could tell me.
Well, I told you, it's probably the initials of the designer or the owner, and it's the owner.
Ralph Furman.
There you go.
Replay coming up. What's this one? We'll have to stay with this.
74.
Oh, that's going to be a spinner. Yeah. We'll stay with it.
Where is he?
Oh, got hit. Yes, a little bit of touch of wheels there, and around he goes.
Barron hit him. That's unusual. Weirdly, it's unusual.
Yeah, here's another bit.
No.
Here's another view. Great view. Great work from the Blendline TV guys, and once again sort of spins car 74 around, and I won't be too happy about that. But yeah.
No. All right. Well, that
very entertaining. So we thank the boys for the Formula 4 boys for putting on such a great show for us with the FC, FB, and FA cars. 3 groups of cars in that. We'll take a short break, and I think we'll be back with Sports Sedans.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back, trackside here for the 30th running of the VHRR Historic Sandown, and we have got the big bangers, the gods of thunder. And young Rand McGlurkin won't be in this one, so he'll be up there praying to the gods that we can make some thunder here this afternoon. Sports Sedans on track, the Precision International National Championship and the QP Lubes Victorian State Championship, which is alive and well and will go all the way down to the wire at Island Magic for the famous 50k plate at the end of November. Make sure you're trackside at Phillip Island for that one. Here is the grid. I'm Darren Smith. Right alongside me is race car driver and champion of all things automotive, Brett Dickey, has joined me. We'll have a quick look because the cars are coming around for the race start. Jordan Caruso, the 2002 Precision International Sports Sedan champion, will lead the field with Ashley Jarvis right alongside his first time in the front row of the grid. Liam Hooper in the dark horse, that Nissan turbocharged. Shane Bradford out of Queensland, looking for a good result. Shane Woodman again, Tony Groves, Dean Cam, Michael Robinson, Francois Habib will get to the top 10 with the state championship leader, Johnny Pilotto in the QP Lubes entry. A bit of a coming together, and that'll be Ben down the back there with into the back of the Camaro of Chaz Talbot, and Dean Cam has gone nowhere at the moment, so we've got a very crowded midfield. Leading the way is Jordan Caruso into turn 1. The 2 Victorian protagonists side by side, the 32 and the Landau Signs entry of Shane Woodman. These guys know how to win Victorian championships. Both of them want to win a national championship. They're going to remain side by side here.
Yeah, it looks like Liam's stuck back in the middle of the group there, Darren, as well. I don't think he's got the start that he initially wanted out of that. So hopefully he can get his, for us turbo guys, back to the front, Daz.
Yeah, certainly. Just watching Dean Cam, he looks to be motivated again. And I tell you what, when Dean drops to the back of the field, you better watch out because he'll set 680 horsepower or thereabouts, give or take 15% or so. in the Corvette. As we watch this is the guys just off the podium at the moment. Shane Bradford has pushed his way into P4. This is Shane Woodman, and right behind Michael Robinson. Then we've got
Tony Groves to Mason Kelly. So it's great to see that Mason Kelly got the start from where he finished. That makes life a little bit easier as Tony Groves uses all that horsepower to leave some licorice straps out there.
Tell you what, that Nissan Altima is well and truly hooked up. No one would have that much data on a track for a car in this race, that's for sure, than what has come out of the Kelly Racing stable over the years. Great to see this young fella jumped out of a XL. And we're just going to have a quick look back at the start. Ash Jarvis, in the 44, the Colin Smith.
I reckon young Chaz might have just had a bit of a moment there. So Ben's given him a bit of a nudge and helped him along on his merry way. But hopefully they can sort that out.
Young Chaz.
Young
Chaz. He's got a big program this weekend. He's been racing in the 5,000.
And they're together again.
He's a genuine original Formula 5000 competitor. Loves his sports sedans over the last 3 decades, and there it is, the Camaro just coming up the straight, yellow stripe over the bonnet. Here's Liam. This is the Liam Hooper, Tasmanian, number 10, Nissan. John Ippolito's doing a terrific job. Look at the 97. He's inside the 10 now, and he's got his fellow State Series protagonist right behind him at the moment. That car there of Greg Lynch took a win, his first win at Phillip Island early this year. It is not an ex-supercar. It is a bespoke-built sports sedan. He just liked the HRT livery, so that's what he has done. That's a real sports sedan. Francois Habib, who's currently sitting in 8th position in this race, and he's going to have the Liam Hooper Nissan all over the back of him. Doesn't appear to be doing what it did earlier on in the weekend, does it?
No, it's. I just looked there and it's just come through for a 1:16, so it's a decent chunk of time off what it was earlier on in the weekend. So I think maybe those guys, I did hear rumours that they had a bit of a misfire in race 1 today. So I think maybe we've got some gremlins coming in there.
Gee, I tell you what, Dean Can's got a fair bit of angle on that rear wing for Sandown.
He does. It looks like he's wasting a lot of fuel out the exhaust there with fuel prices now too. So I think Disco Stu will be picking up some of those fumes, but definitely got a little bit of aero wound into that. But if you've got that much horsepower, you can use it.
Drive through it. There's a guy that knows how to tune a car. That is Damien Johnson in that Tirana. He starts to climb up the hill. That is Sandown. These guys here, it wouldn't feel like a hill, but when you're trying to push a 6-cylinder Tirana up to keep up with them, it's an LS1, I believe, in the Corolla there as well.
Yes, so. You're correct on that. So I think there's not many non-V8 powered cars out there today. So credit to those guys that are still flying the flag.
Yeah, certainly we're seeing the Nissan, the turbocharged car of Liam Hooper. We've got Daniel Johnson. We've also got Graham Gilliland in the number 21 orange Melton Bodyworks Bollards Direct RX-7, and you can tell it screams as it goes down the main straight. We just see these two cars, two Victorian champions, Chas Talbot and Dean Cam, side by side. That's only going to end in tears.
It's two very young blokes there with young minds on their shoulders, so hopefully we can get a decent race out of those two. Yeah, or the opposite. So yeah, look, two great guys that have been around sports sedans for a long time in some amazing machinery, and as you see here, Michael Robinson flying the flag as he always does on both Victorian, state and national sports sedans. So Michael puts in a lot of work behind the scenes to keep both classes running, not just state and not just national. So it's a credit to Michael and the whole team from the National Sports Sedan Series and Victorian Sports Sedan Series, along with Anne Gilliland down there, making sure everyone's fed. So thank you to everyone that's made sure we were fed too, Darren.
Big shout out to Anne Gilliland. She is the queen of sports sedans here in Victoria, and I know Gail Smith might like to wear that crown, but she has to take it off and give it to Anne every now and again to wear around. And we love what those ladies do for this category. They certainly... it's in their blood, and I reckon they'd like to take it out, but it's in there forever and ever, and they do a ripping job.
This is turning into a bit of a battle too now. It's,
isn't it?
You can see Bradford then just thought he would put the nose in there. I reckon it was a little bit of a long one.
I had a pretty honest conversation with Shane between races today, and he said, "Oh yeah, we've tuned up the gearing to an absolute standstill. We tried something," and he said, "Yeah, that's we're nowhere."
You have to be honest at some point. We've
gone nowhere.
Hand out.
A great bloke, and boy, he's been at the pointy end of national sports sedans for over a decade in this car now. In his own admission, it's a little bit heavier than what he'd like it to be. Certainly doesn't use a lot of the exotic materials that we see Shane Woodman use, the flat shift, the carbon fibre bits and pieces here here and there, but geez, a ripping driver, super fit race car driver, and I'm not. That's not funny. That's the real thing. He's commits himself to it. Does a lot of travel, as does the car just in front of him as well, with Colin Smith and Ashley Jarvis now driving that car and into P2. So Shane Bradford's going to have a challenge. Caruso a 107.76. We were just having a look coming onto
very
air.
close to that record that he set yesterday, so there's not much left in it, but boys, he's definitely got that championship trophy in his hands, and he's willing to add the lap record, which he did get yesterday, but might not add to it again.
You know you were amongst one of the fastest to ever gone around a track when you've got the sports sedan lap record, don't
when you take it off Ricciardello, you know you're doing well.
Well, that's exactly right. G'day to Tony. I know he's watching over in Western Australia. In fact, he's probably not now. He's probably scratching the hands and tearing his hair out, going, I could be with these guys. I can drop that lap record again. And you can catch up with what Tony's been up to on the Napa Auto Parts Grassroots Racing podcast. Check it out. Tony was the first guest on that podcast. As the field, 5 laps remaining, half race distance. Jordan Caruso, your 2022 Precision International National Sports Sedan Champion, leading the way over Ash Jarvis in the 44. We're mixed up here for positions 4, 5 and 6. Woodman, Robinson, Mason Kelly just off the back here. And gee, he's solving the problem with the right pedal there, getting up on the ripple strip and moving the car around on its back tyres. Tony Groves just off the back there. If anything untoward happens in these cars in front of him, he will be all over them.
He's just dropped off the back, but it is a good explanation of the state and national competitors. Here's Disco Stu nearly helping out Chaz with a little body realignment on the other side of the car.
Yeah, so Chaz might not have seen Stewie Eustace coming through there. Great to see that little escort as well, piling on the pressure to anyone around it. Really being driven very well by Aaron Hodges, doing a tremendous job.
Looks like there's a little bit of smoke coming from the back of Dean Cam's car there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to smoke during a race, actually.
It's Dino, you never know.
You never can tell. He's put down the Gatorade and just getting on with the job here in the number 66. This is the actual livery that this car ran in the Trans Am series as well. So car has been given a bit of a generous paint job and a bit of a clean-up in recent times, so it does look very, very good again out there on track. There's Johnny Pilotto. He's currently sitting in position number 12, gathering points, keeping the momentum going in the ASSA Victorian title. Coming to this round with 205. He's been doing a pretty good job, but Francois Habib has had the goods on him this weekend.
Yeah, I think it's just with these guys, I think it's the matter of making sure that he's bagging points. So obviously no one wants John to have any misfortune, but I think Francois is definitely there ready to pick up the points if there is any left on the table.
Yes, I think you're right. That's the last thing I wanted to see. The Damien Johnson Tirana, a synonymous silhouette with the early years of sports sedans here in Australia, and he is just rolling to a halt there. The S2 champion from a number of years ago, took that title a couple of times, travelled with the Kerrick series for numerous seasons with Andrea and did a tremendous job winning a couple of S2 championships. But wow, have a look at this battle. There's a couple of blokes. That BMW and that Monaro have won Victorian state championships. Neither of them have come up the trumps on the national series, and both of them have been running in it for quite some time.
I think they've definitely both come close, if I'm
correct.
Very
much so, yes.
So just a bad sportsmanship flag that we're seeing here added for car 16, which probably isn't the best of things to have hanging over you, but obviously there's a reason behind that.
I'm not sure what that is. That's Shane Woodman in the BMW coming down the straight now. He's number 16. I haven't seen anything untoward, but we'll wait and hear word on that. So we continue on. So whatever it was he was doing, it might be about going over curbs or something like that, Brett. That's sort of pretty much what happens these days.
I'm liking what Mason Kelly's doing here. He's just following the two guys in front, getting Miles. Miles in an amazing car, may I add. But just getting Miles, learning a thing from the guys in front of him. He's obviously got a heap of talent in his own pit garage, but it's great to see, just following around some sports sedan guys and enjoying being out here.
Have a look at DC. He dropped to the back. He is now absolutely flying. Dean Cam out of 11th, getting right up beside Greg Lynch now, who won a race earlier this year, gets the job done. He has got the bit between the teeth here in the 5-star fencing number 6, driving the wheels off this Corvette as he does. always grabs it by the throat, gives it a really good shake. It's what I like about how Dean goes racing. It's all the way to the checkered flag every single time. That's not what we wanted to see, is it? Damien Johnson parked up out of the car. He's got the shoulders down too. He's really pretty dejected.
It's never what you want to see. Damien puts in a lot of work behind the scenes to come away racing, and it's definitely not the. You don't want to see any competitor there, but it's definitely the last thing you want to see.
Here is our national champion. We're going to follow him home, and he is on a red hot one there. He's keeping it out over the ripple strips. That's what you've got to do when you're going fast. Don't back off. Keep going fast. You back off, you make a mistake.
100%.
And this is what Jordan Caruso has done all throughout this season. And he is going to drive this one to the line. And there he is, gets it out. The first time he's cracked it sideways this season. He's kept it very straight and very, very honest. And Jordan Caruso just winds it down. A massive congratulations to Jordan and John Gourlay and all of the crew that John travels around the countryside with that Audi. These things are hard to win championships in. They are absolute bespoke. You can't just knock on the guy in the garage next to you and say, hey, have you got a spare one of these? No, I don't. Your car's different to mine in every single way.
100%. It's a credit to those guys. It's a credit to the whole sports sedan field, and definitely a credit to the national sports sedan guys for running around the country. They spend a lot of time on the road, and like you said, there's not many times you can go into the super cheap auto and get parts for these cars.
That's exactly right. Ash Jarvis comes home and deservedly into P2. He has driven a gripping series this year for Colin Smith in that magnificent Monaro. Shane Bradford home happily in the number 68 in P3. I'm not sure he'll be wrapped with that, but he'll be certainly happy to be on the podium in the final race for the day.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously, shout out to Stephen Tomasi down there in the pits walking around. It's a shame to not see him out there taking it to Jordan. I know he definitely had some pace in that car on Friday, and obviously watching him run all over the country, it was definitely one of those years that could have been for him, but I know that family well, and I reckon they'll be back.
I was just about to say, do you reckon they're going to disappear? I don't think so. They're going absolutely nowhere. They will be back bigger, better and stronger, and they're one of those teams like John Gourlay's led team that they learn from what's gone on and they don't make the same
100%. So looking forward to seeing what that battle comes up as next year, but I definitely know the Tomasi family won't be leaving anything on the table.
Yes, agreed. Michael Robertson home in position number 5 there. Mason Kelly, a good improvement from rear of grid into 6th position. Tony Groves flashing the headlights across the line. They're dragging state championship points. Liam Hooper, I guess, goes away from this weekend wondering what might have been. Francois Habib. Dean Cam home in 6th place after he dropped to the back of the field. Greg Lynch in 11th. Chas Talbot 12. Stuart Eustace 13. Johnny Blotto gathering points, amassing points for his state championship hunt. Aaron Hodges has absolutely acquitted himself well. He should be very proud of what he's done in the 166 Escort. Ben McLeod and Troy Condon rounding out the 17 for this race. And that is the end of the national sports sedans for this year. State sports sedans, the QP Lube sports sedans still go to Island Magic, and they've got the 50k plate. I'm sure there's going to be some national guys interloping for that.
I would hope so. I hope some of the guys leave their cars down here. It's only a couple more weeks away, and obviously Island Magic always brings out the best in everyone, and everyone chucks on their A game. So hopefully a lot of these national sports sedan guys can front up for that event, and hopefully we can pull a Honda Prelude out of the shed and try to get it down there as well.
Looking forward to seeing that, and not going to hold you to it, but I'm going to hold you to the fact that I didn't get my black T-shirt today. That's all right. We'll ride off into the sunset and talk nicely to each other regardless. Here is our podium getters. Jordan Caruso, unfortunately, has disappeared, but there is Ash Jarvis and Shane Bradford. A great weekend's racing for the sports sedans. Brett, you'd have to agree, wouldn't you?
100%. Anytime you're watching sports sedans on track's great. It's even better when you're on the track.
So we have got plenty more to come for you trackside here as we wave goodbye to the Precision International National Sports Sedan Series and the QP Lubes Victorian Championship as well, which still has one round to go. Get down to Phillip Island at the end of November for Island Magic to see the famous 50k plate. Coming up next is some more historic touring cars. We'll be back with more trackside in just a moment.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Race car, and we built it back from the
Down here with Eddie Dobbs, and this is his FE Holden, and it's got quite a long association with Eddie. How many years have you owned this car for?
I've owned for about 39 years. We've raced it for 38.
So when it came into your hands, what condition was it?
It was an empty shell sports sedan. It wasn't usable as a race car, and we built it back from there, back to where it started from, as an Appendix J car.
Would explain the J on the door as well, but could you tell us a little bit about what's under the hood?
It's got a grey motor with triple SU carburetors and 12-to-1 high compression pistons, and pretty much as you can do to a grey motor, just make it try and go harder without flying apart every time you take it out.
Absolutely, and some of the more eagle-eyed viewers from home will have realised that there is in fact a bench seat in there. How does one stay planted in the middle of this car when you're tipping it into a turn?
Well, you kind of hook yourself up under clutch pedals and whatever you can get your foot on, and it has steel bars in the seat, so it isn't too bad. And you've got the seatbelt super tight and a crutch strap to make sure you don't submarine under it. So it feels a lot better than it looks, but you still do move around a lot in the car.
And there's two groups of Group N historic touring cars here in competition this weekend. It's hard not to get caught up in the fact that there's quite a good turnout. It's good to see so many people from the community showing their support for this category.
I think it's fantastic. We love to see people bring their cars out to race, and we like to see the people come to see them raced. It's just what we like to do. We're here to provide the entertainment, and as you can see, the cars look great, whether they're on the track or off. So it's a good thing for the public, and it's good for us.
And we highly encourage you to come down to the trackside if you haven't already, or if you're able to come down and you're in metropolitan Melbourne, we encourage you to come down and buy a ticket from the gate and check out these cars up nice and close, because it certainly is the sense that you don't get on camera. It's the smell of these cars. It's really beautiful. We say a big thank you to Eddie Dobbs for joining us, and we'll go back to the commentary booth.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Callum. Coming up very shortly will be the final race for Group 2 historic touring cars. So the big bangers, the larger engined cars. It's a very good afternoon once again to Peter Shea. G'day, Pete.
G'day, Darren, and yep, great to be for the Group 2 boys.
Hi to everyone watching on Blendline TV. John Bowe has been untouchable so far in the number 44 Apex Steel Joe Collegia owned Ford Mustang. Andrew Lane, though, is not mucking around in trying. He's had a couple of second places in that beautiful all-black 69 fastback Mustang, number 89. So he'll be looking to make a good start, try and put some pressure on JB, who looked like he wasn't really comfortable with the braking on that car.
Oh, that sounds interesting then, yeah.
So that's probably Andrew's best chance, but Bowe certainly showing all his guile and racecraft in the first two races this weekend. Good driving too from Ben Wilkinson. He's been third a couple of times in the number 189 silver and black Ford Mustang from New South Wales. That's running a little smaller 302 engine Windsor under the bonnet, whereas Bowe and Lane are running the big 351 Windsor. So a few extra cubes, a few extra kilos as well. The 69 fastback, not exactly a lightweight, a little bit heavier than the 67, 68 shape. Something that is not heavy is the Falcon Sprint of Marty White from Queensland. A great drive, Peter, this morning into fourth place. That's powered by the little 289 Windsor.
Yeah, very quick little car, the Falcon Rally Sprint. So be interesting to see what he can do in this particular event.
Fiberglass bonnet, guards, boot lid, doors, as it was homologated as a rally car back in the 60s. And made a very, very quick touring car. Of course, Frank Gardner took out the 67 British Saloon Car Championship with a much modified Falcon Sprint.
I remember going back, you probably do, Bill Meek from WA had a very, very quick Falcon Rally Sprint, dominated historic racing in the West, and come over to the Adelaide Grand Prix a few times and strutted his stuff.
Yeah, Bill Tweedy in years gone by as well, a very quick sprint that unfortunately has ended up back in England, very popular at Goodwood and such meetings as those, the Falcon Sprint. Rowan Atkinson actually owned a Falcon Sprint as well, so we had a Mr. Bean Falcon Sprint racing there for a few years before Rowan passed it on. Unfortunately missing Ben Dahlstrom, the Silver Charger. We saw him have that big oil fire yesterday. Now the car has a vibration, so he won't be starting. We will see Michael Hibbert though, that magenta coloured Charger from the back of the grid, number 71. Had an oil fitting let go, the exact same part that let Dahlstrom down yesterday, in fact. So curse of the Charger oil pump fittings this weekend so far.
So all important, Darren, Lane has got to get a good start on Bowe.
Tony Hubbard also right up there too on the fourth row grid, the 68 Camaro, number 24. Keep an eye on Hubbard as well. Has been fighting his way through the pack all weekend. They're away now. The final race for the Just Cars Historic Touring Cars. A good start from Lane and Bowe, quite equal. White and Wilkinson also side by side as they head down towards turn one. This long drag down to the first corner at Sandown. Bowe has the inside line, Lane on the outside in the black machine. Wilkinson slots into third in the silver machine, number 129. Then it's White. Nathan Gordon, the big blue HQ Monaro, number 45, has slotted into fifth. Then it's Wakefield, Stern, Hubbard, Burns. Not the best start there for Hubbard, so he'll be looking to regain some positions as Grant Mundy finds himself out on the grass there in his 68 Camaro. Russell McDowell, the number 5 XY Falcon, starting to climb back up the order after his spin in this morning's race. Good to see John Alessi back out there too at the tail end of the field there on the red number 2 HQ Monaro after not starting this morning. As Hubbard now on screen starts to try and line up a move on Chris Stern in the red and black Ford Mustang number 89. He's looking at Wakefield and Gordon up ahead. Gordon getting sideways already on this first lap as Wakefield looks to put a move on Gordon. The Queenslander, Graham Wakefield, goes up past Gordon. So Wakefield now up.
Whoa,
into...
Wakefield gets a little bit sloppy in front of Nathan Gordon there, but all turned out quite well. So that's a good little battle too going down the main straight, but John Bowe at the moment is doing it pretty good.
Tony Hubbard will receive a 5-second penalty for a breach of start procedure, so he has to put in the big quick laps now to make up that 5 seconds, which will be added to his race time at the end of this race. So we're looking there at Hubbard a little bit wide of his grid box, unfortunately, so he's been slapped.
That's 5 seconds. That's pretty tough, but anyway, that's the rules.
Lucky we don't have car radios because Tony will get a little bit of red mist there once he hears about that 5-second penalty, but you got to line up exactly in your right box, otherwise they'll come down on you.
Bowe is on fire. John Bowe's put in the quickest lap, so Bowe is not sitting around, so Lane's got to pull something out to pull back the flying John Bowe.
We're looking at the battle here for 5th place. Wakefield, Gordon, Hubbard, Chris Stern in the Mustang, Rob Burns in the Charger, number 70, Zizek in the Mustang, the Falcon of Wood, number 41, right up there too, in the big red XY Falcon, Brian Wood from Queensland. Whole heap of Queenslanders here this weekend. Great to have them down here, that long journey from up north.
Absolutely.
Look at Jason Humble now starting to put the moves after starting from the rear of the grid. Now trying to line up a move on the second of the Miles Chargers, number 37. That's Craig Miles in that almost fluorescent green Charger. Humble had a distributor issue in this morning's race.
Looks like Jason could be a bit of see his arm come out the window. Did see a bit of smoke, but hopefully all is well with the Mazda of Jason Humble. Previously, he's a giant killer on the Winton and Phillip Island circuits. Probably not so much here on the big power circuit at at Sandown, but still putting in a fine effort.
Yeah, broke a rotor button, and Darren Hossack, fellow Mazda runner, has lent Jason Humble's team some parts for the Dizzy, so good to see him back out there. The usual camaraderie that we see in Group N historic touring cars, so thank you to Darren Hossack as Rob Burns goes through on the Mustang of Zizak. So Burns now up into a 9th place, the first of the charges.
Yep, in the top 10, so which is good. Car 70.
Bowe down to a 1:19.98 on that lap. Starting to sneak up on that lap record held by West Australian Paul Stubborn, that famous number 31 Chevy Camaro that was set some time ago now.
See, at the moment, Bowe is flying.
I'll tell you who is flying, Ben Wilkinson. He's up into 2nd place now on screen there, the number 189.68 Ford Mustang. He's got past Andrew Lane
Yeah,
in
I
the
don't
69.
know whether Andrew's got a problem or not, but he's a second lap quicker than Andrew Lane, and now Andrew's coming under a bit of pressure too.
Marty White, the Falcon
White,
sprint.
yes.
So the sprint right on the tail of the bigger black Mustang, which will probably have the legs down this long front straight. Not that the Marty White power plant under the bottom of that sprint has anything lacking at all.
No, he's really not letting Andrew Lane get away from him. Andrew in car 89.
Wilkinson, a little bit of a brake lock-up. Just got off the pedal at the right time though, so it wasn't a complete flat spot for that front tyre. These cars do not run on slicks. They are basically a treaded racing tyre. You're only allowed to run tyres on a specified list as part of the historic regulations, which these cars comply with.
This is a great effort from White in car 126.
That's an MB car, so a pre-65 machine, Pete.
Yep, he's still really staying in contact with these two guys anyway, 2nd and 3rd. White's back and forth, but yeah, he's a contender for a podium at the moment.
At the top of the screen there, we notice Zizak has gone back through on Rob Burns in the Charger, so they're having a great battle over that 9th place, swapping positions lap after lap, as Hubbard continues to push hard to try and reel in the Wakefield Mustang ahead of him. Of course, he has that 5-second penalty hanging over his head, Peter.
Yeah, Hubbard's on a bit of a charger, though. I've just been keeping an eye on him, and he's really got the hammer down as we see them really starting to come onto the back straight now with this fixed camera. It's a great camera angle, actually.
Jervis Warden, the 2nd of the Falcon sprints there, number 26. He's got past the Wood Falcon, so a couple of big fat XY Falcons behind the sprint of Lord. That's Wood in the red machine and Russell McDowell, another Queenslander, in the blue machine, number 5 on the doors with that checkered bonnet. Jervis had all sorts of brake problems in that Falcon sprint over the weekend. Looks like he's got the car sorted now for this final run.
Car 29 has got a bad sportsmanship flag. That's a Jason Humble, so I'm not quite sure why Jason is getting the bad sportsmanship flag. Maybe he's jumping on the curbs. Yeah. Well, someone spun.
Tony Hubbard has spun the Camaro coming onto the front straight.
Because we did know Tony was really on the pace. Whoa!
Jervis Ward has just
clipped Tony Hubbard as coming onto the front straight.
He was right on the exit of the corner there, so Tony was trying to get out of the way, trying to get the wheel straight and get out of the way. Jervis has just clipped him as Chris Stern has gone off, I believe, at turn 1 at a great rate of knots.
And that's very easily to do. It all looks like Bowe's got a problem too. He's dropped to 3rd, back to 4th. So the problem with the race leader, John Bowe now.
Our race leader is Ben Wilkinson as Tony
Hubbard comes back onto the track. Hopefully it's not too much damage. Here comes the Tony Hubbard incident now, just coming. Oh, he's got to...
got on the grass.
Grass, spun, and he's just going to get clipped in a minute. Or maybe not.
Jervis would have just touched him, I think. I do believe that was Stern that we saw go off at a great rate and on to turn 1. No confirmation of that as yet. But what we do know is this is the battle
yes,
for the lead, folks.
Certainly is.
Wilkinson in the silver number 189 Mustang versus Andrew Lane in the black machine number 89. All to play for now with 2 laps to go. And last lap, in fact.
Side by side, coming down the main straight now, sort of. This is really going to get tight. Looks like Lane's going to have the ascendancy.
Yep, the big 351 Windsor had the legs on the 302 at Windsor, so Lane into the lead, Peter.
Into the lead, and actually he's opened up a bit of a gap on Wilkinson. But what can Wilson do in the twisty bits? Maybe he can pull a little bit up on Andrew Lane. White is next. He's sort of dropped off a little bit. Actually a fair bit back in 3rd place.
Bowe falling down the order, unfortunately, in the number 44 Mustang.
It's still like Lane and Wilkinson. Oh, someone's got a bit of smoke. That could be Hubbard. Yep.
Tony Hubbard unfortunately has an issue in the number 24 Camaro, so he already had that penalty hanging over his head. So and then the spin that's just gone from bad to worse.
Bad to worse. So his race is basically run. As it's Lane now opened up quite a nice little buffer in 89.
The man that runs Hog's Breath Saloon in Terrelgan joined the category a few years ago, and that a beautiful number 89 Mustang has really taken to it like a duck to water. Took his time to get used to the car. They're not an easy car to race, and has really come through the order in the past couple of seasons. And he is doing very well out in front, though. Wilkinson, though, not lying down. He's still
he's
trying
in there,
very hard.
Checker flag will just be coming out very soon, and I don't think Wilkinson's going to do it.
Lane takes the win in the Mustang. Andrew Lane, our race winner. Ben Wilkinson, a great drive in the 302 powered 68 Ford Mustang into second place. Marty White.
Yep, just coming into view now, Marty White. He'll be third in the Falcon. And that was a good effort. He was right up with him, dropped off a little bit towards the end, but still managed to podium finish, which was really good.
Jervis Waters got past Rob Burns in the Charger, so Ward a very strong run in the final race, and he will cross the line in ninth. There we said a little bit of damage there after the tap with the Hubbards, the Stricken Hubbard machine, so Jervis will be happy with that result. Up into ninth, Rob Burns 10th. Just beat home the Falcons of Brian Wood and Russell McDowell. John Alessi will take a finish in the number 2 HQ Monaro in front of Gary Feinmore, the ex-Darrell Hanson 68 Trans Am Mustang. And we didn't see any of the Chargers really getting stuck into the shenanigans they were this morning,
Not
Peter.
really, no. They sort of fell off the pace a little bit, but the rally sprints, Falcon rally sprints, really put up a pretty good performance.
Good performance too from Michael Hippett, the number 71 Chargers, starting from the rear of the grid after that oil fitting problem. And also Brock Green taking a finish too in the as yet still unfamiliar XU1. We saw a great interview with him with Callum Brannigan earlier. As John Clark takes the line just in front of the beautiful HT Monaro of Fred Brain. Pretty famous machine, that Mustang, previously campaigned by none other than Tino Leo. He's had a few health battles lately, so we hope he's on the mend, Tino.
There's a bit of bronze on that car as well, sort of trademark from Tino Leo.
Certainly is. Now, we're missing Ian Mewett. He unfortunately fell ill last night, so we wish him all the best. He's flown back to Queensland. Just about to see a replay coming up.
The charge is coming through. 37 goes very wide.
Craig Miles having a wild run in the fluorescent Charger number 37.
On the grass, but manages to hang on to it.
Always a bit of straight line action through that corner anyway.
Plus being a bit damp too, sort of a little bit hairy. Looks like that's Jason Humble, if I get my eyes right.
It's a little bit of smoke coming from the rear of the number 29 RX2 earlier. So
yeah, I did see that, but unfortunately probably a little bit more terminal. I think Jason got a 5 second penalty as well, so his race has run well and truly.
Thank you very much to Clive Cams and autopix.com.au for their sponsorship of Group 2 Historic Touring Cars this weekend. It'll be interesting to find out what happened to the Bowe machine. He ended up in 6th behind the Monaro of Nathan Gordon.
Still got the quickest lap, Darren, 1 minute 19. That's pretty quick. Scooting around here in his particular car.
The race winner Andrew Lane was next fastest at 1:22. So Bowie
gives you an idea of sort of what sort of pace that John Bowe was cracking out there.
Thank you very much to Just Cars magazine, and of course Historic Touring Cars will be down at Island Magic at the end of November for that fantastic meeting put on by PAYARC, and of course the big Phillip Island Classic next March. Always massive grids, usually 2 grids of historic touring cars. Beautiful part of the world, beautiful racetrack. It certainly is one of the best historic meetings in the world, Pete.
It is. It's a world-class meeting, and the mail is too. There's some internationals coming out from Europe, so some cars. So that'll be very interesting. I reckon we could go to an ad break, and there'll be Group S sports cars coming up very, very shortly.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Without too much further ado, we have got the Group S cars for their final race of the weekend, and these cars are just steeped in history, just magnificent pieces of automotive kit. Darren Smith here, Phil Membry right alongside Phil. We're about to get ourselves wound right up for this, aren't we?
And what have we got? We've got in-car camera from Blendline TV on this one.
Alex Webster in the 2.7 litre. He's been running 2 litre cars. He's had this one for a couple of seasons now. Believe it or not, Spencer Martin used to race this particular 2.7 litre Porsche. And this is brought to us by Shannons. We thank Shannons Insurance and Classic Car Auctions. They do a fantastic job supporting motorsport, and we thank them right across the whole landscape of Australian motorsport for what they do to support us. So big thanks to Shannons.
And interesting to notice, coming up the back straight there's a lot of work on acceleration and brakes, trying to get a bit of temperature into those tyres and brakes.
Really weaving away there, the rear engine Porsche, trying to get some front tyre temp in. It's easy to spin up the wheels, they've got plenty of horsepower. Talking about horsepower, have a look at the Joe Collegia's big block Corvette in front of him there, the Apex Racing outfit. We've just seen Bowe drive off in his Mustang, but it's all for Joe now, and he is coming out of the second row. It'll be Ray Narkowitz, the Victorian, right next to Joe Di Bartolo, to David Baker, Joe Collegia, Alex Webster. Ross Jackson in the Pantera, that 351 Cleveland, sits just behind his shoulders there, that Ford commissioned project, and this is celebrating 20 years he's had this car here this weekend. So 30 years for the event, 20 years that Ross has had this Pantera.
I knew he'd had it for a fair while. I wasn't aware that it was 20 years.
Samuel Markovits will take up position number 7. Hung Du in the number 6 will be out of position number 8. So we're watching there for a good start out of position number 8. We go to Tom Walstep. Then we go Michael Byrne, Hugh Harrison, John Geest, John Floyd, Richard East, Ryan Hogan, the revs raised as we go to Rowan Hodge, Chris Ralph down the back there, Phil John Budge, Ryan Bailey and Bryce Rogers. The front shot, what a magnificent, iconic shot of the start of a race here at Sandown International Raceway. As it says on the Stars rostrum, the home of horsepower, and we're seeing it with a couple of Corvettes. In fact, not just a couple. Have a look at Alex down off the inside of the yellow line there. There's 4 Corvettes, and here is this Porsche. Look at that horsepower drive away from the little 2.7 Porsche.
Who's going to make it first? It's Narkowitz by the look of it into turn 1. Di Bartolo in position 2 and Joe Collegia in 3. So he's moved forward from where he was earlier on in the day.
Have a look at the Roadster version of the Corvette in behind Joe Collegia there as well. That's a menacing looking piece of kit, no lid on it. There's a little Clubman. Love a Clubman. They are some of the best fun cars to drive around. An MGB Roadster there in the mix, and have a look at that Lotus. I think that's a 47, Lotus of Land.
Yeah, and the Triumph GT6 there as well. Beautiful little car. So quite an array of really immaculate cars out there on track at the moment.
Alex Webster, he has been shown a clean set of heels by horsepower. 7 laps is the journey. I'm sure the Porsche will still have a great set of rubber under at the end of this 7 laps. These other cars with the horsepower, they've got to gingerly apply the throttle. They've got to be stroking these things along all the way through this race so they don't fry up the tyres on the back. Have a look at this, working hard at the wheel. The Di Tomaso Pantera right in front here. Gee, we can hear it rumble back in through the Porsche. Have a listen to that. Ross Jackson, give it the boot. The Porsche up the inside, getting the power down now. Ross Jackson ranging up on the outside, brings it back across into the grid area there.
That's a great in-car shot.
And past the heritage listed grandstand off onto the right-hand side here at Sandown International, and they drive away back down through the gearbox.
Look at him
Have a look
closing
how
up under
accurate
brakes.
he is. Yeah, accurate, finding the gates and the gearbox, just easing the car through. The car's in front, it's like fist and kneecaps, isn't it? The Porsche,
absolutely.
it's like fingertips and toes.
There
On
we
the
go.
inside of Ross he goes.
Well done, good move. Down the inside of Ross is the Porsche, but what's going to happen up the back straight? I think the Tommaso Pantera will just tear past.
Well, the Porsches, they went from the little ducktails to the big whale tails, didn't they? Let's see how he can make the whale tail nice and wide. He's got it fully equipped with the whale tail. Looking behind there, the 60 of Byrne. Doing a terrific job, Michael Byrne. Really love to see these. Lotus 7, S4, I'd love one in the shed.
Oh.
In fact, which one wouldn't you love in the shed?
The whole field, any of these cars I'd love in my shed.
They're the cars that you had as posters as a kid,
As
aren't
a
you?
kid, yeah.
You have them up
absolutely.
on the wall. The Pantera now, looking the goods. Porsche ranging up under brakes. That's what they're famous for. I'm lucky enough to be able to call the Porsche
close.
Michelin Sprint Challenge and GT3 Cup Challenge, and over the years the brakes on Porsches just absolutely blow your mind away how late they can get under brakes. But the horsepower race goes. There's Joe Collegia. Have a look at the venting in the bonnet of that car. It is a purpose-built piece of kit, isn't it?
And I think it needs all of that vent to get all the air in it needs.
When you're trying to use a big block pump, that's what it is. It's a big block engine inside that car. You need as much air to keep it breathing in nicely. Have a good look back down through the field. The Alpha GTV, that wedge-shaped coupe that was so famous for Alpha. The 141, just battling it out there. That's Bryce Rogers. Now, Bryce started off the back of the grid and he's already up to 12th. So we've got the mass horsepower, we've got the bulk and the big heavy cars, and we've got these things coming from the rear of grid and already up to position 13.
An Austin Healey Sprite in front of Porsche. How does that happen?
Well, historically it doesn't happen that much, but that's what we're here to do. They're being driven very, very well, and all of these cars are worth an absolute bomb. But just watching down the back of picture there's Jeffy Thomas, the State Series saloon car racer, and you'll hear him on the commentary, I'm sure, at Island Magic. He loves to come and do a bit of commentary at some of the state level stuff as well. So Jeffy's going well.
So Datsun 2000 chasing down or trying to chase down the Austin Healey Sprite and being chased by a Porsche.
John Geist in the 61 there. Yeah, got the Porsche just ranging up in behind there. So that is the East Porsche. That's Richard East. So that's a 3-litre Porsche. And it's 2.7 that we're seeing of Alex Webster ranging up at the inside here. Is a 24-ounce looking up the inside of the Lotus 7. Car number 6 just yielding there. That's Hungdu.
Yep.
And in fact, I think that might be a 260. It's not a 240. It's a 260.
Yeah, there's. I know there's a 260 in the
240
in the field. 240. There is a 260 in the field. I'm not too sure who's which one.
968 Porsche just off the back of that battle there as well. The Martini Racing colours emblazoned all over that one as well. And the Porsche 928 being driven by Tom Walstab. And he's trying to get onto the back of that Datsun. Pretty sure a guy in a 968 wouldn't like to be looking at the back of a Datsun.
No. But here we go. Byrne leads into the top end up the, heading down now to Dandenong corner. Datsun trying to find an opening. I don't think Mike Byrne is going to leave him one. Mike's been around a while and pretty handy sort of a driver.
So this is a ripping race. 3 laps remaining. It is Ray Narkowitz leading the way in his Corvette to Joe De Bartolo, then Joe Collegia. Then we go back to Baker. And Baker also in the, David Baker in the number 55 there in the Chevrolet Corvette. He's in the teal, blue and orange 1967 one. And here we go again. Lotus 7 versus 240Z.
But Byrne has been passed by the Datsun. What can he do? Can he come back?
Well, you just know that the Lotus is going to have the same cool set of tyres underneath it at the end of 7 laps
And
as
brakes.
it will at the start. The 240 may just start to suffer a little bit as the journey heads on. So we got to Webster, then it's Jackson and Byrne. They've swapped around. Hungdu in position number 8. Tom Walstep. Then it is the number 20. Samuel Narkowitz in the Corvette Stingray, the 1975. There it is, just off the back there. That's my very first memory of a Corvette, is the Stingray. Gee, it was a menacing-looking piece of kit. I can't remember the TV show it was in, but gee, I remember that as a kid. I was very young then, but still remember it. We go back to the 79 out there at the moment, and that is being driven by Hugh Harrison, the Alford GTV. Of course, Hugh Harrison has for many years been racing the GTV. Joe Collier.
And look at the nose on the bonnet of that. He's never going to get hay fever in that car.
Tell you what, it is a menacing looking piece of kit. Joe drives it so hard too. Look at it, under brakes, gets it
squirmy.
250 metres out, under brakes, driving it into the corner, driving it up, keeping off the ripple strips, which is good because with all that horsepower, you'd probably just jack it out sideways.
Absolutely.
And end up jackknifing it like you got the 6x4 trailer on the back, dropping off a load of trees to the tip. Beautiful looking piece of kit, the number 44, and he's got some great people working on it. That's not what we want to see out of a Chevy, not at all. Hand up in the air, and that will be the end of it. On board now, the Shannon's Insurance and Shannon's Classic Auctions on-board camera, charging up the hill here. He's got it pretty much all to himself at the moment, Alex Webster. And he is enjoying his 2.7 litre car.
Let's watch him tip it in up the top of the track.
No
Works
problem.
the car beautifully.
Aims two
Takes
wheels
a little
up
bit
on
of
the
curb.
strip.
Drops it in, down a gear, flips it to the left, onto the power, whacks it back up a gear.
Have a look at the way he's just easing it through the gearbox. He's not wasting any time, but he's just easing it through, making it click through the selector, picking up on the, not picking up on the synchros, I should say, and doing a nice job indeed. We see the cars in front. They'll start to accelerate away. That's Baker and Joe Collier. Di Bartolo and Narkowitz further down the road. In fact, at the moment, Alex has dropped off just on 15 seconds. Here's the 65 we were just talking about, the Stingray.
Yeah, Narkowitz well and truly out in front. Quickest lap so far is Narkowitz on a 1:23.009.
Nice little Lotus also coming through there, Rowan Hodges.
Yeah, Rowan's been around in that Lotus for a long time. I often see him at Winton Historic and Phillip Island Classic as well as here.
There's a guy down at Pyack, Warren Reed's got one in exactly that same colour trim. Looks the goods. Here's the 65 again. And this, sorry, not the Stingray, this is the 65 Corvette. And Ray Narkowitz going so very, very strongly. Number 65 in the 1965 SB class car. And we are coming around
for his last, on the last lap, so he is coming to collect the checkered flag.
And there it is, pops it out. That is Group S for the 30th anniversary of the historic Sandown. Takes the win. Have a look at Alex now. He's going to challenge for a spot here. Has he got, in fact, I think he's got Webster because he's on the back of Collier now.
So, yeah.
Drive it through, hold it in the gear. We want to see the rev limiter on this thing. Bang, there it is. Let's see them come to the line. It is Collier and Webster. Gets Jackson on the last run there. Joe Collier out. Hand out the window, just acknowledging the flaggies, which have done a tremendous job. There's the Pantera also getting across the line there. Great
a little bit of body damage on the Pantera too from yesterday. I'm not too sure. I haven't caught up with exactly what happened, but quite a bit of race tape holding that car together today, and good to see it out there.
Very proud owner. You can guarantee it won't front up to the track like that again. It'll be very, very much fixed up and looking good. 20 years of racing with that particular car. Very happy. Look at this. They're pointing to the flag marshals, trackside marshals, recovery crews, and they're winding down. That's the onboard camera with Alex Webster in the beautiful 2.7 litre Porsche. Doesn't that sound great?
Porsche's got that beautiful sound.
Is he waving to us then, or is he waving at the flag?
I think he's waving to you and I.
He's giving it a bit of g'day, boys. How you going up there in the comm booth?
Really good to see that they're acknowledging the volunteers that are out on track, those flaggies and fire marshals, etc., around the track. put in a huge effort to be here at the meetings, and we can't run them without them. We're really good that we've got them here.
Let's have a look at the finishing. It is Narkowitz to Di Bartoli. Joe Collegia Webster getting it into the P4 in the closing corners of that race. Jackson, Hungdu, Byrne, Wolstep, Narkowitz. Then we've got Hugh Harrison getting home in the Alpha in 10th place. Rogers, East, Floyd, Geist, Jeffy Thomas home in 15th. A good run there. Blandon and Hogan rounding out our top 15. We go to Hodges, Budge and Bailey rounds out the Group S. The final race for VP Racing Fuels for this weekend, and what a way to send it out. A couple of, 3 Corvettes and a Porsche pushing its way home at the very end of that one. I'm going to have to catch my breath after this one, Phil. That was a ripping run.
Absolutely.
We've got Group P, Q&R Racing, and I think you stay on the cans for this one.
Oh, apparently. Okay.
Apparently.
Thank you.
I am going to jump off. I've got a sweat up after that. Great run there for Group S, and we'll be back in just a couple of moments.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
And welcome back. I'm joined alongside by Fraser Ross, who's very kindly this weekend turned up to Sandown in what is perhaps one of the most lavish-looking cars. Albeit it's not a historic racing car; it's a current, fully fledged GT3 thoroughbred. But Fraser, thank you so much for joining us this afternoon.
No, thank you. It's great to be here. Great to be here at Sandown Historics, the VHRR. Obviously the passion with the historic cars is very live and well, and great to be here. Big crowd, big entry after a few years off, so it's great.
As you said, it's been a couple of years to get to this point, so the vibe in the paddock is absolutely sensational, but your family has intrinsically linked with historic racing as well.
Yeah, of course. My dad's racing this weekend in the XD Group C car, I spent a number of years here racing the Group N car, raced the Shelby. So, our passion for historic cars is always there, and we love racing. So, when I'm not racing this, I'm here with Dad, or I try to drive his cars in historic. So, nice to see him running the car. Nice to be here with the Audi, with the Shannons, obviously. So, it's great.
Guess you could say you're a motoring enthusiast, but there's a couple of exciting opportunities on the horizon. We won't get too specific about that, but could you elaborate just a little bit, give us a bit of a sneak peek about the future?
Yeah, of course. So obviously we've come off the bend with the Shannon's Audi on debut there. We're second, which was good. Nice to beat with the Wing Cup there. Next week I jet over to France for some testing in Magny-Cours for a week in an LMP3. Come back in the Shannon's Audi on the streets of Adelaide for the final round of GT World Challenge Australia.
Fantastic. We say a big thank you to Fraser for joining us this afternoon, and you've heard it here first on Blendline TV.
And welcome back to the cars coming out on track for Sports and Racing PQR. We are getting these cars out on track, and again we've got quite an array of cars, Peter Shea.
We certainly have, Phil, and some good racing we've seen previous. Let's hope it continues on, and we see a bit of a ding-dong battle. As you said, there is quite an array of cars, and quite exotic. Cars just on their warm-up lap, and 62 was a very interesting. It's Daniel Nolan with the Nola Chev. It's an interesting car. We had a good look at that in the pit yesterday.
Yeah, and speaking of having a good look, I had a good look at that Mullock that's out there too. Beautiful little car, the Super Sports style bodywork on that Clubman car. What I'm going to call it, a Clubman. But,
yeah, it had a very flash bodywork on it, the Mullock 16B, driven by Peter Nowlan.
Got some fairly flash engineering underneath it as well.
Very impressed.
It was,
and it showed last race event, showed a lot of pace.
Yes, it's a very quick car. Pushrod Ford.
So we've got two very quick cars out in front. That's the Dorman and the Hardman car. We've used to seeing Hardman over the years out in front, but it's good to see Dorman there keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, well, Hardman's still at the front. He's not quite at the very front, but certainly a very front runner in that car. Doesn't hold back.
We've got Jamie Crozier too in the Rolt RT21. So he's back. What's on the second row of the grid? So that's another very, very quick motor car as well. So
absolutely.
So if everything lines up evenly, we should have a great bunch of cars heading down in towards turn one.
Yeah, and we have a Sports 2000 out there or two, and a big group of those cars race quite competitively in the UK.
And they're not real expensive cars, so if you wanted to get into sports car racing, you might consider it the Sports 2000.
Absolutely, they're fairly standard type motors. Come in a various array of motors, or there's not too much variation, but basically you've got the Kent motor or the Duratec. So
ready for a start.
The revs are raised, lights are out, and they are underway. And as Duhlman makes a clear start now, Hardman's been gobbled up.
Nolan get in there.
But he will come back
absolutely.
As they go down into turn one.
He's blitzed him on the front, and he's opened up whether Duhlman can come back on the inside.
No,
has. But
wow.
Nolan comes from the second row of the grid, blasts through into turn one, and actually starting to do a little bit of a number on this one.
Yeah, he lit it right up off the start.
Absolutely.
I think he's been doing some hill climbing. He's practiced how to get off the start line.
Well, we haven't seen this car before.
Look at Hardman. He's well back. He's 1, 2, 3, 4. Not usual to see Hardman that far back. So
most definitely not. He's really up the front, but Nolan's probably a newcomer on the block, and he's at the moment he's doing a number on this particular event. We'll have to see what Duhlman can do to try and pull him back. Now it's side by side. Hardman and Crozier is sort of side by side too. So it's on for young and old.
super quick through Dandenong corner there is Hardman, and he's on the chase after Dulman now.
Well, these are very quick motor cars as well. So they're just coming onto the main straight now. It's still the big sports car of Nolan. We'll see if they can try and wind him back, but we can see it's got some pace, that thing, and he's probably opened up a little bit more of a gap on Dulman as they head down and towards turn one. Dulman will make up ground under brakes and also through the twisty bits, but this thing, car 60, it has got brute power.
Absolutely, and these other guys are going to have to work very hard to reel him back in.
I think this is the first time we've seen the car in historic sports car racing, and it's making a pretty big impact so far.
Yeah, it's the first time I've seen the car at sports car racing. I may be mistaken. I see a lot of cars over the years. So
I haven't recalled it, but I could be wrong. But at the moment, it's making a name for itself.
It looks like a car that's not new, so I'm assuming that it's been around before, and good to see it.
But we had a look underneath it, and it's immaculate and a lot of good engineering in it. So it's quick, very quick. Now Dulman he's getting pressured from Hardman, taking a bit of pressure off our race leader Nolan at the moment. So Dulman now is probably trying to defend, and while he's defending, it's letting Nolan get away a little bit in the big sports car.
Yeah, Hardman's got a hard job against him to try and keep up down the front straight. The much bigger power plants in the cars in front.
Absolutely. Opened up a little bit of gap then, Dulman on Hardman. Hardman now comes in the twisty bits, makes up a lot of ground under brake. Oh, Dulman spun! Hardman could have gone into him.
Yeah, there was a touch.
A little bit of a touch, but
he's bent the front wing on Hardman's car. I can see the left front wing on Hardman's car has dipped down just a little.
So that's a race-ending thing for Hardman. He's got it all to do. This lets Nolan well and truly off the hook now, and he's got clean air in front of him. We can see Dulman sort of come out. Crozier now is dropped up into second position. So thank you very much, says Crozier. And now
we've got to keep an eye on that wing for Hardman. Yeah. That's not looking good.
Well, his braking and his aerodynamics will be really put to the test here as Dulman will just stretch away from him. We'll wait for a replay to see actually what happened.
Here we go.
There it comes now. Hardman has a bit of a look on the... Oh, no, Dulman done it all on his own.
Oh, yeah.
Done it all on his own.
All on his own. He's
poor old Hardman had nowhere to go.
He's gone out wide and then thought he'd clip down to the apex and realised that Hardman was there, and he's just thrown the car away.
So in fifth, that's
Rowan Carrick just coming in. He's realised that that's not going to continue campaigning the car with that bent wing.
So Carrick now moves up into fourth spot. So, but we've still got Nolan well and truly out in front. Here comes Dulman now, car number 2.
So it's Nolan, Crozier, Dulman, Carrick in that order at the moment. The car seems to be a bit twitchy there, Dulman.
It does. He did throw it away, so maybe it might have a bit of a handling problem, but no handling problem with this man. Car 60, that's Nolan.
Yeah, he's run away and hit in this.
He's absolutely
this
driving
event, that's for sure.
Impeccable race. Only a young man too, so well, we're going to see a lot more of him. This is the way he's going to prepare a car and drive a car. Very, very impressive. As these things are not slow.
No.
This class isn't a slow class. Doing what's Nolan doing. His fastest lap was a 1:12. So there you go. He's the quickest of all. Next was Dulman, was 1:13. At the moment, this guy Nolan is really driving well.
Certainly lit the car up from his earlier races.
Absolutely. He's just
new set of tyres, perhaps. I'm not too sure, but
or more experience with the car on the track.
Could be. Maybe a change of gear ratios. There's all sorts of possibilities.
Crozier at the moment looking comfortable in second position. A little bit of a lock-up on the front.
The under rotation of the right front as he applies the brakes.
Powered by the V6 Lexus Toyota engine. Next is Dulman. Probably what's Dulman? He's probably about 6, 7, 8 car lengths in arrears. Still sitting in a comfortable third position. And then there's Daylight back to fourth place, man, which is Rowan Carrick.
Yeah.
He's not coming into view. As 121 comes into view, we see him. That's Crozier. That's our second place, man. Dulman coming through. But Crozier looks really reasonably settled in that second position.
Yeah, although Dulman certainly may have a little bit of advantage on him. I think his lap times are a little bit quicker.
A little bit quicker. He's probably a second a lap quicker at doing. Crozier's doing 1 minute 14, his best lap, and 1 minute 13 from Dulman. And Crozier, yeah, so he will sort of make ground now. So they're going on to one of the Sports 2000s, one of the slower cars who does the right thing. Gets out the road as these guys are racing, so he gives them plenty of racing room.
Back down through the wiggly bits down the bottom of the track there.
Yeah, Crozier looking pretty good.
Driving really well. The car sits well on the track. Just nice and smooth, and look at this thing.
It looks great.
Car 33.
Car, yeah.
Absolutely beautiful car. Cosworth powered.
He's sitting back in, what is it, 7th position?
Yeah.
Fabulous looking car 33.
Probably hasn't got the right gearing for this track, and the car is set up for long distance races like the 24-hour type events.
Always a regular at Phillip Island and that, and suited to that long sweeping circuit.
And a beautiful car. Just if you get a chance in the pits to wander around and have a look at that car, it's well worth doing.
Graham Hughes certainly enjoying his time in the car. Be good to have a few more of them out there, Phil.
It would. Maybe next year we will.
Well, maybe. You win Lotto, you can buy one. Buy me one too. Just coming through the fixed Blendline TV camera, which gives us some great action shots. Race leader car 60, that's Nolan.
He's still out in front, pedalling away beautifully.
In the Nolan
keeping it off the ripple strips.
Yep.
Dulman still trying to make up ground, but I think Crozier has got the gap.
I think he's settled it now.
Pegged.
Seven
I
laps.
don't think there's going to be any change between here and the finish line.
No, not at the moment. And it's a great race by Nolan. He's a great driver, I should say. He's driven that car 60 impeccably, so full marks to that driver.
Absolutely. Unfortunate to see Hardman go out the way he did, but that's racing, as they say.
Just coming onto the main straight now. He has a bit of a look in his mirror. No one inside. Pretty happy with himself.
Yep. He'll be punching the air, I suspect,
get
as
the
he
checkered
goes across
flag.
the
A great win to
finish.
Nolan. Followed by Crozier, Dulman back in 3rd spot.
Rowan Carrick well back, but we expect him to come in 4th.
Just waiting for Rowan to come through in the hocking. But yeah, what a great drive. He's led from start to finish, did Nolan.
Yeah, well, he wasn't on pole, but
No.
he soon managed to get himself into the lead.
Here comes Rowan Carrick now to get the checkered flag. So yeah, it was a great drive from car 60 Daniel Nolan in the Nola.
Absolutely
Nola
blitzed it off
Shep.
the start. So there was a lot in the start there for him.
I just wonder if they've built the car themselves.
Well, it's called a Nola Chev.
Yeah, so I reckon they might have, and it's a great bit of engineering.
There comes that Mullock. Beautiful little car.
Now, has that been rebodied, that Mullock?
I think it came as it is.
Okay, because it's a very modern sort of body that
we'll see
pretty well enclosed.
The Clubman era sort of went through super sports, and Mullock was still building cars. They may still be building cars, I'm not sure, but they were certainly building super sports.
Yeah, because I remember early Maleks were pretty much like a Lotus Super 7 type Clubmans, all that type of thing. And then I've seen the latest one, which is very much a streamlined body on it. So, yeah, and looks very nice as well.
Yes, there's been quite a bit of change in the body style. If you have a look at the first of the Mullocks, it was pretty much a square box.
Yeah.
Looked like a lump of 4x2 with 4 wheels on it.
Absolutely.
But it was a fast car, and it still is. I've seen footage of it too at Goodwood. So Nolan, Crozier, Dulman from Carrick, Nolan.
Nolan, he's the Mullock driver we'd be talking about. Miles, Hughes,
Ross. And then we've got some DNFs. So unfortunate for Hardman there. Rosso, Hardman, Brennan and Cracknell all DNFs. And so that's it for the sports and racing. And Peter, we'll throw to an ad break.
We will. We'll be back very, very shortly.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back to trackside. 1961 to 1969, some say the golden era of open wheeler racing. Certainly was for one Blackjack, Sir Jack Brabham, and we have got a very fine offering for you with Brabhams on track as we speak. They are making their way around to the grid. We've got a very good representation of some of the Brabham-Toranak combinations. And they're making their way around to the grid now. On pole position is Andrew Robson, the Victorian, in number 63, the Brabham BT30. And this team have been doing a very, very good job right throughout this weekend. And Andrew Robson looking for another good result. Paul Faulkner in the number 94 will be right along the side. And Paul is in the Brabham BT29. As they make their way down to the grid. That's the yellow one on driver's right. P2 on the track there. Wayne Kroger in the number 1 on the side of his car there as well. BT23B from 1967, 2.5 litre outfit there as well. Peter Strauss in the number 11, a Brabham BT11, 1964, or near enough to 2 litre in the BT11. Someone's going to grab me by the throat for that, aren't they, Phil?
No, we won't do that.
Noel Bryan in the number 3 in the Renmax, the BN1, that beautiful sky blue or pale blue Renmax, an Aussie-built car as well. Stephen Moody. Then we go to Grant Walker, Kim Shern, Soren Lokins, Laurie Bennett and Sean Whelan down the back of the grid. Revs rise, and boy oh boy, they drop the clutch and wheel spin out of there. Have a look at the wheel spin there on Paul Faulkner, but it is going to be Andrew Robson. He's going to lead them down into turn number 1. It may not finish that way, but the number 63 leads the field down. Have a look up the inside there, the 32 weighing in on it. That's Sean Whelan, and he has come from rear of the grid. This team, the Irish Racing Cars team, have been doing so well, and he has charged from the rear.
Absolutely, and he's got a few in front of him to charge through yet, but he made an excellent start and much faster car. He's just sheared his way through the slower cars off the start line.
Just getting a good look coming out of turn 4 there of the Formula Junior cars in this field as well. A couple of Lotuses in the mix down there with Lukens, Bennett and Whelan. But having a look at the number 1 there, gee, that nose cone doesn't look to be super secure on Wayne Gouge's car.
It does seem to be bouncing a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's not looking good with the 32. Have a look at this. Sean Whelan from the rear of the grid. Sean is already up into the top 5. Brilliant looking racing cars this era, and really Formula One and the Formula cars going around the world at the time. Wasn't my era, but certainly the swinging 60s seems to be the way they described it.
Well, it was, yes. I was a little bit too young at that stage, but...
I wasn't thought of.
Yeah, well, glint in your parents' eyes.
That's
perhaps.
exactly
Yeah.
right, and remained that way ever since. The number 5 there of Williams.
Spin.
Oh,
from
round he
car
goes.
12.
And
That's,
taking
Wilson.
evasive action too there in the Renmax. So pretty sure there was no coming together there, but maybe going out in sympathy. There's the number 3. That's the
trouble getting the
beautiful
car
looking
started.
Noel Bryan Renmax.
Beautiful little car, but he's thrown the car away to avoid any further incident. They may both have scribbled a bit of a message on their underwear on that one.
Yeah, certainly would have been. That was not what you want to do coming out of turn 1 up on the ripple strip there. There's the 94 now we're getting a good look at, Paul Faulkner.
Here we go with a replay. And round he goes, and in sympathy.
Well, what do you get when you divide 12 by 4? You get a spinning number 3. That's a stretch of my mathematics live on television, that's for sure. And that is what happened. So yellow flag still being displayed. So now in, they've cleared turn 2. Here is the number 63, Andrew Robson. Done an absolute ripping drive from rear of field. Car number
Amazing
32,
drive.
Sean Whelan chasing him down. Had a strong result, but started off the rear of the grid. The 2 team cars now line astern with each other. Group O Racing 1 is the class. Robson and Whelan, Faulkner, and then Grouger in the OR2 in number 1 in position number 4. Back
Here
of
we
the
go,
field.
another
Here we
replay.
Go. The 88 loops it around. That's Lukens. Soren Lukens.
Big lock up, got it up on the curbs, and from there it was all over Red Rover.
Number 12, which spun down just 100 metres back from where they currently are the last lap around. And just in front is this magnificent looking Formula Junior number 8, being driven very well by Kim Schön here this weekend at the 30th anniversary of the VHRR Classic Sandown. And some other cars making their way through. This is Wayne in the number 1, and then behind is the 11. And the 11 being driven by Peter Strauss, the Brabham BT11, in that synonymous Brabham colouring of green and gold. A couple of them there, in fact, right lined up behind each
There
other.
is. A great name in chassis, the Brabham chassis from back in the day.
Well, of course, and then the Repco Brabham power plants as well came into their own.
Absolutely.
And all engineered here in Australia, and at the skunk works, if you like, of Repco. They were building Formula 1 engines and other Formula 2 engines, etc.
And based on a Rover, it was a Oldsmobile 3.5 litre, the Repco Brabham, I believe. One of the joyful things was that they were able to use the standard conrods.
Phil Irving was a massive engineer, and he also went on with the Norton motorbikes and stuff as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Phil Irving was a
cylinder head man of excellence with Phil Irving.
Yeah, from Park Orchards over in the Melbourne's outer east. Lived on a bit of a bush block.
Ivan Ty was involved, and Frank Hallam from Geelong, he was involved in the engine works as well.
In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Edith Irving, Phil's wife, hadn't been to the track here this weekend. She loves to come to racing still, and often see Edith Irving around.
Don't we all love to come to racing
Yeah,
the
that's
weekend?
exactly right. Edith was had no choice when Phil was running his show. And looking at this beautiful car here, this number 63 of Andrew Robson, a lovely looking, awesome sounding racing car, and he is using it like it's
As
genuinely in
intended.
its time, racing for the sheep stations that they were intended to race for.
Not only the sheep station, he's racing for the neighbour's place as well, I think.
That's right. 1969, these cars were absolutely being run all over the world at the front, like they are now. Nothing's changed in 50 years, 51, 50, what is it, 53 years.
The spark plugs have been changed, sure.
Possibly. I have heard that Jack Brabham liked to make sure that they got the best possible mileage out of the spark plugs before they changed them. Couple of cars here in the Irish racing team, the 63 and the 32. And actually the 32 with Sean Whelan is in the pits. We've missed that.
Yeah.
He has returned to the pits. There is our number 3, the Noel Bryan Renmax BN2. And of course, the Renmaxes in all sorts of categories, like Alphans and Brabhams and of the era, the Renmaxes were beautifully designed vehicles. Quite low maintenance, I've heard from people that own them, and there's a number of them being restored around the country at the moment. I know numerous different places around. Mike Borland has always got something with a Renmax floating around down there when he's making new Formula Vs and new Formula 4s. He's restoring Renmaxes for random different people along the way.
Just as you would do as something on the side to fill in the spare time.
Yeah, you got to keep the workshop busy, don't you? 63 leading now.
Yeah, Robson on the last lap as he turns into turn 1. Certainly got a huge gap, 20 odd seconds in front of Faulkner. So unless the wheels fall off, I think he's got this in the bag. Comes onto the back straight now.
I really wish you didn't say that, Phil. We do not want wheels falling off this late in the day.
No, we don't.
But I don't think it's going to happen. These cars, even 53 years on, are prepared to within thousandths of an inch of absolute brilliance, aren't they? And this is the reward when you spend the time on preparation. Doesn't matter what car you bring to the racetrack. If you are well prepared and you have ticked every box on your checklist and then double checked it, you're going to be running away with it like Andrew Robson has here. This car has been brilliantly presented.
Attention to detail in preparation is absolutely important, mightily important.
Coming up to the line now to take the final race for the weekend in the M&O Sports Racing and Invited Cars is Andrew Robson. The number 63 comes to the line, takes an emphatic victory in the BT30. In fact, it's going to be out over 25 seconds before we see the second place car. Here comes a Formula Junior behind, not obviously in the race, and will finish the race. Done a brilliant job, one lap down.
But look at the lap time. The best lap time of Robson, 1:16.1.
So Paul Faulkner is the next one in car number 94 and has done a terrific job in the BT29. And we'll tuck it away very tightly and get it ready for Phillip Island in March. Big fist in the air from car number 1. Happy to get home is Wayne, and done a really nice job there in car number 1. Brilliant drive there, the BT23B. All of these cars doing a brilliant job. Preparation is absolute key to keeping these cars here. I love how enthusiastic race drivers are when they've got themselves a podium, thanking the officials, thanking everyone around the place, fellow competitors. Thumbs up, that's fantastic, great to see. Next up is the pre-1960 Sports and Racing, which will be the JKLB Formula B and Invited Field. We'll take a quick break and be back with more from Big Bad Sandown.
Fantastic.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
We're here in the Formula Ford paddock. This is Andy Nethercutt. He is the driver of this beautiful Van Diemen RF87, and we've seen him in a handful of cars in the recent history as well. So he comes from Iwi Hales, from the Bellarine Peninsula or Ocean Grove area, a wonderful part of the world. Andy, thank you for joining us.
No problem at all. Great to be here.
So tell us about your current RF87. Is there a history around this car before it came into your hands?
Yes, it's got a huge history, but man, I've got a folder of stuff from the guy that bought it and had restored it up in Sydney, Scott Nichols, and he's basically restored it beautifully, and I'm reaping the benefits.
So also, those familiar with Andy might have seen him spin spanners and also offer engineering services to the ball and racing developments, more specifically in modern spectrums. How does a modern spectrum compare to a relatively historic Formula 4 like this?
They're so good. They don't have carbies that play up. They don't have points, all that sort of stuff. Fuel injection, everything's done by computer, so there's no problem with missing or carrying on. They have modules that can be easily replaced. Quite easy to find a fault and fix it. Whereas this, we've just replaced 3 fuel pumps, 2 carburetors, and we've still got a bit of a problem. Anyway, we're still working on it. We will get there in the end.
And how about those mighty Geelong Cats? You're a Cat supporter?
Mate, the Cats, they're awesome. Just loved watching the grand final this year. It was sensational. Even though I was away, I was able to watch it on my phone, and then I've watched it about 3 times since. Fantastic.
Sensational. And keep an eye out for Norwood Car Care as well, a handy mechanic down a bit at Bellarine Peninsula, as we said earlier. So we say big thank you to Andy for joining us.
Good day, Thank you. Thank you.
And we'll be back to the commentary box now.
Well, the last race for the 30th anniversary of the VHRR, the Victorian Historic Racing Register, is going to be the Groups JKLB, Formula V and invited racing cars. And of course the final event is going to be the Regularity. This will be the last lights to flag race. And what a celebration it has been right throughout this weekend. 30 years of this event, and of course we'll go to Phillip Island in a couple of weeks' time for I think 33 or 34 years of Island magic down there. So I look forward to seeing everyone down at Phillip Island and having a ripping time. It's the schoolies for the race car drivers down there at the Coastal Resort and the magnificent Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. But let's eat the last bit of our meal. It is going to be the Groups JKLB, Formula V and invited race cars. I'm Darren Smith, and right alongside me, as the shadows start to get just a little bit longer and daylight savings here on the east coast of Melbourne, is Callum Brannigan, all the way up from Geelong. I like the way you got that in that little package there, Callum.
It is a wonderful part of the world, Darren. I highly encourage anyone to go down to Geelong and visit it and just get a sense of how much you might enjoy it yourself, because we do have the Geelong Revival event coming up, which is organised by the VHRR, coming up later on this year. So a couple of the other commentators as well, so Phil Membry was, as well as Peter Shea was talking about how that is coming up shortly, and they've already booked their accommodation to head down to Geelong for that wonderful event. Short little sharp hill climb up the hill down in Geelong. Beautiful part of the world at this time of the year, especially when the weather is as good as we're seeing in Melbourne here at the moment. But I'm very happy to be up here in the commentary box with you, Darren, because it's so cool. The air conditioning is absolutely blowing, and it's roasting out there at the moment, so no wonder you guys are so happy. It's absolutely lavish up here.
Let's have a look. Lavish, is it? There you go, lavish. Nicholas McDonald on pole position to David Reid. Graham Raper, the Victorian in number 16. I love that car too. Gee, it's a weapon. I had a good look. It's not a Ford, it's an Offenhauser. It is a flathead outfit, and it will spin the wheels all the way around. The George Reid Ford Special. And I've got a full grid of cars here, and it's Formula V's off the back, but it looks like attrition has played a part in both of these categories here this weekend. So just watch that number 16. He's already in wheel spin. walks it away off the line as they charge down into turn number 1. Of course, the Formula Vs are the second bunch, and that will be Donald Grieveson, Josh Lowing, Dean McLaughlin, Ross McLaughlin, Harrison Sala, William Sala, or Bill to his mate, Steve Langman, Brendan Sala, or Breno, and Michael Olsen there as well, as we get a good look at the JKLB Formula cars bouncing their way down through the bumps at turn 2 for this one.
Geez, they look like a bit of a handful on cold tyres. So you can see just a little bit of a brake lock up there from the car. I think it's Graham Raper. That is the silver car with the blue wheels. It's very distinctive, and I remember picking that car out at Winton a couple of months ago. It's a very distinctive looking car. And here are the Formula Vs on screen as they get their race underway, and they tip it into turn 1. It's a little bit tight between the little Vs going into the first turn. And you're coming up to the tight right-hander. They're keeping well clear of the curbs. Obviously, at this late stage of the weekend, they're not out there to race for sheep stations at the moment, but they'll be very happy to get those cars loaded onto the trailer. Whoa, number 4 running wide there. So that was a bit of a hairy moment there. That was Brendan Sala.
Sucked that breath in, wasn't it? Brendan Sala going right up there as we have a good look at the 2-2-1, John Rundle. And he tips it in to the Dandenong Road corner there in his Oscar from 1956, 2.5 litre. Have a look at these guys out in front though. This is not mucking around. The number 16, Graham Raper. This is 4.5 litre Offenhauser. Same engine used in Indy cars back in the era. This roadster type of outfit, but right out in front is the 22 of Nicholas McDonald, the Repco Holden Monopolo. And that is a 2.5 litre as well. Tipping it in, the number 30, getting onto the gas nice and early. Edwin Mitchell in the TS Special Monoposto as well. 4.788 is the capacity on board there. And have a look in behind. This is one of the more special cars here this weekend for mine. That's Flavio Puccinello in the number 17 Cooper Climax. And that is being prepared, the Cooper T53 by none other than Phil Hughes from Hughes Supercar Services down in Brayside.
So here, I think we've got a replay of Brendan Sala running wide coming out of turn 4. And look at that, he is so close to the Pertec wall on the right-hand side. As David Amor from the HQs, the Tyre Power HQs has alluded to so far this weekend, that camera has come under threat a couple of times with cars running wide on driver's right-hand side. But this is a spirited little battle between the Vs on lap 2. So we're accustomed to seeing this in Formula V racing. They are incredibly close. They are so evenly matched. There's not a huge amount of power underneath or behind the drivers pushing these cars down the road, a little 1200cc Volkswagen engine. So they really do make a huge difference in terms of the slipstream. And you can see that heat haze as the track is absolutely baking in this late Sunday afternoon. But the number 37 on the left-hand side.
3 wide, Callum, going into the top of the hill. The 37 just easing out of it. So Donald Grieveson just says, yeah, I'm not going to go with you guys here. I've got to get out of it. The track narrows up here. The number 1 out in front, Harrison Sala. Then it's the 99 coming through next there, which is pushing on very nicely. Ross McLaughlin. We've seen some fantastic racing in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships with Formula V this year. Big numbers. We've actually seen, as involved with the Victorian State Series, national rounds being incorporated into that. So massive fields in the newer type of Formula Vs. Of course, these 1200s are what the historic racing is all about. The newer ones now do run the larger 1600 and doing a very good job. Here's the number 52, and this is Peter Shaw being chased down by a Clubman style of open top number 162, and that is Alan Mead. And Alan has been around for quite some time with that car.
That car of Peter Shaw, it's from the year 1960, but it's a Cooper T52. Lovely, it's a beautiful little car, and it's wonderfully presented, and I'm in awe of some of these open-wheeler cars, or all of the open-wheeler cars that have turned out this weekend. But you see such skinny tyres on these race cars this weekend. You can see how squirrely they are, especially under brakes when they're trying to arrest a lot of the speed and momentum and before they tip them into a corner. But you can see they're taking it nice and easily out there. They're probably having the absolute time of their life. But you can see the variety that this category offers. Obviously, ooh, look at that. That's a great battle. That's Sala being overtaken around the outside. So that is a great spirited battle as they come into turn 9. So that is a 5-strong car battle for the lead. We've got the number 37 tagging on the rear there as well after he elected to pull the plug and just ease out of the throttle a couple of laps ago. So would you suggest that he's just playing some tactics here? He's just sort of getting a measure of the field, playing that elusive game of Formula V chess, and he's placing his car just absolutely beautifully where he needs it to be on the final lap.
It's a little bit different to Phillip Island here. You need to run up the back straight because coming onto the main straight in the V, it's only a matter of a couple of 100 metres before you hit the line. So it's all about getting out of turn 4 and the run up the back straight and holding everyone back there. See, they all follow the chain effect across the straight. The black car running a Paul Ziddy Formula Ford tribute livery, or is it a JPS tribute livery? Not sure these days. But Josh Lowing in the number 9, the Davrick FV Mark 4 TAF. He's leading this race, but for how long? 3 laps remain in this affair. 3 laps of actual racing remain in the 30th running of the Victorian Historic Racing Register, Historic Sandown. And we have got some magnificently prepared cars and some that are magnificently prepared, but they're in original condition, and that's what we're looking at here. The number 16, it's been given that or it's kept its original patina, if you like, and it looks fantastic. That awesome sounding Offenhauser engine, and it is producing a bulk amount of horsepower because George can just light this thing up at any given time. Sorry, Graham can light this thing up at just any given time. Got it mixed up. The name of the car is the George Reed Special, and it's Graham at the wheel of that said car. The George Reed Ford Special as the Offenhauser charges up to the top of the hill.
That number
22 is doing a ripping job. Have a look at that.
He's doing a sensational job. He's the fastest man on the circuit at the moment, and that's an 8-second gap between P1 and P2. I was just going to touch on the fact that Graham Roper car is in fact 74 years old. It's from 1948, so that just gives you a bit of perspective on how much he's tipping it into the corners, and he's certainly pressing on. Given the age of the car, it's doing an absolutely sensational job, and it hasn't really put a foot wrong all weekend. And I love that silver and blue livery on it as well. And like you can actually, if you get up nice and close, which we all encourage everyone to come down to all VHRR events and have a good look through the paddock, and you can actually see the devil's in the detail, and all it looks at. It's very much a handcrafted body, and I say that in the most endearing way with a lot of the dints and things in the bodywork.
Original patina.
But it looks absolutely sensational. It's fantastic to see a 74-year-old car circulating out there doing a great job in this lovely Sunday sun.
And the interesting thing about it is that he doesn't spare the horses. Like, he gets into it. He doesn't mind lighting up the tyres and having a red-hot go at it. It really is a credit to him. And we love watching Graham as these Formula Vs now starting to wiggle their way across the track. The number 9 there, he's... I would say needlessly, Josh is moving around all over the track because there's no one really in his tow at this point in time. So we've got 2 laps remaining, or 1.5 laps remaining, as we thank all of our officials. Have a look at that, side by side through the top of the hill. In fact, here in August, in a very cold weekend for the state round, we had 4 wide across the top of the hill. Steve De Vries, the commentator for Formula V, called it, and I think he just about swallowed his hair. He had his mouth open for that long.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job with Formula V so far this year, but you can see they're coming under fire from the race leader. That's the Nicholas McDonald car, the number 22, looming large in their mirror. So he's going to absolutely blast past down the main straight as they're coming through to commence what will be the final lap of the race for Nicholas McDonald. And you can see the power disparity between those cars. So Formula V is very wisely getting out of the way of the McDonald number 22 car, and he's got a couple of more lapped cars ahead of him to overtake as well. But you can see it's all very shaky under brakes into turn 1, a handful of oversteer.
It's a lot of work, isn't it?
Oh, he looks like he's having the absolute time of his life as well, though. But we should point out that that's how these cars were set up back in the day. They were dancing around on the circuit, and that's how he got the speed out of them. Look at him. Absolutely a bucket full of oversteer as he comes out of turn 4. Fantastic shots provided to us.
The Repco Holden Monopolo is what it is. It is a 2.5 litre LB Racing 1500cc and over, and it is leading this race quite comfortably by over 10 seconds and is driving it very well. The other thing that is really graphic for me is with the George Reed Special and this Repco Holden Monopolo is how far safety has come for race car drivers since all these years ago when these guys were genuine rock stars, weren't they? Driving with their elbows out in the fresh air. 1957 originally built this car.
Well, elbows and shoulders always a worry, but never mind that. His hips are hanging out of that car, so it's a bit of a daunting prospect, but he's done an absolutely sterling job all weekend. He's got 2 more corners to negotiate, and he's still pressing on. Look at that. Doing a great job. He's coming through the last turn, and he'll come across the line and take the checkered flag. Fantastic effort there for Nicholas McDonald. Great effort. He takes out race 3, and there's a gaggle of Formula V's behind, and it looks like the number 9 car takes out that victory. So that's a great effort. That's Lowing who wins the Formula V category. He's just ahead of McLaughlin, as well as there's another McLaughlin in 3rd position for that class. And here is another spirited battle. That's number 4 car of Sala that we saw having an interesting moment at turn 4. He brings it home nice and safely across the line there, and to take the checkered flag for the final race. And look, applause out there. Oh, we've got a bit of a battle. Oh, that's number 30. That's unfortunate. That is the car of Edwin Mitchell from WA. He's had a moment coming through, or the fast approach to turn 9.
Oh,
that
that's
car
not
is
good,
beached
is it?
on the driver's left-hand side, and he's hopping out of it. So it's looking, I can't
It's
quite
broken
see
up
there.
some bits there.
Yeah, it looks like there's a tyre hanging off a rim, and yeah, that's not a good look for that car. So that'll be a bit of work for the volunteer officials to clean that up at the late stage of this afternoon. And we have to say massive thank you to all the volunteer officials here, who have been here all weekend. Some since Friday. They've been here in the rain, hail and shine. And so far this weekend, obviously, us Melburnians are not used to being quite so warm for quite such a long time.
And there's going to be some lobsters walking around tomorrow, isn't there, with people just seeing the sun for the first time since, I'm going to say, probably March last year here trackside.
And we could always use more officials as well. So we encourage everyone to go to the Motorsport Australia website. You can look it up on your favourite preferred search engine and follow the links to find out more information about all of the volunteering clubs. You've got the Victorian Fire Marshalling Crew. You've also got the Fireys as well.
Flag marshalling team.
Absolutely. You've got the car clubs involved in this. You've also got VHRR as well. Go to the VHRR website as well. To find out more information, because we always need more officials. There's never enough, but we sincerely thank everyone who's turned out so far this weekend.
Also, PIARC, that running the Island Magic event at the end of this month. They run a very active recruiting program for volunteer officials. We've got a bit of a replay of this.
Oh, is that a tyre failure?
Oh, yeah, that is a tyre coming off the rim, and that would not have been fun at all as it went round and backwards. Yeah, the tyre just came off the rim, so delaminated and then very quickly ripped itself apart. So that's a real shame. Parked up down there. That's not the way when you're a matter of 4 corners away from just putting it on the trailer and enjoying a nice Christmas, changing the oil and checking the rocker gaps and things like that. So that's now going to be a big repair.
Pulling a briefcase full of mud out of the front right as well. And look, that was a bit of a slow moment, fortunately. So thankfully, it's not too much to get that car back on the track.
So we will be finishing off today with the regularity trial. That is the end of racing, and it's been a terrific weekend of racing. We're not finished, though. Stay tuned for the regularity. And, of course, Phillip Island Magic coming up in a couple of weeks, and Phillip Island with the Historics in March. That is going to be a ripping event. Can't wait to see everyone trackside for that. But we will go live now to the regularity. Back in a moment.
Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons presents the Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. Cars from around the world in over 50 races, celebrating 33 years of the Phillip Island Classic. Come and see Tim Blanchard, Jack Perkins, Larry Perkins and John Bowe race, plus lots more. The 2022 Phillip Island Festival of Motorsport. 3 days of non-stop racing, March 11th to the 13th. Head to VHRR.com to find out more. Proudly supported by Cool Drive, Penrite and Shannons.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Down in HQs once again, this is Joe Andriski. He is colloquially known as the godfather of HQ racing, but he's from Queensland this weekend. You've actually assisted quite a few of the HQ competitors from Queensland to travel down here to Victoria this weekend.
Yes, yeah, no, we brought down 11 vehicles. One for one of the guys, he brought it from Queensland, we brought that down for him. Another guy brought one from Tasmania, we brought that down. It's now on a boat heading over to Tassie. And what's that leave us? 9 more race cars. No, even though Healy, we brought his car down here from Sydney. We pulled up in Sydney and grabbed it on the way through, so yeah.
What's the sort of logistical operation to facilitate something like that?
That sort of thing, mate, probably a good week and a half to 2 weeks before. No, as in loading. No, we started loading last Saturday. Saturday, we dynoed Saturday. 9 cars, loaded them all of our gear, and then parked them up ready for leaving Tuesday morning. 2 days to get down here.
So how do you fare the Queenslanders' chances against the established Victorian competitors who know this place like the back of their hand?
I've been out there around some of these boys already, mate. They are quick. They're very, very. They know this track, so yeah. No, good on them, mate. I'm just glad to be here. This is it's a pretty awesome track actually. No, some big straights, some big horsepower to get around this place, and it's pretty cool.
There's quite more than 40 cars for HQs here this weekend. It's hard not to get caught up in the vibe and the hype of the whole weekend here at the VHRR Sandown Historic.
Oh, mate, no. What we're doing here, we've got like 300 cars all up for the weekend, but 40-odd HQs. Pretty cool. When you see them on the starting grid out there probably tomorrow, mate, it'll be a pretty awesome sight. No, can't wait. Cannot wait.
Can't wait to see Joe Andriski out on the field. That's the Tyre Power Holden HQs coming up shortly. So we're changing it up a little bit. We are speaking with Kay Hurley here, and she's involved in multiple ways behind the scenes ensuring that this race meeting goes ahead. So Kay, big welcome to you. Thank you for taking the time to chat to us.
Thank you very much for having me.
So I guess we'll start. This will be a part one. We're going to talk about your involvement as a race official. So this weekend, what are some of your roles and responsibilities?
All right, so I'm working more in an administrative role this weekend. I've been involved in checking the drivers into the system. And also I've been helping out in race control with the administration, doing announcements, and I'm also working with the judicial people and helping to manage and log all of the incident reports. And they come in from the track when the drivers have either had an accident or some sort of an incident, yeah.
So for viewers watching at home and they're sort of admiring your performance behind the scenes, how would someone get involved in motorsport? How did you get your start in officialdom?
Okay, so the first thing I would suggest to do is to join a car club. I joined the MG Car Club in the 1970s, a long time ago, and I started competing, and I just started helping out because it was the sort of thing that I, as a person, have always done. Yep. You know, get into an organisation, I always just help out and do things. Yeah.
Absolutely. So if you're looking at home and you're aspiring to get involved in a little bit closer to motorsport, we always encourage you to follow the Motorsport Australia shortcuts on their website to follow all the volunteer official links, and you'll find out more information online. So go to Motorsport Australia, search it on your favourite preferred search engine, and follow the links and enjoy. Down in the sports sedans paddock, and you'll recognise the two people standing to my right. It's Todd and Mason Kelly. Mason this year's been in competition in the Hyundai XLs as well as racing in Mark Cars Australia, Mazda 3 as well. But this weekend he's in competition driving this beautifully presented Nissan Altima, which has quite historical significance as well. So we'll start with you, Todd. How does it feel to see your son Mason steering this car this weekend?
It is a little bit crazy. It was only yesterday that he had his first race here in a Hyundai XL, and that was nerve-wracking for my wife Christy and I. And he's done a few races in that, but not a lot. And Stuart in this Mark car here let Mason loose in that, so that was a massive learning curve and a big step from a Hyundai to a Mark car. And then we got into the car sales supercar for this weekend for his very first run in this. So yeah, it's been quite stressful for me, that's for sure.
So we'll throw it over to Mason. How does it feel for you to be steering this car this weekend?
I'm obviously very lucky to have the opportunity to drive a car like this. And thanks to Stuart for giving me the opportunity to drive his Mark car, because I certainly wouldn't be driving this car this weekend if I hadn't had any experience in a car like that. So yeah, big thanks to him mostly. Yeah.
And slightly off topic, there's been an announcement of a Ford Ranger going to the Baja 1000. How does that feel?
I'm actually supposed to be there right now, but yeah, it's been a really good project for Ford, and quite glad that they let me have a crack at that, because being out of supercars now for 12 months, it was good to get back on the welder and in our fab shop and our facility at Kelly Racing, which is still all up and running on the production side. So that was a really good project for us, and the vehicle came up amazing. It's a really, really tough truck, completely standard, and we just put the roll cage and the fuel cell and everything in it, and got air freighted over to America. It's done 1,000 miles of testing, and it's about to run in the Baja now, but this is a little bit more important to have some family time, so the guys in America are looking after it over there, and we get to enjoy Sandown.
Awesome, absolutely sensational. We'll say a big thank you to the Kellys, Motor Racing Royalty, for joining us down here in the paddock. Down here in the sports sedans paddock, and they are certainly one of the draw cards here this weekend. And representing the Victorian of the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedans Championship is Tony Groves, and he's very kindly decided to join us and have a bit of a chat about his Mazda 3, which has gone through quite an extensive upgrade package throughout season 2022, hasn't it, Tony?
Yeah, we've kept it the same, well, pretty much similar to what it was last year, but there's a few mods we have to make it to get to suit the sports sedans category. Really, I've just regassed all the shocks and things from last time we were here, and just did a PB then in test session, so I'm pretty happy with that.
How has the weekend gone so far? How do you rank yourself against the Precision International National Sports Sedans cohort?
If I could, look, we always come in and say if you can finish up around the top end of I'm never going to catch the two guys at the front, but if I can finish up around the top end of the others, so the top 5 would be good. Yeah, that'd be good. I think that might be a bit aspirational, but you've got to have that. There's no point coming here saying I'm going to trail around the end, so go out there and have a good time and keep it on the black stuff.
You've got to have aspirations and dreams, but being part of the VHRR Sandown, the Sandown Historic this weekend, pretty good vibes around the paddock. It's a good place to be, isn't it?
Oh, it's unreal. I just picture myself here in my older age, wandering around. I was chatting to the boys. This is something you just can't shake out of your system once it's in it. So, no, it's great. It's awesome to be a part of it too. Awesome to be a part of the national guys too. They're just awesome guys, awesome cars. Just a ripper event actually. So I think I've got a few family coming down to have a look. So. Be good weekend.
Sincerely look forward to it, so keep an eye out for the number 80 Mornington Mazda 3 out there on track for the sports sedans. So we've made our way down to the MG paddock, and I'm joined by Reece Howell, who's the driver of this very unique MG. It's probably one of the only racing examples in the world. Is that right, Reece?
Yeah, it is actually. It's a pretty unique car. We bought it 10 years ago, and it's been a pretty long journey getting it up to the spec that it's up to now, and hoping that this is a good weekend and we can finally have some fun with the car. So yeah.
So for viewers who don't know much about this car, it's an SVR GT3, and as I understand, it was one of the first ever homologated GT3 cars in the world.
Yeah, definitely. So this is MG's only GT3 car. So it's a pretty rare piece of equipment, and it's a lot of fun to drive.
So what sort of power plant have we got under the bonnet?
So we've got a 5-litre Ford V8 in it. It's pushing out quite a nice amount of power, and it's coupled to a 6-speed Hollinger sequential as well. So it's definitely got the right power plant in it, and it's built to go quick. So. And
there's also quite the historical trail or the story of this car coming to Australia and being in your hands too. Just elaborate on that a little bit as well.
Yeah, so the car sort of sat idle after 2005 when MG had it. They basically built the car up, and then after their first race meeting they went broke. So after that it sort of sat idle for quite a while, and then we managed to procure it and brought it out here, and the process begun. So as I said before, it's been about 10 years getting it to this point that it's at the moment. We've had a lot of teething issues with the car, but hopefully all that's sorted now and we can have some fun in it. So
there we have it. That's Reece Howell, and that's his very unique MG. We say big thank you to them for joining us down here in the MG paddock. Back to the commentary box.
Okay, Phil Memory and Peter Shea back on air for Blendline TV as the Regularity comes back out on track. Peter, look at these wonderful cars coming out.
Yep, they've been quite good all weekend, Phil, and we enjoy bringing the Regularity to everyone who perhaps have not seen a Regularity event before. So you'll see them at historic events. Probably you won't see them at a mainstream normal modern event, but being a historic event, it's a good chance for people to bring out these very rare cars who don't really want to have the rough and tumble of a proper race, so they can bring them out, still drive them pretty hard, and everybody can see them, and also run for a result. So what it is, Regularity, is they nominate a time that they're comfortable doing, and they try without, it's a timed event, probably usually a quarter an hour, 15 minutes, maybe more, and they spend the time trying to stay as close as that nominated lap time as possible, and the one that can manage that wins the event.
Yeah, it's
fairly
really
simple.
Fairly simple, you say?
Well, there's rules and regulations that that come into play. Everybody's got to be held accountable. No timing devices in the car, no clocks, no watches. If your car's got a clock in it, obviously it's got to be taped over, so you can't get an advantage to try and see what time you're doing. You don't get any assistance from the pit lane through a pit board or communications at what times you're doing. So it's all seat of the pants racing or seat of the pants driving. And we see Charlie, the TS Special Car 30 there to the right of the screen. Charlie Mitchell's all the way from WA, and that's unfortunate for Charlie. He had a bit of an off in the last event. And a long way to come to take your car back home and in that sort of condition. So we wish Charlie well. Hope that he's okay in car 30.
Yeah, so... and a great array of cars, as you say. The one thing that they try and avoid is the descending red mist that can sometimes occur.
Well,
you're cruising along.
That happens a lot, mate.
And cruising along doing your thing, and somebody goes past you, it's a bit easy to go, I'll just go a little bit harder, I don't want to get beaten by him.
Exactly.
Hang on. It's not a race.
Exactly, and that's very difficult.
It's a challenge.
It is. It's a challenge. And we just see some of the clubmans and open wheelers come through.
Yeah, beautiful little elfin clubman going through there.
By Zizdi. Beautifully turned out car. There's all types of cars as clubmans, as we can see on screen at the moment, then followed up by an open wheeler, another clubman, and then a big heavy Group A, Group C car.
And one of the members of the Victorian Clubman Builders Association took me aside earlier today and slapped me for not mentioning the Victorian Clubman Builders Association. So
you better do it.
I think I just did. So each driver nominates a lap time. Points are awarded based on how close to that nominated lap time each driver can get. The closest to the nominated time equals more points. Points are deducted for going faster than the nominated lap time, and the final classification is based on points awarded. So we don't really know who's won until the last car is across the line, Peter.
Well, that's true. So we can give you times and how close they are. Or we can get a progressing.
Yeah,
who's leading, but
we can tell you what the scoring system says as it's going, but sometimes that just changes completely after the last car goes across the line.
And most of the drivers also having a lot of fun as well.
Absolutely.
They get out there and get a chance to drive their classic car at 3/4 pace, probably 8/10.
Yeah, pedal to the metal and back it off a little bit.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of 10/10 if someone go ripping by you and you reckon you got the pace to stay with them.
There's the SoCal machine of the Rapers. Beautiful car. What a history on that car. I'm not even going to attempt to try and retell it. It's so long I can't remember it all. It's good to see it out there getting around. Old sidewhacker Ford V8, if I remember correctly.
Probably not the easiest thing to drive too, not that I've ever driven a particular car like this, but you see the driver sits pretty upright, pretty open actually, and the big steering wheel, and you can see the driver actually really physically working that steering wheel.
Absolutely.
No power assisted or anything, so yes, it's a bit of a handful, but yeah, they have a great time doing it.
MGB coming through, MGB GT in fact.
Yeah, that's Walker. He's running second at the moment, so he's got his last lap was a 1:58. So he must be nominated pretty close to that particular time. He's nominated at 1:58.0.
So on 1:58.19, so he's very close.
He certainly is.
In fact, C. Walker has just gone to the top of the rank.
See, Abby Wingett has dropped up into second place, one of our lady competitors. I think Abby drives a clubman as well. We'll try and see if we can find
She does.
Abby sort of wandering around the circuit.
Yep, a nice young person she is. Good to see a few females getting involved in motorsport. We need more. As we watch the SoCal coming up the back straight.
We do have some very competitive ladies in the historic racing, which is really good to see. Car 93, that's Walker. He's got to he's our leader at the moment in car 93. Well, someone's going to get a black flag, and it's car 30.
Paul Zinni apparently has gone under the 1 minute 30, so car 30 has the black flag.
And what that'll mean, Phil, unfortunately, he'll pull into the pits, and an official will come down and say, the clerk, of course, would like to see you, sir.
Yes, we've got the strap out for you, son.
So he'll go and get a lecture.
Yep.
Don't do it again.
He'll be bitterly disappointed that the red mist has descended, and he's transgressed by pedalling just that little bit too fast, and he's observing the black flag and coming in off the track.
Yes. So he's just called into the pits to get his rap on the knuckles. They probably won't even let him go out again. So
it might be the plastic fly swat for him.
No.
Beautiful.
104. That's Spender. He's running 7th on the leaderboard. That is car 104 on our screen at the moment.
So all sorts of things out there, Daytona and the Formula V.
Yep.
We've got Clubmans, we've got Mustangs, we've got MGTCs, we've got MGB GTs, we've got Clubmans, you name it. It's all hanging about out there, trundling around, aiming to get as close as possible to their nominated time.
Gary Ball in car 64R. The R stands for, it's a replica Daytona. Gary Ball's been around for quite some time and been a stalwart of motor racing for many, many years.
Yeah, don't remind him of that. He doesn't want to be told how old he is.
And we say to Gary, sort of wanted to get into some proper racing. It's got too much grunt for me now. I'm quite happy just to do regularity at a reasonable pace. So the old Daytona's got a bit of grunt, but Gary's not really going to open it up anymore. But which is great to see Gary out in regularity, still competing.
Here comes the MGTC. Car 44 of Andrew Church. Beautiful little machine.
It is.
Immaculately prepared, and as we were saying earlier, no supercharger on that car.
No, it's got the boat-shaped rear end of it. But he's coming under a bit of attack now from one of the open wheelers.
A Formula V nonetheless. And a Formula V with quite an extensive history. Shane Lee in the Elfin Formula V, car number 1. We continue to follow the MGTC. And yes, as you can see on the bottom of the screen, big thank you to the officials and volunteers. All of those people that work so hard behind the scenes and beside the track, from collecting and correlating the entries to waving the flags.
Huge logistical undergoing from all the officials, whether it be the flag marshals, fire marshals, grid marshals, people on the gate, people on manning the mansion. Everybody's a sort of volunteer manning the merchandising stalls for the VHRR and the volunteer groups.
And the volunteers out on the start-finish line, the officials out there. We've got CAMS officials, Motorsport Australia officials. Showing my age.
We've just got a gaggle coming through the twisty bits that will bring them onto the main straight under the Penrite Bridge.
And look at the size difference between the the Big Falcon and the Little Clubman.
Well, you'd be a bit worried if you had that sort of Group C coming up behind you at a rapid number of knots. It might mind you up the ante a little bit just to try and get away from it.
Yeah, which could
jeopardise
jeopardise
your event.
The Alpha
Abby
Sud.
Wingett has just got into the lead, so she leads at the moment. Tidbury, Lebrano, our old mate Gary Ball's in there in the Daytona. Gary's running in 4th, so wonder if he knows he's doing quite well.
It's actually Steve Wingett in the lead. Abby.
Abby's down in 6th.
Yeah, Abby's a bit further back.
I'm getting my Wingets all mixed up.
Yeah. Of course, the white car that we just saw in the background there a moment ago is the Puma from South Africa. So all sorts of things.
That's Lebrano just on screen now. He's running in 3rd outright.
There's
and
the
the car
Puma
we
coming
talked about,
along.
the Puma, yeah, that sounds an interesting car. Don't know a great deal about it. So there is car 56.
Yes, I did.
Got a Volkswagen motor in the back. Car comes from South Africa. Driven by Derek McLaughlin. I think Derek's got a few cars. I think he's got a custom line as well. But this is a very interesting car.
It is.
Never seen one before. Never heard of one before.
Quite a low car and probably not pushing a lot of air out of the way, so able to gather a bit of speed, I suspect.
Last lap, probably similar to our Purvis Eureka of the day, sort of the South African Puma.
Yeah.
Last lap, we're told, so it's still Wingett, Tidbury, Lebrano, Ball, Zisdi, Wingett, Church, Vondreski, and Spender and Lee. That's the top 10 in the Regularity as they come up towards the checkered flag for the final time. Checkered flag is out.
So there we have it.
We've just got to wait for a while till they all get collated and the last car is over the line before we can actually say who has actually won this Regularity event with the most consistent time.
Absolutely, and there's car 41 coming through.
That's Louise Roper.
Yep. Louise usually does quite well in these events, but where is she on that list at the moment?
There's old mate Gary Ball in 64 in the very beautifully turned out Daytona.
We're just hearing in the background that the standings that we've got in front of us are looking pretty good. So S. Wingett in the lead, Tidbury in 2, Lebrano in 3, Gary Ball in 4th, Zitsky in 5, and Abby Wingett in 6, Church in 7, Van Drask in 8, Spender in 9, and S. Lee in position 10. We'll leave the rest for those that want to go and find it on Natsoft or something. And
yep,
Peter,
absolutely.
I think it's time for you.
Time for us to go. Just a reminder to folks, the Geelong Revival Motoring Festival is coming up on November 25-27 at the waterfront in Geelong. So that's tipped to be a great event down in Geelong if you can get down there for the whole weekend. The Geelong Revival, always a very, very popular event. Thank you to
I think
you.
I know one of the commentators that's going to be down there, Peter.
Probably might know them. Thank you to all our commentary team. Was it Ronnie Simmons, Charles Rogers, Darren Knight, yourself, Phil Memory, Peter Shea, Darren Smith, Bob Morrow. Don't forget Bob. We'd like to say thank you very much. Drive safely. I won't say what Ron used to say. Drive safely because the car hit might be mine. So we'll hand downstairs to wrap up our telecast.
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, boys. Well, that's about it. it. That has been a 2022 edition of the VHRR Sandown Historic, and it's been an absolutely mega weekend, and it's a bit hard to wrap up when there's been so many highlights. Darren?
Certainly has been. Of course, the Precision International National Sports Sedan Championship taken out by Jordan Caruso for mine, his first national championship for a guy that came out of XLs and jumped into that John Gourlay Audi. Absolute standout moment. Looking forward to seeing how the QP League's Victorian Sports Sedan Series plays out at Island Magic in a couple of weeks' time. And, of course, Callum, the next year at Phillip Island with the VHRR for the Classic at the Island.
Absolutely, the Phillip Island Classic coming up in March. We're very much looking forward to that meeting. It's one of the biggest, if not the biggest, race meeting in the Southern Hemisphere. And we encourage you to go to the VHRR website to find out more information about all of the upcoming events and all of the news and happenings behind the scenes as well, Darren. It's always worth going to the VHRR website to find out more information. But we have to say a big thank you to all of the volunteer officials this weekend as well. Some of them have been here since Friday in all sorts of weather conditions as well, and have been working tirelessly to ensure that this weekend has been going as smoothly as it has been. But it's been an outstanding mega weekend.
Hasn't it? The VHRR combined with their partners at the MG Car Club, their commercial partners as well with Shannon's Insurance and Penrite. Cool Drive, putting on a fantastic event here. We look forward and we wish the VHRR and the MG Car Club all the best with the other events that they run, but certainly the Motorsport Australia officials, and indeed not just the Motorsport Australia officials, the Motorsport North America, Europe. They do a fantastic job, highly trained, skilled people out there keeping race meetings going. They've had a tough run of it. A lot of race meetings they've been having a lot of rain at, but certainly this weekend has repaid them in spades, hasn't it?
It's been absolutely mega. And we have to say a big thank you to the Blendline TV crew as well. All of the corner camera people and all the people behind the scenes doing an absolutely sensational job, all the way to Dan and Shane in the van. Also TLP this weekend doing an absolutely outstanding job to bring you all of the pictures in Australia, all the states, and all the way around the world as well. So we encourage you to like and subscribe the Facebook and YouTube pages as well.
You stay classy, Blendline TV, and they do a terrific job taking it out there, and we'll catch them all again. I'm hoping next year with the Victorian Historic Racing Register, and of course with the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship will be good stuff.
It's all about grassroots motorsport and supporting all our guys and girls in grassroots motorsport. So that's all. That's about all from us this weekend. It's been a massive pleasure to bring you all of the action this weekend. Thank you so much for sticking around, and for now, that's bye for now.